Chapter 1. The Approaching Apocalypse. Beep, beep, beep. The phone's ringtone echoed, and a hand, bony yet delicate, illuminated the answer key on the screen. A somewhat feeble male voice emerged. "Hello. Who is this?" "Brother, the apocalypse is imminent." On the other end of the line, a woman's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated. Across the vast ocean, the woman, with skin as pale as jade, held the phone in her slender, fair hand. Her elegantly shaped nails stained a crimson red, reminiscent of blood. Her lips, equally as red, parted and closed as she conveyed the news she had received through the phone. As one's gaze trailed down from her hand, it fell upon her gently contoured, delicate arms, which bore a strikingly red number, 8098. She stood entirely unclothed, not a typo, before a laboratory station. Beside her, a researcher clad in a white coat stared vacantly, as if his soul had been stripped away. In the instant she set down her phone, it vanished from her grasp, returning to the cabinet designated for the researcher's clothing and personal belongings. She lifted her gaze to meet her own reflection in the glass of the laboratory. Her crimson pupils, matching the hue of her lips and nails, signified that she was no longer a normal human. "In 2 days, I shall grant you 2 more days of existence," the woman murmured, turning to lie upon the largest console in the center. As her eyes fluttered shut, the special locks binding her hands, feet, waist, and thighs immediately secured themselves. The researcher at the console regained his clarity, resuming his work as if all was normal. Behind her stood hundreds of identical consoles. Each station secured a naked individual, their arms marked with varying numbers. Her name was Ji Wani, 25 years of age, born and raised in Huagua. A decade prior, her father, in an act of infidelity, ended his marriage with her mother, abandoning both property and children to form a new family. She lived with her 2 brothers and her mother on the day of her parents' divorce. While returning home, their car was struck by a large truck laden with goods. To protect her and her brother, her mother lost her life on the spot, while her brother sustained severe injuries, leaving him paralyzed. From that moment on, Ji Wani, alongside her elder brother Ji Ingxin and younger brother Ji Huaying, depended on one another for survival. To heal her brother, she chose to study medicine in university, pursuing a combined bachelor's and master's degree, graduating early with exceptional grades. However, the medical advancements in her homeland offered no hope for her and her brother. Unwilling to surrender, she resolutely decided to pursue a doctorate in medicine in the United States, seeking methods to save her brother. Approximately 6 months prior, her mentor informed her of a laboratory in the United States that had made groundbreaking advancements in neural repair. Their technology could keep the nerves of deceased individuals active, even enabling the dead to walk normally. This breakthrough was undoubtedly promising for those paralyzed due to spinal cord injuries. Initially skeptical about a technology that could animate the deceased, Ji Wani was reassured by the credibility of her mentor, a distinguished figure in the medical field. Moreover, her mentor was one of the founders of the laboratory, and he had overseen the entire experiment. Upon reviewing some experimental data, Ji Wani glimpsed a flicker of hope for her brother's recovery. She requested to join the laboratory, willing to participate as either a researcher or an investor. With a staggering investment of $1 billion, she finally entered the laboratory as both an investor and a researcher. As an ordinary student, Ji Wani lacked such wealth the $1 billion were sourced from her brother. Their mother, Ms. Ji Ru, was the sole heiress of the wealthiest family in Haishur, having chosen a son-in-law rather than marrying outside her family. Yet, soon after their parents' passing, the scoundrel revealed his true nature, with illegitimate children only slightly younger than Ji Ingxin and older than Ji Wani. Ms. Ji Ru did not linger over the situation, presenting evidence and ensuring the scoundrel left empty-handed. During their mother's death and Ji Yingxin's hospitalization, the scoundrel even attempted to take Ji Wani in, eyeing the Ji family's fortune. However, the Ji family's inherent strength would not permit such an occurrence, even when Ji Wani was merely 15 years old. Calmly, with the assistance of the shareholders, she arranged the company's affairs, requesting a leave of absence from school to remain by her brother's side in the hospital. When the scoundrel arrived, He was promptly expelled by bodyguards before even laying eyes on her. Once Ji Yingshan's health improved, he fully took over the company, having been trained by their grandfather since childhood, and the company flourished under his guidance. For this brother-sister duo, money was not an issue. A turning point occurred 2 weeks after Ji Wani entered the laboratory. Upon her arrival, she was barred from accessing the core technologies and experimental details. This left her displeased, especially after investing $1 billion. But the laboratory had no shortage of funding. Her entry was solely due to her mentor's position. That evening, after managing her documentation, Ji Wani intended to leave. While changing clothes, she heard the laboratory's alarm blaring, accompanied by a tremendous crashing noise from outside. The commotion sent waves of panic through her. Emerging from a changing room, she found chaos outside, and upon grasping the arm of a somewhat familiar researcher, she learned that a test subject had escaped. Ji Wani dismissed it, reasoning that laboratory test subjects were typically small animals. The facility was entirely sealed, and capture was merely a matter of time. However, as she approached a corner, a shadowy figure lunged and tackled her. Before she could discern what had pinned her down, a sharp pain pierced her neck, plunging her into unconsciousness. When she awakened, 2 days had elapsed. Bound to a laboratory console, she found herself in the core area of the facility, but the sight before her and her predicament filled her with dread. On other consoles, bodies thrashed violently, their gazes fixated on Ji Wani, akin to famished wolves spotting fresh meat. You conduct experiments on living humans. At this revelation, Ji Wani's comprehension solidified. It is a privilege for them to sacrifice themselves for science. Without their contributions, you would not possess such formidable healing abilities, her mentor, Bottle, proclaimed as he made an incision on her hand with a scalpel. As he cut, the wound on Ji Wani's arm healed instantaneously, leaving no scar when the scalpel was lifted. The effect astonished not only the researchers present, but also left Ji Wani feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Rest assured, we no longer require primary test subjects. You are now our primary focus for experimentation, Bottle declared, retrieving a vial of red serum. Do you know what this is? It is the key to their ability to move even after death. And it is the source of your healing capabilities. We discovered it in the remote and mysterious Antarctic, purifying it over several processes to yield these 7 vials. You should feel honored to be the recipient of an entire vial. Bottle seized her hand, injecting the crimson substance into her bloodstream. As the serum coursed through her veins, Ji Wani began to convulse, her body temperature soaring, causing the chains binding her to snap. In her agony, she found herself incapable of fleeing. She toppled from the console, clutching her left chest, her heart racing violently, far exceeding the normal parameters of human physiology. Before her, the world warped. She could not perceive the tendrils of black lines spreading across her skin, her pupils darkening, her nails and lips turning pitch black. Ultimately, she could not withstand the toxin surging within her, and her heart ceased to beat. "Doctor, her heart has stopped." A researcher monitoring Ji Wani's vital signs reported loudly as the screen displayed a flat line. "Oh, God! No, wait, her heartbeat has resumed, but it is only 30 beats per minute," came the astonished voice from the control panel. Ji Wani opened her eyes, rising from the ground, her crimson pupils sweeping across the laboratory, colder than the Antarctic glaciers themselves. Chapter 2. The birth of the corpse king. Ji Wani has died. Yet, her body remains alive, harboring all the memories from her past existence. She can sense an immense strength within her, ready to escape at any moment. However, should she choose to flee, she would be faced with a global manhunt from Country M. The situation would escalate, causing her brother to worry, given his precarious health. She cannot let him know of her predicament. She feels a profound strangeness regarding her current state. Now, she possesses a clear awareness of every presence within the laboratory. She can see the remnants of failed experiments, those who have succumbed to zombification, confined in the secret chamber behind her. She perceives the emotional fluctuations of the researchers before her, a mix of awe and wariness. She can even sense every creature that traverses the soil above the laboratory. Should she wish to, She can hear their innermost thoughts, feeling the submissiveness of the zombies towards her. A myriad of mysterious powers courses through her veins, tumultuous and chaotic. G1E raises her wrist. Channeling one of these energies, lightning manifests in her palm. With a mere wave, the electric current darts like a serpent towards one of the researchers. The attack is sudden. The researcher has no time to evade and is struck by the lightning, instantly losing his breath. G1E gazes expressionlessly at her hand. This is merely one of the many energies within her. Each energy is unique. Does this imply that she possesses multiple abilities? This is a question that will require the researcher's assistance to unravel. As a zombie, she feels no interest in the living beings before her, yet the 6 remaining vials of serum, stored in a secure refrigerator, exert a fatal allure. However, she is acutely aware that she cannot absorb all the serums at once. It must be a gradual process. She will not leave this place until they have extracted all the serum. The day the serum runs out will mark the end for them all. G1E stands in the laboratory, deep in contemplation. Having made up her mind, she closes her eyes and collapses to the ground. Feigning a state of energy depletion, this tactic allows the researchers to approach her with greater confidence. Indeed, it is not long before she feels her body being moved. The restraints binding her intensified. Subsequently, they begin to conduct experiments on her with utmost caution. Yet, none of their findings can escape the attention. Injecting this final vial into her body will undoubtedly awaken our army's latent powers. And there will be no disease in M country that remains untreatable. This serum shall restore M country to its former glory. I implore the esteemed president to administer it personally. As Botter spoke. He carefully inserted the last vial into the syringe and handed it to the president. Wait. Just as the president grasped the syringe, a sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Her heartbeat has returned to normal levels. Her body temperature has risen and stabilized at 36.7 degrees Celsius, and her blood pressure and various indicators have also returned to normal ranges. All heads turned in unison toward G1E, who lay on the experimental table. The restraints binding G1E were released, and she opened her eyes. Under the scrutiny of all present, her crimson irises gradually morphed back to their natural hue. Glancing at the aged hands resting upon her, G1E's eyes betrayed no emotion. Merely corpses. With a sharp snap of her fingers that echoed eerily in the silent laboratory, flames instantly engulfed G1E, swiftly spreading to those whose hands had touched her. Cries of pain erupted as several figures, ablaze, struggled briefly before being reduced to ashes. The inferno engulfed her, and in that moment, she appeared as a breathtaking demon emerging from the depths of hell. Adorned in a gown of flames more exquisite than any earthly attire, with flowing black hair and fiery red eyes, G1E advanced, in the blink of an eye, materializing beside the president and Botter. This matter is not only crucial for M country, it holds great significance for me as well. Allow me to handle it myself. Taking the vial from the president's hand, she injected herself under their watchful gaze. The one who offended you is already dead. Shall we return to our previous lives? Botter's voice trembled with evident anxiety. That is not an option. Minter Bodiar, my return to normalcy necessitates my departure. It is not an anomaly that requires your further investigation. Your contributions to my transformation are monumental, and in gratitude, I shall ensure your name is renowned across the globe. As she spoke, a glimmer of crimson flickered in G1E's eyes, and Botter's expression abruptly froze as he fell under her control. Kneel. Botter obeyed without hesitation. As G1E turned her gaze toward the president, 2 bodyguards immediately drew their weapons and aimed at her. She remained motionless, her finger raised slightly. 2 bolts of lightning arced around the president, intercepting the bullets aimed at her and eliminating the guards. You kneel as well. She did not exert control over the president. Intrigued by how much pride a nation's leader could possess, with trembling limbs, the president hesitated only briefly before kneeling before her. Excellent. Now, recount all the vile deeds you have committed. This time, she ensnared both men in her grasp. The serum coursing through her veins was rapidly enhancing her powers, and G1E felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Amid the chaos of the laboratory, thousands of zombies emerged from the rear chamber. Their hunger insatiable, overwhelming M country's elite soldiers. In this pandemonium, only the president and Botter remained in their fragile bubble of tranquility, standing before the cameras as they confessed to their lifetime of misdeeds. G1E stood at the center of the laboratory, seeking out all the enhanced humans present. Today was the perfect day to eradicate them all. With the president's presence, all key personnel were gathered, leaving no chance for escape. She had sealed the laboratory with her powers, ensuring that no creature, living or undead, could exit without her permission. One human fell as another zombie rose. Soon, gunfire ceased, leaving only the president and Botter standing. Ignoring the two, Jiwani corralled all the zombies back into their confinement point one by one. She entered each room, extracting their cores and sending them away. Eliminating every zombie in this laboratory was not merely for the benefit of M country's populace. Their virus shared origins with her own. With the apocalypse looming, should they grow stronger or be captured for research, they would remain a constant threat to her. It was best to eradicate them all, including those who had awakened their powers due to her presence. After confirming there were no oversights, she obliterated all files pertaining to her existence and any information unsuitable for human dissemination. She released the accounts of the laboratory's unethical experiments on humans, along with the confessional videos of the president and the world-renowned scientist Botter, to the public. Finally, she gathered various items from the laboratory that might prove useful and, after completing her tasks, reclined in the office chair, allowing flames to consume the entire laboratory. The president and Botter screamed in agony, thrashing desperately in the inferno. "Devil, you are a devil. You shall not have a good end." Botter's anguished curses echoed amidst the flames. "I am but a product of your own making. You may say what you will. As for my fate, fear not. Humanity itself shall not endure. However, I am no longer human." Jiwani stood beside Botter, her red eyes devoid of pity, filled only with the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. She lingered, wishing to prolong the laboratory's incineration, obscuring as much as possible, ensuring the zombie virus would not survive. Only when the sound of fire trucks approached did she rise, her form gradually becoming transparent amidst the flames. Once satisfied with her invisibility, she pressed through the advancing crowd of firefighters, exiting the laboratory. Chapter 4. Reactions from all sides. Upon arriving at the laboratory's parking lot, Jiwani noted that M country's researchers enjoyed substantial incomes, as evidenced by the array of luxury vehicles parked. She located her own car, which had been abandoned here for 6 months, and with a wave of her hand, stored it in her space. The area was already surrounded by military personnel, while she could drive away. The commotion would be too conspicuous, and she wished to avoid being placed on their wanted list. After securing her vehicle, she turned to survey the collection of luxury cars and, with a flicker of thought, absorbed them all into her space before stealthily vanishing from the alarmed vicinity. Only after reaching a main road several kilometers away from the laboratory did she retrieve a car from her space and drive off. This area was desolate, devoid of traffic, and she would not encounter another soul until several kilometers later, where a small town awaited. The streets of the town were dominated by vagrants at night, and during the day it remained eerily quiet, with burly individuals of various descents brandishing weapons. In the past, Jiwani would have felt trepidation passing through, but now, little could threaten her. After traversing the town, she found herself on another stretch of desolate road. However, a car rapidly approached from behind. Whether the occupants bore ill intent or not was of no consequence to Jiwani. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, and she sensed several entities with a familiar aura meandering along the road. The virus infused into Jiwani's body originated from the depths of Antarctica. The laboratory had expended considerable resources merely to extract it. Now that it coursed entirely within her, there were no leaks from the laboratory. As she had foreseen, the apocalypse would not descend instantaneously. The Antarctic glaciers had begun to melt, releasing a trickle of the virus into the world. Those with weaker constitutions succumbed after exposure to the contaminated rain, transforming into zombies. The complete melting of the glaciers would herald the onset of the apocalypse. As her vehicle advanced, 3 figures swayed along the road ahead. A man, a woman, and a child, likely a family of 3. The woman, tall and gaunt, with disheveled black hair obscuring her face, appeared to be suffering from a long-term illness. Beside her stood a robust white man, blood-soaked, with grotesquely twisted facial muscles and a cheek from which flesh had been bitten away. In between them, a mixed-race girl in a white princess dress was stained with blood, attracted by the sound of the car's engine. The 3, barely qualifying as primitive zombies, began to approach, but upon sensing Jiwani's presence within the vehicle, they abruptly halted. Jiwani maneuvered her car to avoid them, but the vehicle following closely behind her lacked the same reflexes. It collided with the family, sending them sprawling. The driver slammed on the brakes, cursing loudly as he halted in the middle of the road. Jiwani's car also came to a stop at the turn, and she watched as 3 burly men emerged from the vehicle, brandishing knives and firearms, their demeanor aggressive. "Damn it. Do you know you've killed someone?" The lead man, gun in hand, approached her car and pounded on the window menacingly. Jiwani rolled down the window, maintaining her gaze forward, revealing only her profile, her expression almost entirely devoid of emotion. Well, an Asian girl," the man exclaimed with glee, relaying the news to his companions who stood by the car. The other two cheered in response. "Hey girl, come down and play with us for the night. We'll pretend we didn't see anything about the accident," the burly man, displaying an air of utter frivolity, holstered his firearm. Jiwani remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed upon the ground, where three zombies crawled ever closer to their position. The sturdy man was on the verge of unleashing his fury upon Jiwani when, in the next instant, one of the creatures lunged up from the ground, tackling him to the earth. The other two men, originally engrossed in admiring the grotesque movements of the zombie woman and the little girl, were jolted by their companion's agonized cry, only to feel a sharp pain in their calves as the crawling zombie clamped its jaws onto their legs. With that, Jiwani turned away, starting the engine and driving off under the watchful gaze of the zombie mother. In the rearview mirror, she observed the three imposing figures rise from the ground, their silhouettes retreating in the opposite direction towards the small town. Jiwani harbored no sentiment of a benevolent savior, especially in a foreign land. After 2 or 3 more hours of driving, she finally arrived at the Ji family residence in the affluent district, the very place she had called home in M country. Parking the car in the garage, she stepped into the house she had not inhabited for nearly a year. Ji Yingchen, concerned for his sister's safety abroad, had meticulously arranged everything for her return. Although she had been away for a year, an aunt from her homeland had been diligently maintaining the property. "Miss, you have returned," exclaimed Wu Ma, who had rushed to investigate the noise, brandishing a defensive knife. Upon realizing it was Jiwani, her face blossomed with joy. "Thank heavens, the young lady is finally back. Now I can provide an explanation when the young master inquires." Jiwani smiled at her, saying, "I'm back. Wu Ma. You've worked hard. Please rest early." She ascended to her room on the second floor. During her journey home, the news she had uploaded had already gained traction, quickly soaring to the trending list across various nations. Officials from M country were abruptly roused from their slumbers by urgent phone calls. Congratulations and prosperity, Huagua. Atop the Chinny building, in the chairman's office, Ji Yingchen sat in a wheelchair beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the bustling crowds and traffic below. Behind him, the loudspeaker blared the sensational news that had been widely reported by the media. "Chairman Ji, do you have any instructions?" inquired his secretary, Zuoyu, as she entered respectfully. "My sister is about to return home. I plan to establish a nationwide chain of shopping markets for her. Please assist me in contacting suppliers. Furthermore, my health is deteriorating. I must consider my sister's future. She is studying medicine and lacks business acumen. I need to liquidate some of my shares in the Chinny Group along with some real estate to provide for Wani. Please keep an eye out for potential buyers." Ji Yingchen stated with calm resolve. "Understood." The secretary promptly exited to make arrangements. Congratulations and prosperity. Lin Yunhai in an office filled with national leaders. Each held a document in hand, while the main screen displayed the same news. The first predicted event has occurred right on schedule. Could the apocalypse truly be upon us? One leader mused, glancing at the document while listening to the news. All present had received a prophetic email predicting the end of days 2 days prior. This email had been sent not only to their personal accounts but also to their official emails. Initially dismissed as a hacker's prank, their most skilled cyber experts had been unable to uncover any leads. Yet today, the first event foretold in that document had transpired exactly as predicted, compelling them to take the matter seriously. "What are your thoughts?" inquired the elderly leader at the head of the table. "If this is indeed a conspiracy, then someone is hesitating. Who possesses such capability? Which nation has the audacity to assassinate the president of M country on its own soil and expose its scandals so brazenly?" The Orange Palace has yet to issue any response. Another official declared emphatically, "If this is true, we cannot afford to bear the consequences." How about this? Since the email predicted more than one event, if the next one unfolds as she anticipated, we shall heed her warnings and prepare promptly. Additionally, according to her predictions, a virus from Antarctica has already begun to spread, with the onset of rain. Those in frail health may succumb, turning into flesh-eating zombies. This must be investigated nationwide. If there is no evidence, that would be ideal. However, if there is, we must act swiftly to protect the populace, eliminate the threat, and ensure the information remains confidential to prevent widespread panic. It is imperative for the higher-ups to take charge of the situation. Once he finishes speaking, everyone will disperse to execute their tasks. Chapter 5. Gems for Connections. Upon returning to her chamber, after meticulously drawing a bath and indulging in a thorough cleansing, Ji-won sat contemplatively at the edge of her bed, devising her forthcoming strategies. The date was April 6th, and the northern hemisphere was experiencing a rise in temperatures as it transitioned into spring, heralding a gradual warming of the climate. with merely 6 months remaining until the apocalypse. Humanity was poised to endure extreme climatic fluctuations. This summer, temperatures across the northern hemisphere were anticipated to soar by at least 20 degrees Celsius compared to previous years. Concurrently, certain regions would be besieged by relentless rains and multiple typhoons. Though arduous, humanity could still endure. In stark contrast, the southern hemisphere would face a continuous drop in temperatures, succumbing to an icy grip. Her next prediction was set for April 10th, when a typhoon named Satan would form in the central Pacific. On the night of the 13th, it would make landfall on the mainland of Hawaii with winds reaching a staggering force of 18, wreaking havoc on infrastructure and resulting in significant casualties and material losses. By the early hours of the 14th, the typhoon's trajectory would shift away from the mainland, heading towards Sakura Island, gaining strength beyond 18 levels and ultimately becoming a prehistorically powerful typhoon, forcefully striking Sakura Island. During this interval, she intended to steer clear of the typhoon's reach and focus on gathering supplies. She categorized her essential reserves into several major categories: clothing, food, shelter, transportation, weaponry to ensure basic needs, and an array of medications along with high-tech products that could enhance quality of life during the apocalypse. 7 distinct directions were delineated as she meticulously outlined her requirements on her computer: food, rice, flour, grains, oil, vegetables, fruits, poultry, seafood, sugar, salt, and a diverse array of seasonings, procuring as much as possible, clothing, though she could acquire some upon returning home. Country is also a textile powerhouse, allowing for early accumulation of various garments, thick, thin, long, short, for both genders, including underwear, socks, shoes, and functional attire, shelter, construction materials, steel bars, cement, high-strength composite boards, solar panels for power generation, various high-tech generators, mattresses of different thicknesses, bedding, and items ensuring comfort during extreme weather, such as ice makers, heaters, and fans, transportation, vehicles with military-grade durability, sturdy and reliable RVs conducive for travel, along with energy sources for various machines, helicopters, drones, speedboats, yachts, and inflatable boats, medications, a vast quantity of all types required, weaponry, an ample supply of various kinds needed, energy, gasoline, diesel, natural gas, coal, and other sources, along with various advanced technologies she may not have even heard of but do exist. These were the extent of her thoughts for now. Other matters would be delegated to others' ingenuity. Initially, she was conflicted about how to transport these collected items once secured. However, after administering the final vial of serum, her space transformed into an infinite expanse, allowing her to shape it as she wished, with the core area possessing the ability to halt time. She could now commence her procurement of supplies. Attempting to gather everything alone would not only hinder her ability to locate sellers, but also diminish efficiency. Therefore, she resolved to hire several competent managers to assist her in organizing everything. Nevertheless, certain connections must be sought personally. With this in mind, G1 opened her computer, immersing herself in her search for exceptional managers. Acquiring these supplies would not pose much of a challenge, yet obtaining a substantial amount of energy would prove more difficult. With this thought in mind, G1 approached her vanity, opening a drawer to reveal a dazzling blue sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg. Holding the gem in her hand, she summoned her backup phone, which had been tucked away in her bedside drawer, and it automatically powered on, flying into her grasp, having not been used for quite some time. The phone was out of battery. After locating the charger and connecting it, G1 opened her contacts and dialed the number. Hi, Anna, could you assist me in organizing a banquet? G1 was a student at the prestigious Hans University in Country, a challenging institution to enter and even more difficult to graduate from. She had met Anna at an auction. Anna attended the most renowned elite school in Country, hailing from a family that was an energy giant with long-standing connections in the Middle East. If she desired to procure a significant amount of energy, Anna's assistance was essential. The gem that G1 had received as a graduate gift from Ji Yingchen was Anna's favorite, which had led to Anna persistently seeking her out. Now, she intended to use this coveted gem as a bargaining chip to invite Anna to help her assemble a banquet to meet influential individuals. Wishing you prosperity. 2 days later, on April 9th. Amidst the bustling atmosphere aboard a luxury cruise ship in the Vito's Bay of Country, music reverberated as the inky waters reflected the vibrant lights. Although the evening breeze was cool, it did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the fashionable ladies. Their figures swayed gracefully, clad in revealing short dresses and towering heels, engaging in lively conversation with dapper gentlemen along the shoreline. Luxury cars arrived in succession, impeccably dressed attendants assisting guests as they alighted and guiding them to their destinations. A McLaren's flamboyant butterfly doors opened. A pair of wine-red strappy heels emerged. Stepping onto the crimson carpet. Nearby, an attendant promptly extended a hand for support that a delicate, fair hand rested upon a sleek black suit jacket, the crimson nails accentuating the pallor of her skin and adding a touch of allure. Clad in a form-fitting red gown that reached her ankles, the side slit revealed glimpses of her porcelain legs with each step, enhancing her charm. Her dark hair cascaded freely, lips naturally tinted red, and her brown eyes concealed her emotions. With each step along the crimson path, G1 resembled a blooming rose, beautiful yet perilous. Anna awaited her at the entrance of the cruise ship, her expression one of disbelief upon seeing G1. Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. Have you suffered a heartbreak? You've transformed from your usual innocent demeanor, plotting revenge against a scoundrel. After confirming it was indeed G1, Anna exclaimed incredulously. Previously, G1, like most struggling students, had to carve out time even for a simple hair wash, let alone dressing up. Even during occasional outings to banquets, she prioritized a clean and simple appearance. Consequently, Anna and her friends had often teased her. Anna, despite her somewhat irritable disposition, spoke her mind candidly, sparing G1 the effort of deciphering her thoughts. Men are inconsequential. I merely decided to change my style since I'm no longer pursuing studies. Let us not keep them waiting. Let us head inside. G1 smiled lightly and walked forward alongside her. Today, besides wanting to meet the wealthy from oil-rich nations, she also aimed to connect with the managers she had invited. I should inform you in advance. The individuals I've gathered on this ship span various sectors, both legitimate and not, and their gathering style may be overwhelming for you. Anna cautioned before they boarded. Just introduce me, and that will suffice, G1 replied, continuing her stride. Honestly, I can't fathom you. Anna suddenly shot G1 a serious look, halting before a door, the raucous music barely muffled by the barrier. The moment the door swung open, a radiant smile bloomed on Anna's face. Chapter 6. Ji Huaying. With G1 studying abroad, Ji Yingchen also began to make strides internationally, particularly in M country. Despite encountering numerous obstacles, the Chinny Group continued to flourish. With Anna's introduction and the backing of the Chinny Group, people were generally accommodating towards her. During their conversations, she expressed her desire to travel to Africa to manage some family business and engage in charitable endeavors, requiring various supplies. Being astute individuals, they offered her several suggestions. G1 collected numerous business cards, indicating her intent to follow up later. Recognizing her need for supplies, several attendees recommended reliable suppliers. She built rapport with a few affluent individuals, exchanging contact information as they departed. Among those present, some sought collaboration with her and the Chinny Group, demonstrating sincere interest, while others viewed her as an opportunity to profit due to her perceived naivete. A few others, not lacking anything, merely sought to make a new friend. Despite their differing motives, all fell within G1's acceptable range. With her objectives nearly achieved, G1 intended to meet the managers she had invited to the yacht. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the raucous sounds emanating from another room, interspersed with heart-wrenching cries for help. What room is that? G1 inquired of Anna. That room houses individuals I requested my brother to invite. The fields they are involved in are beyond my comfort zone. You should proceed with caution, Anna replied, her expression growing serious. No need to worry. It's merely about making acquaintances, G1 reassured her. It is not that she is particularly eager to befriend this individual, but through the door, she glimpses someone being bullied inside, one of the many she had invited onto her yacht. Clearly, this room is not where she intended for them to wait. And since they have entered, they must accept the consequences. However, she has yet to see the person involved. What if they possess some skill? In any case, it would not require much effort, so she might as well take a look. With this thought in mind, G1 pushed open the door. The moment the door swung open, the raucous room fell eerily silent, and all eyes within turned toward the entrance. The crude and chaotic murmurs assaulted her senses. Ah, how amusing! Two young ladies have arrived, providing new entertainment. Excellent. One can only hope to gain some advantage. Yet another foolhardy soul has come to meddle. Although the room fell quiet, the thoughts of its occupants remained tumultuous, rife with many unsavory remarks. Upon entering, G1 immediately spotted the figure sprawled on the floor. A white man, looking rather past his youth. Help me, he pleaded, trembling as he lay on the ground at the far end of the room. A man with a cigarette pinched between his fingers merely glanced disdainfully toward the door, his gaze lingering on Ji-won. Without wavering, he extinguished the cigarette, rising to approach her. The dimly lit room was filled with discordant sounds. Some were singing, others gambling, and a few indulging in powders, an atmosphere best described as suffocatingly smoky. "Beautiful lady, care to join us?" A tattooed white man called out to Ji-won, and Ji-won ignored him. While Anna calmly engaged in conversation with the man, Ji-won moved closer to the person lying on the ground, crouching beside him. She gently turned his head, her healing energy emanating from her. The man's consciousness brightened slightly. "Help me," the middle-aged man weakly implored. "What will I gain by helping you?" Ji-won asked, still crouching beside him. "Anything you wish, as long as you save me," he stammered. Ji-won remained unfazed by the shouting of the white man behind her, who, in a fit of rage, reached out to grab her hair, only to be thwarted by a bodyguard clad in a black suit. The man clenched his fist, ready to retaliate, but his fury dissipated when a dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. "Won-ee, what brings you here?" A tall man draped in a black coat stepped out from the shadows. Extending a hand to help Ji-won up, his voice gentle, he possessed a ruggedly handsome face, his complexion healthy, and beneath his thick brows, his deep-set eyes bore a hint of displeasure as they focused on Ji-won. "Brother Huaying, I came to attend Anna's banquet. We were just next door," Ji-won replied, surprised to see him. Ji Huaying had been rescued from overseas with Ji Yingshan during their childhood, and he had grown up alongside Ji Yingshan and Ji-won. He was known for his somber demeanor and ruthless methods, yet he reserved his genuine affection solely for the Ji family, having been nurtured alongside Ji Yingshan under the tutelage of the Ji patriarch. He managed the clandestine aspects of the family business while Ji Yingshan oversaw the overt operations. He was one of the Ji family's trump cards and Ji Yingshan's right-hand man. "Next door?" Ji Huaying murmured, as his companions had already assessed the surrounding circumstances. Upon hearing their leader's confusion, one immediately reported to him. Once he understood the situation next door, the furrow in Ji Huaying's brow relaxed as he extended his hand. "Now that you're here, would you like to come in and sit for a while? It has been a while since we last met." "Sure," Ji-won replied, placing her hand in his palm. Observing that the situation was under control, Anna discreetly excused herself. With Ji-won's arrival, the previous atmosphere in the room could no longer be maintained. Ji Huang's associates began to usher out those who had been lingering inside. Soon, only Ji Huaying, Ji-won, and an injured man bleeding profusely on the floor remained. "And who is this?" Ji Huaying inquired, glancing at the man on the ground, confusion etched on his face. "Someone who might be useful to me. I'm not certain of his value yet, but I doubt he will die anytime soon," Ji-won replied, unconcerned. "Perhaps useful? In that case, Ishua, take him away and handle the situation," Ji Huaying commanded his assistant. "Understood." The bodyguard who had been by Ji Huaying's side stepped forward, promptly taking the man away. "Why are you still here in country and not in the laboratory? Your brother is quite worried about you," Ji Huaying said, his face filled with concern. "Brother, I have found a way to save him. I am acquiring resources abroad and will return soon. After all, certain things are not easily managed domestically," Ji-won replied, not wanting to cause her family undue worry. "Though some secrets could not be divulged, just YETDO as you wish, but be cautious. The atmosphere in country has been tense lately. Do not overreach," Ji Huaying advised, ruffling her hair affectionately. "By the way, how did you end up in country?" Ji-won asked. "Aunt called back to say you had left the laboratory, and since I was nearby on business in neighboring countries, I thought I would drop by to see you. It's been a year, and our young lady seems to have changed a bit," Ji Huaying remarked, his gaze filled with warmth. "It's getting late. Shall I escort you back?" Ji Huaying inquired, in no rush. "I still need to meet a few people, and your presence will be helpful," Ji-won replied without hesitation. "Very well then, I might as well see what scheme you are up to," Ji Huaying said, shooting her a knowing glance. Chapter 7. Foreseeing the future, Ji-won and Ji Huaying entered the venue they had agreed upon. As they stepped inside, the music was elegant, embodying the most typical atmosphere of a banquet. However, only a handful of individuals were present. Regardless of the environment, it could not alter their palpable anxiety. They had received a mysterious electronic invitation claiming a business deal worth over 100 million was to be discussed. Had it not been for the official seal of the Chun-E Group on the invitation, they would never have believed it. Yet, upon arriving, they discovered they were not the only invitees. Their competitors were also present. As they fidgeted in discomfort, the great door swung open with a resounding click. A gracefully poised young woman entered, accompanied by a tall man. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience," Ji-won greeted with a smile. All eyes turned toward her. "The invitation was sent by me, and naturally, I have business to discuss with you all." Releasing her hold on Ji Huaying, she continued, "Huaying, please wait for me a moment." Ji Huaying nodded and moved to sit at the far end of the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our discussion," Ji-won declared. Once Ji Huaying had departed, Ji-won's demeanor shifted dramatically, her smile morphing into a more dangerous expression. "What business do you wish to discuss with us?" A gentlemanly white man inquired, raising his glass of red wine, "That I hope each of you can utilize your expertise to gather a batch of resources for me. I will accept whatever quantity you can procure. As for your commission, I will pay half the value of the resources you gather," Ji-won stated. "Do not think of trying to deceive me. If you do not wish to collaborate, you may leave at once without coercion. However, should I discover any trickery on your part, I, along with the Chun-E group, will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Though Ji-won spoke with a smile, her eyes were icy. And no one doubted the sincerity of her words. The Chun-E group was a law-abiding conglomerate domestically, but abroad, under Ji Huaying's management, it had become a formidable organization that struck fear into the hearts of criminal syndicates. "Why do you need so many resources?" someone curiously inquired. "You only need to inform me whether or not you can assist. As for my purpose, it is not a secret. I plan to establish an apocalyptic base for those who adhere to doomsday theories, attracting wealthy believers to purchase residences there. Therefore, while gathering resources, it would be beneficial to prioritize food, medicine, and high-tech solutions for various extreme weather conditions and emergencies. There have been wealthy individuals abroad who have created similar apocalyptic bases." Her endeavor was hardly unprecedented. That is feasible, but given the current climate in country, it may be challenging to procure such large quantities of resources. "Could we first store them in another country, such as neighboring Canada?" the gentleman suggested, raising his glass toward her. "Any country will suffice as long as I receive the goods," Ji-won replied, raising her glass in response. "In the time to come, not only would she await their resources, but she also planned to leave country to gather supplies worldwide." "Miss Ji, may our collaboration be fruitful," the man proclaimed, downing his drink in a show of camaraderie. "To a successful partnership. By the way, the time frame is 2 months. After that, our collaboration will terminate, and we will settle your commissions. Once the resources are ready, you may contact me at any time, and I will arrange for their collection." With that, she stood to take her leave. "Wait, according to your requirements, our initial funding for purchasing the resources may be insufficient," someone called out as she turned to depart. "I almost forgot. The initial startup funds will be transferred to you shortly. Given your achievements today, I trust you all have integrity. Should you abscond with the funds, you will face not only international police pursuit, but also the wrath of underground assassins." "Very well, I have nothing more to discuss. You all may return and prepare." Having spoken, Ji-won approached Ji Huaying. "Huaying, go. Let us depart." Just as they were about to leave the cruise ship, Ji-won sought out Anna and handed her a velvet box. "Thank you." Upon receiving the box, Anna's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. It had been an hour since the cruise ship docked, with a journey of 2 hours and a half-hour stopover, during which some could disembark while others could board. After this half hour, the cruise would set sail once more. The sea breeze tousled Ji-won's red dress and unraveled her hair, while she draped Ji Huaying's black coat over her shoulders. With one hand clutching her skirt at the slit, and the other brushing away hair that obscured her vision, she navigated the elements. Ji Huaying walked ahead, frequently glancing back to assist her. A black Maybach approached and halted by the roadside. Ji Huaying opened the rear door, and Ji-won entered the car as if it were second nature. As for her own vehicle, Ji Huaying would take care of it. Leaning against the plush leather seat of the Maybach, Ji-won closed her eyes, and a vivid scene suddenly unfolded in her mind. The sound of an explosion shattered the stillness of the night. The black Maybach engulfed in flames amidst a cacophony of gunfire and splattering blood. The imagery shifted to a spacious, brightly lit villa, where a rotund middle-aged man gestured toward Ji Yingchen, who sat in a wheelchair, speaking fervently. Point 2 strikingly similar. Upon hearing Ji-won's response, Ji Huaying displayed a satisfied smile. The country has never been a favorable place for individuals to thrive. The government's restrictions on the development of Chinese nationals are quite substantial. The Chun-E group has exerted considerable effort to establish a foothold in country, and even to this day, the funds expended there have yet to be recouped. With Wang Yi's departure from M country, the subsequent matters concerning the Chun E group would be far simpler to manage. After returning to her room, Jiwani casually gathered a few articles of clothing and placed them into her suitcase before making her way to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she activated one of her abilities, causing countless droplets of water to swirl around her, gradually coalescing into a stream. She gazed intently at her reflection in the mirror as the droplets she had summoned flowed across the floor towards the drain. Being expelled from the room. As she continued to apply her power, the water encircling her expanded, overwhelming even the bathtub and the drain's outlet simultaneously. When her exertion reached 80%, her pupils gradually turned crimson. 80% of her strength represented her limit. Earlier, while in the car, her mental focus had been intensely directed outward, and when she had moved the bomb, she had unleashed all her strength. This had drawn the attention of Yishua. Henceforth, she could only utilize up to 50% of her power, ensuring she retained a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Having settled this in her mind, Jiwani used the water she had conjured to wash herself. After changing into her pajamas, she lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and allowed her consciousness to sink into the space she had created. Within this expanse, a stark white void extended infinitely, with only a few items she had carelessly discarded lying forlornly on the ground. The height of this space was indeterminate, a product of her last infusion of serum, and it was significantly larger than before. Furthermore, she sensed that this was not her limit, should this space prove insufficient. She could further expand it herself. If the apocalyptic realm of abilities had a pinnacle, she was that pinnacle. She did not intend to conceal this from Ji Ying-chun and Ji Huaying. Yet neither would she divulge everything. To secure Ji Ying-chun's cooperation in her treatment, her healing ability would be impossible to hide. She could claim to have been scratched by a dazed child on her way to the laboratory. But she had not transformed into a zombie. Instead, she had awakened her healing powers. As for the information regarding the apocalypse, it had come to her during her coma while awakening her abilities. And it was only when certain events occurred that she realized it was a prophetic dream. If she wished to gather supplies freely with her brothers, she would inevitably have to mention the space. But how should she approach the topic? Jiwani suddenly recalled a fantasy novel she had read years ago, where the female protagonist possessed a space that assisted in cultivation or the growth of spiritual herbs. The ancestral piece of red jade from the Ji family was now in her possession. It was said that red jade, upon encountering blood, could transform into a space. As a staunch believer in socialism, she found this notion utterly absurd. Yet, the space indeed existed, and it was vast, much larger than what one would typically possess upon the initial awakening of spatial abilities. With that thought, she cast aside her reservations. On April 10, the sound of Ji Huaying's knock roused her from her reverie. After breakfast, they boarded the Ji family's private plane, embarking on their journey back home to Hua country. Before boarding, Jiwani, with her phone in hand, deftly transferred $50 million as startup capital into the accounts of those individuals with whom she had previously negotiated. 3 minutes later, a knock echoed on the door of the acting president's office in M country. Sir, just minutes ago, the funds from Dr. Bottles and the former president's personal accounts, as well as all laboratory accounts, have been completely siphoned off, divided into several portions, and distributed into the account of nearly 10 billion individuals worldwide. Collectively, around $50 billion has vanished without a trace. Strangely enough, neither the banks nor the accounts receiving these funds detected any anomalies, as if that $50 billion had simply evaporated into thin air. A well-dressed secretary, exuding professionalism, pushed the door open to report. Have you managed to contact reliable technicians to investigate? The acting president, who had been engrossed in paperwork, turned pale and immediately set aside his work to follow the secretary out. The government and bank staff noticed nothing amiss. Even the hackers we brought in found nothing. The secretary continued to relay updates as they left. Chaos reigned once more in the Orange Palace. After Jiwani completed the transfers, she remained completely composed. This was merely the beginning. Although she had only invested $10 billion into the laboratory, the funds expended by the Chin E group to penetrate M country and the energy her brother had invested were far from being solved by that $50 billion. Chapter 9. Return home after a 13-hour flight. The Ji family's private plane touched down at their airport on the afternoon of the 11th. The National Meteorological Administration had discovered and reported the impending Typhoon Satan the previous day. While everything appeared normal on the surface, relevant departments had begun preparations and taken action behind the scenes. They awaited the next event to unfold, but many officials subconsciously believed and quietly prepared. The arrival of the Ji family's plane did not attract any attention. Ji Wanyi's return home was not disclosed to anyone. She intended to surprise Ji Ying-chun, but in truth, She wished to avoid alarming those with malicious intentions. The convoy sent to retrieve Ji Huaying had long been waiting outside, led by Ji Yingchen's secretary, Ziyu. Upon seeing Ji Wanyi accompanying Ji Huaying, Ziyu's usually stoic face betrayed a hint of astonishment. "Miss, I am at a loss for words." Ziyu's secretary, "How is my brother?" Ji Wanyi smiled at him before inquiring. "Chairman Ji is doing well. He has been quite concerned about you, now that you have returned. He will undoubtedly feel better," Ziyu replied sincerely, his genuine happiness for his employer evident. With Miss Wanyi back, Chairman Ji can set aside his worries, and his health should improve. Moreover, with you watching over him, he is likely to be more proactive during treatment. Otherwise, I fear he might not last until your return. Ziyu's inner thoughts echoed in Ji Wanyi's ears. "All right, let us return home to see Big Brother," Ji Huaying said cheerfully, giving Ziyu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Ji Wanyi and Ji Huaying climbed into Ziyu's car, which then drove toward the Ji family's estate. Congratulations and prosperity awaited the Ji family. At that moment, Ji Yingchen was in his study, immersed in paperwork. "Young master, there is a visitor," the butler announced as he entered. "Who?" Ji Yingchen, engrossed in a pile of documents, did not lift his head. This was the Ji family's private residence. He had never entertained anyone here, and logically, no one should have been able to find this place. "It is Mr. Zhang Feiren," the butler replied, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Do not let him in." Ji Yingchen's pallid complexion turned icy in an instant, his voice devoid of hesitation. "Understood," the butler bowed and exited. Once the butler left, Ji Yingchen found himself unable to concentrate on the documents any longer. The mere mention of that name ignited a simmering rage within him. Casting aside the papers, he turned his wheelchair and descended to the first floor via the elevator. "Butler, has Ziyu picked up Huaying?" Ji Yingchen's voice trailed off in the living room. "Who let you in here?" Ji Yingchen nearly ground his teeth in fury. "Unfilial son, I am your biological father." A middle-aged man sat comfortably on the limited edition custom sofa in the living room, his enormous belly straining against his cheap suit's buttons. Without a hint of decorum, he exhaled smoke in the living room, and upon seeing Ji Yingchen, his already volatile eyes flared with anger as he berated him loudly. "I told you not to see him." Ji Yingchen turned to the butler standing nearby, his expression darkening. Although he did not raise his voice, it sent a chill down the butler's spine. "Young master, Mr. Zhang is, after all, your and Miss Ji's father. Your health is failing, and in the future, Miss Wanyi will need her father to care for her. Surely he won't neglect his own daughter, and you can rest assured." The butler bowed deeply to Ji Yingchen. "When did my affairs become yours to meddle in?" Ji Yingchen retorted coldly, his voice frosty enough to freeze. Cough, cough. The smoke lingering in the living room made Ji Yingchen cough involuntarily. He felt a heaviness in his chest, and dizziness began to cloud his vision. Ji Yingchen inwardly cursed his own weakness. Even such a trivial matter left him feeling overwhelmed. Yet the situation was far from over. As two young and attractive individuals standing beside Zhang Feiren turned their ire towards Ji Yingchen. "Big brother, we are ultimately family. How can you say such things? If Wanyi were to marry in the future, wouldn't she need the support of her family behind her?" The young man, clad in a flamboyant shirt, looked at Ji Yingchen with a scornful expression. "Indeed, big brother, we are family. It's one thing not to assist when the Zhang family is in trouble. But now that you are unwell and the Chun E group is struggling, you're considering selling it without thinking of your own family." A young woman, strikingly similar to the young man, chimed in to support him. At this moment, Ji Yingchen had recovered slightly. The trio's remarks nearly provoked him to laughter. "Ha, do not call me big brother. It makes me feel sick. Furthermore, my Wanyi has long since come of age and does not require a guardian. You are not worthy to assume that role. Even if I were to die, Wanyi would not need your concern. I will ensure she has enough wealth to live freely for several lifetimes. And Huaying will protect her. If you still harbor intentions of harming her, I would not mind arranging for a few individuals to accompany me in death." Ji Yingchen spoke calmly while seated in his wheelchair. "Rui Xian, dispose of him." Despite his physical discomfort, Ji Yingchen urged his bodyguard to throw the man out. "Ji Yingchen, I am your biological father. You have an obligation to support me. Today, I shall fulfill my duty as a father and teach you, an ungrateful son, a proper lesson." Zhang Feiren exclaimed, leaping up from the sofa and throwing the spent cigarette butt at Ji Yingchen, preparing to strike. Two bodyguards swiftly intervened, restraining Zhang Feiren. The attention of everyone was fixed on him. Zhang Feiren's twin exchanged glances, gradually maneuvering around the bodyguards to approach Ji Yingchen. If Ji Yingchen were to suddenly perish, their father could contend with Ji Wan for the inheritance and seize control of the Chen E group. Their mother had mentioned that Ji Yingchen was in frail health. They merely needed to push him to the ground, and that should suffice to end his life. The scent of smoke lingered in the living room, causing Ji Ancient to cough uncontrollably, oblivious to the two scheming individuals drawing near. "Brother, I beg you, let them release our father. His health is poor," Zhang Huaixin cried out, sprinting towards Ji Ancient. Ji Ancient, tears in his eyes from coughing, could not discern the person rushing towards him. The bodyguards beside him had mostly followed Zhuyu to greet Ji Huaying's arrival. Apart from the guards stationed at the entrance, only two remained inside, both occupied with Zhang Feiren. As Zhang Huaixin was about to shove Ji Ancient, the gleam in Zhang Feiren and Zhang Huaifei's eyes could not be concealed. After Zhang Huaixin pushed, Zhang Huaifei charged forward for another shove, ensuring that even if Ji Ancient did not die, he would suffer greatly. With their anticipation growing, just as Zhang Huaixin was about to collide with Ji Ancient, the wheelchair was suddenly turned, causing Zhang Huaixin to miss his target. Simultaneously, a transparent barrier manifested in the air. Zhang Huaixin, exerting all his strength, crashed into it with a resounding thud, falling to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. With such a flat surface, how could you fall like that? "Are you three here today just to stage a scene?" Ji Wani appeared behind Ji Ancient, firmly grasping Ji Huaying's wheelchair handle, her gaze icy as she regarded the Zhang family trio. "Yxin. Huaifei." Zhang Feiren cried out in shock, continuing his charge towards Ji Wani and Ji Ancient. Just then, Ji Huaying and Zhuyu entered through the door and witnessed Zhang Huaifei's reckless advance. Alarmed, Ji Huaying grabbed an antique military knife from the wall by the entrance. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the blade and hurled it at Zhang Huaifei. The hilt slipped from her grip, and the long knife pierced Zhang Huaifei's body. He paused for a moment, glancing at his father, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed. "Yxin. Huaifei, what are you doing? Murder is a crime." Zhang Feiren wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Huaying, handle this." The chaos was overwhelming, and given Ji Ancient's poor health, Ji Wani pushed him away. "Miss Wani, we must take Director Ji to the hospital," Zhuyu exclaimed. Startled, ready to drive. "No need," Ji Ancient interjected weakly. Once Ji Wani stood beside him, she activated her healing ability, gently alleviating Ji Ancient's condition without causing any significant changes. "Wani, you finally decided to return, just moments ago. I thought I would never see you again." Ji Ancient, having coughed violently, felt somewhat relieved now, blood still staining the corners of his mouth, his entire being slumped in the wheelchair. "I'm sorry, brother. I caused you worry. This time, I won't leave so easily." Ji Wani assisted Ji Ancient to his room, helping him lie down on the bed. After the commotion, Ji Ancient had reached his limit, and under the soothing influence of Ji Wani's abilities, he quickly fell asleep. Not long after Ji Ancient had settled down, Ji Huaying and Zhuyu entered as well. To avoid disturbing her sleeping brother, Ji Wani gestured for them to speak outside. "Wani, how's brother?" Ji Huaying inquired with concern. "They have pushed him to his limits. Now that he is asleep, he will be fine." "Huaying, those four must be dealt with, leaving no traces behind. I am not well versed in business matters. So the Zhang family's company will be entrusted to Secretaries Wu," Ji Wani stated with remarkable composure. "Rest assured, your brother Huaying has navigated the international waters for many years. He knows what to do. As long as brother is fine, I will be at ease. The Zhang family is easy to manage. Director Ji has already arranged the means to eliminate them, merely awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As for the former steward, he hasn't been entirely honest during his years with the Ji family. The boss has turned a blind eye out of respect for his age. Now, resolving this will not lack for evidence." Zhuyu explained the solution, his gaze remaining warm and unwavering. After sending the two off to handle matters, Ji Wani personally cooked a pot of congee and waited by Ji Ancient's bedside for him to awaken. Under the calming influence of Ji Wani's abilities, Ji Ancient slept soundly, only waking to find it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. "Brother, how do you feel?" Ji Wani had been by his side, and upon seeing him awake, she helped him sit up. "Much better," Ji Ancient replied truthfully. Under the treatment of the healing abilities, he had not felt this comfortable in a long time. Ji Ancient was puzzled by this improvement in his condition. As he was well aware of his frail body, it seemed that after a single night's rest, a portion of his deteriorated health had been restored. "Wani, you mentioned that you had found a way to save me. Is this what you meant? How did you accomplish this?" Ji Ancient, sensing the changes in his body, was filled with curiosity. "What kind of technology could allow my failing body to recover nearly half after just a night's sleep? Does such technology truly exist in Country M? Why had we not heard of it despite our extensive investigations?" Ji Ancient's thoughts echoed in Ji Wani's mind. "Brother, this is not technology from Country M. It is merely my ability," Ji Wani replied with a smile, rising to fetch a fruit knife from the basket. In Ji-Anchen's shocked gaze, she drew the sharp blade across her palm. "Wani, no," Ji-Anchen exclaimed anxiously, watching as the blade pierced her hand, flesh parting to reveal crimson blood. Yet, almost immediately, the wound began to heal, leaving no trace behind. How is this possible? Ji-Anchen grasped Ji-Wani's hand, inspecting it closely. Unable to conceal his astonishment, fearing that he might contract the zombie virus from her blood, Ji-Wani hurriedly healed her injury. "Wani, why is this happening? Are you all right? Where does your healing energy come from? And will it affect your life?" Ji-Anchen panicked. While the healing ability was miraculous, he could not feel joy at the realization that it belonged to Ji-Wani. He had learned in middle school that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred from one place to another. When Ji-Wani healed others, was she not depleting her own life force or paying another price? "Brother, don't panic. I'm fine. Remember when I told you about the apocalypse? While I was out gathering supplies after leaving the laboratory, I encountered a little girl wandering alone in a small town. Out of kindness, I called to her. However, when I rolled down the window, she lunged at me like a rabid beast that I reacted quickly enough to avoid her bite, but my arm was scratched. Not long after, I felt dizzy while driving and managed to pull over to a secluded spot before losing consciousness." Ji-Wani recounted her fabricated experience with ease, knowing that everything related to her had been destroyed, leaving Ji-Anchen with no means to investigate. The arrival of the apocalypse had granted humanity a glimmer of hope, abilities. Those who were weak could not withstand the strain and would turn into zombies after being infected. However, if they could endure, even if they did not awaken their abilities, their physical condition would improve significantly. I mentioned in the report about the apocalypse that a storm laden with viruses would herald the dawn of a new era. In the beginning, the virus in the rain was both abundant and fierce. Anyone who came into contact with it would inevitably transform into a zombie, and those zombies would grow even stronger when drenched in the rain. The fleeting opportunity for humanity arose at 2 o'clock on the midnight following 3 days of relentless rain. When the torrential downpour had finally ceased, giving way to a gentle drizzle. At that moment, the toxic elements in the rain were significantly diminished, yet the latent energy contained within was remarkably potent. Provided that no mishap occurred, anyone who had been caught in the rain would randomly awaken one or more extraordinary abilities. However, given my brother's current state of health, even if the virus was weakened by that time, he would still struggle to endure. Therefore, brother, for the sake of our future, will you cooperate with me? Let us gather supplies and enhance our physical condition to the point where we can awaken our abilities before the apocalypse arrives." Ji-Won clenched her brother's hand, her gaze sincere as she looked at him. By the way, speaking of supplies, doesn't the Ji family possess an ancestral piece of red jade that I have? After awakening my abilities, the entire world felt surreal. Thus, I attempted, much like in novels, to let my blood drip onto the red jade, and miraculously, it indeed opened up a vast space. Ji-Won continued to fabricate her tale, a hint of guilt flickering within her. "What?" Ji-Anchen gasped in astonishment. Chapter 11. Ji-Anchen's preparations. That space is immense, and certain areas even possess the ability to halt time. By the way, here is the porridge I made for you today. Ji-Anchen's health had deteriorated over the years, making it common for him to eat while lying in bed. Ji-Won pulled over a movable bedside table, gesturing toward it, and a bowl of steaming lean meat porridge materialized before them. Ji-Anchen stared at the suddenly appeared porridge, stunned for a while, muttering, "I must still be dreaming." He closed his eyes and lay back down. "Brother, this is all real. It really hurts when you cut your hand." Ji-Won said with a resigned smile as she pulled him up. As Ji-Anchen was lifted, he still couldn't believe it until he pinched his nearly emaciated arm, feeling the pain before accepting the truth. "All right, Won, I didn't know where you were getting your information from, but everything you mentioned has been corroborated. Though it's hard to believe, I will prep as soon as Ji-Wani's question escaped her lips. She had yet to slow down when a figure emerged from the shadows ahead, standing by the roadside and signaling them to halt. "Comrade, there is an exercise taking place up ahead. Please take a detour." "All right, thank you, comrade." Ji-Wani politely expressed her gratitude, yet her mental energy had already begun to probe in that direction. It was strange. Everything seemed normal on the way here, and now they were confronted with an exercise on the return. As she unleashed her mental energy, she sensed several zombie auras emanating from the woods near a village ahead. Surrounding these zombies were fully armed soldiers, including armed police, special operations teams, and chemical defense troops. Even the very road they were on had a dozen soldiers lying in ambush. However, despite their meticulous preparations, there were still some that had slipped through the cracks and were heading in their direction. This was likely the first operation of Huagua, and these soldiers were oblivious to the nature of what they faced. The zombies they encountered were not even classified as basic zombies. They moved sluggishly and had not formed cores. This meant that the weak flow of zombie energy coursing through them was difficult to disrupt, making them hard to eliminate. Moreover, these zombies exhibited no life signs, no matter how advanced their equipment. It could only detect the living, leaving ample room for oversight when faced with the undead. G1 shifted into reverse, and just as she was about to release the brake, she glanced at the serious-looking soldier and said, "Hey, comrade, it seems someone is approaching from that direction, and it looks like a child." G1 saw clearly that it was not a child, but rather a dismembered body. She turned on the vehicle's high beams, illuminating a figure that staggered and stumbled toward the edge of the light. As the figure came closer, Ji Huang, along with the young soldier beside the vehicle, and the soldiers lying in ambush on both sides of the road, all discerned the true nature of the approaching entity. It was an adult male, his eye socket sunken, half his face devoid of flesh, blood smeared around his mouth, and he was crawling on the ground with his hands. Having lost both legs, his abdomen was hollowed out, intestines and internal organs spilling forth. The path he traversed was marked by a winding trail of blood, a grim testament to his movement. The zombies the leader gazed at G1E, expressing gratitude as he spoke. "I am not entirely certain. I have only encountered that one instance. At that time, nation was in turmoil, and I was quite frightened by those occurrences, which prompted my return to my homeland. I initially believed it to be an issue exclusive to nation, only to discover that similar troubles exist domestically. However, I am genuinely pleased to be of assistance to you." Before G1 departed, the leader cautioned her, "Miss G, the events of today are extraordinary. To prevent causing panic, I kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating this information. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip," she replied. As they journeyed home, G1 was behind the wheel while Ji Huang remained unusually silent. Was that truly a zombie? G1, did you only witness it in nation? The extent of G1's understanding of the apocalypse led Ji Huang to harbor doubts. "Indeed, that was a zombie. I did not simply observe. The sole survivor I previously mentioned is myself," G1 stated calmly. Ji Huang's pupils widened again, disbelief etched across her face, with a mixture of concern and tenderness. Ji Huang gazed at her sister. It was merely a day of discomfort, yet it bore unexpected fortune. Not only did I gain knowledge of the apocalypse, but I also awakened my abilities. "I believe it was worth it," G1 responded with a smile. "Is that space your ability?" Ji Huang inquired. "The space is not my ability. My power is healing, which is precisely why I assured you that my brother would be fine. The space was unlocked using the ancestral jade pendant of the Ji family after I awakened my abilities. It can store a multitude of items, and part of its interior remains static, suitable for preserving food and medicine. As for the prophecies, those emerged in my dreams during the awakening of my powers," G1 patiently explained. "Aside from our eldest brother, please refrain from discussing this matter with anyone else, including your own abilities." Ji Huang's gaze grew resolute. Upon returning to the Ji residence, Ji Chun had already risen from bed and was seated in the living room, making phone calls one after another. A world map was projected on the wall of the living room. "Now that you're back, let us discuss the arrangements ahead. First and foremost, collecting supplies and preparing our living base are equally important. Once the apocalypse begins, even if Huan Nation is prepared, the awakening of powers will inevitably stir discontent among some. As the national capital, Kyoto will undoubtedly establish the largest base post-apocalypse, and it will be at the center of a power struggle. We cannot remain in Kyoto, and with the melting glaciers and rising sea levels, coastal cities are also unsuitable. In province, located 3 hours by car from Ming City, we have developed a villa area in the mountainous region. It is nearly completed and has yet to be sold. I plan to send someone to renovate it for our base." Ji Chen elaborated on his plans. "Indeed, it is prudent to distance ourselves from Kyoto. They adequately prepared without coveting power, so there was no need to remain at the center of the storm. Well, we still have some time. I will be going abroad tomorrow, and there are supplies that need to be gathered." Listening to her brother's plans, Ji Huang felt a sense of calm settle within her, her thoughts becoming clearer. There is no rush. The typhoon is about to make landfall. A few days' delay will not matter. There is no need for the doctor to make a house call tomorrow. Once Hope Hospital replenishes their stock of medicines, we can go directly to the hospital. Hope Hospital, being a privately owned establishment by the Ji family, was ideally suited for collecting medications. G1, how long do you think it will take for me to recover? Ji Chen finally remembered to inquire about his health. "Brother, healing your leg and body is not difficult. A single day will suffice. However, your body has not engaged in physical activity for quite some time. To restore it to a normal state, or even enhance it to the robust condition of Huaying, will require rehabilitation and training. In the apocalypse, the healthier the body, the stronger the awakened abilities. Thus, we must take our time. During the next couple of days while the typhoon approaches, we will remain at home. And I will assist you in restoring your bodily functions and treating the injuries to your spine. G1E reassured him. It's fine. I am not in a hurry. I will follow your arrangements. Ji Ying-chun responded calmly, though his trembling hands betrayed him. Chapter 14. The initial plans. April 12. Across television channels, mobile applications, and various radio broadcasts, alerts warned coastal residents of an impending super typhoon, urging them to prioritize safety and avoid going outside. The G residents in the capital, Ji1E, awoke to find Ji Huaying had already returned from his morning exercise, bringing breakfast for both her and Ji Ying-chun. Ji Ying-chun, having suffered from illness, had not enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep and was still slumbering. It was only after Ji1E finished her breakfast that Ji Ying-chun emerged, pushing his wheelchair and cradling a laptop. Elder brother appears to be looking much better, Ji Huaying remarked. Ji1E smiled but remained silent. Once breakfast was concluded, she began to assist Ji Ying-chun in repairing his spine. The process was somewhat uncomfortable. As Ji1E channeled her healing abilities, Ji Ying-chun lay on the bed, his body experiencing a mixture of tingling and pain, rendering him immobile. He endured this for 3 hours. The more his spinal nerves healed, the greater the pain he felt, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness. Seeing Ji Ying-chun faint, Ji1E felt a slight relief. Fainting is preferable. This way, he will not suffer. And I can intensify the output of my healing abilities. Ji Ying-chun awoke to the sound of thunder. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, as if he had been completely disassembled and reassembled. Checking his phone on the bedside table, he realized it was already 7 in the evening. Are you hungry? We have been waiting for you to wake up to eat together, Ji1E said. Entering the room and leaning against the wall with a smile, try moving your legs. They have been well cared for over the years, and the muscle atrophy is not severe. You should be able to walk outside. Ji1E encouraged, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, Ji Ying-chun replied. With effort, he sat up from the bed, using his waist to maneuver his legs, placing his feet directly on the ground without shoes. At that moment, Ji Huaying entered the room as well. The siblings supported him on either side. Ji Ying-chun exerted himself, rising from the bed. After a moment to steady himself, he signaled for Ji1E and Ji Huaying to release him. Once they stepped back, Ji Ying-chun swayed slightly but quickly regained his balance, standing at the edge of the bed for an extended period, after calming his excitement, under the expectant gazes of his brother and sister. Ji Ying-chun finally took a step forward. It had been so long since he had walked. Even with his body restored, his legs were not as agile and strong as they once were. The first step nearly caused him to stumble due to his unsteady center of gravity. Fortunately, Ji Huaying and Ji1E were right beside him. Brother, you are all right now, but take it slowly. For your first time standing, let me and Huaying support you, Ji1E said, stepping forward to assist him. Okay. Ji Ying-chun could feel the sensations returning to his legs. He truly was recovering and would be able to remain by his siblings' sides for a longer time. To celebrate your recovery, let us have hot pot for dinner. Entering the dining room, the rich aroma of hot pot enveloped them. Ji Ying-chun had not been able to indulge in such cuisine for a decade due to his health restrictions, and he felt a surge of anticipation. During dinner, Ji Ying-chun's phone rang incessantly, each call blending into the next. Meanwhile, in a quarantined medical room, Lin Qingyun slowly regained consciousness. His hands and feet remained bound to the iron bed, and there was no one else around. 3 armed special forces soldiers kept a vigilant watch over him. Upon noticing his movement, the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, unsure if he had transformed into a zombie. Lin Qingyun opened his eyes to find 3 dark gun barrels aimed at him. Put those away. I should not be a zombie, he said, slightly dazed but relieved. Captain, are you really all right? Don't move. I will fetch a doctor, one of the young soldiers exclaimed upon seeing him awake. Lin Qingyun felt not only fine, but also filled with an immense vitality. A gentle movement of his limbs caused the handcuffs to snap apart with a few sharp sounds. The 3 young soldiers jumped back, raising their weapons once more. What the hell? When did these things start skimping on quality? I didn't even exert myself. Lin Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment as he sat up on the bed. Captain, don't move, the soldiers urged, still visibly tense. Moments later, a doctor and several military leaders approached. Even the military doctor hesitated to approach too closely. "Qing-yun, how are you feeling?" a commanding officer inquired from a distance. "I feel a bit strange. I'm burning up all over," Lin Qing-yun replied after sitting on the bed for a while. Besides feeling an abundance of energy, he sensed a fire within him. Upon further introspection, he realized that this burning sensation was controllable. He focused on condensing all that heat into his fingertips. At the moment he lifted his hand, a sudden burst occurred that a small cluster of flames erupted from his fingertips, leaving everyone around him wide-eyed in astonishment. The chaos of the troops was beyond comprehension. Yet after dinner, Ji Wani and Ji Huaying accompanied Ji Yingshan in his rehabilitation efforts, blissfully unaware of the myriad of news overshadowed by the typhoon. Among those reports, one particularly alarming update surfaced. The chairman of the Zhang family was wanted for embezzlement and tax evasion, having fled abroad with his entire family. Whether they truly absconded with the funds remains uncertain, but they are undoubtedly no longer within the country, and their current state of existence is equally ambiguous. Even if Ji Wani were to encounter them, she would merely remark, "Brother Huaying and Secretary Zhua are indeed efficient in their work." Ji Yingshan's health had improved, yet his body remained frail from prolonged inactivity. With the support of his younger siblings, he managed to circle the living room, breaking into a sweat after just an hour or two. "You should also change your clothes. Let me take a shower and then I'll take you out," Ji Yingshan panted, before maneuvering his wheelchair back to his room. For individuals with disabilities, being in a wheelchair can be a tragedy. However, for someone who is otherwise able-bodied, it can sometimes be quite comfortable. Moreover, Ji Yingshan had grown accustomed to the wheelchair and was required to maintain the facade of being a person with disabilities for a while longer, which made him feel all the more justified. Although the primary impact of the recent typhoon was confined to the coastal cities of the south, it still affected the north to some extent. Indeed, the rain continued to pour incessantly. The trio climbed into their Bentley and departed from the villa, heading towards the city center. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the parking lot of the Chinny Group. "Brother, what brings you to the company?" Ji Huaying and Ji Wani inquired, puzzled. "Follow me," Ji Yingshan instructed as he led his siblings to the top floor via a private elevator. There lay an expansive banquet hall, filled with countless takeaway boxes from various restaurants, each in considerable quantities. "Wani, let's tidy this up. From now on, we will have a plethora of delicacies delivered to the company daily. You can join me at work." Ji Yingshan stated in just a few days. The domestic government had already begun preparations that it would be unwise to purchase supplies excessively, so they planned to collect resources abroad under the guise of recuperation. "I have contacted the overseas branches of the Chinny Group, and they are already making arrangements for supplies in various locations that in a few days, we can simply go abroad to collect them," Ji Yingshan remarked, surveying the mountain of takeaway boxes cluttering the room. "All right," Ji Wani responded, her consciousness expanding as she gathered all the delicacies and stored them in a restricted area of her space. Chapter 15. Preparations from all sides. Not far from the Chinny Group, there exists a renowned food street, fully equipped with rain awnings, rendering the downpour less of an inconvenience. The three siblings emerged, eager to explore. As the clock approached 10, nearing 11, the food street thrived with activity. Ji Wani and Ji Huaying pushed Ji Yingshan along the bustling avenue, filled with the enticing aromas of diverse cuisines. Their presence, however, exuded an aura that starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere, drawing the attention of other visitors. "Wani, what do you wish to eat?" Ji Yingshan inquired. "I'm not hungry yet. What about you?" she replied. Even while abroad, Wuma had prepared her 3 meals a day. Furthermore, after her transformation into a zombie, only substances imbued with potent energy, akin to the 7 vials from the laboratory, held any allure for her. The myriad of foods and passers-by presented before her were of little consequence, serving no essential purpose, consumable yet entirely optional. This zombie, not mutated but rather empowered to a remarkable degree, simply held no interest in these low-energy items. Of course, as a zombie with retained rationality, she would never resort to consuming humans, regardless of the energy they may contain. "Let us head back," Ji Yingshan said with a hint of disappointment that they departed. Ji Wani noticed the illuminated signs outside, showcasing various names of milk teas and coffees that caught her eye, reigniting a spark of interest within her. While the street food did not captivate her, she still held a fondness for milk tea and coffee. However, seeing the crowds surrounding the milk tea shops left her feeling somewhat conflicted. "Let us go back. I'll have someone contact the main office of these milk tea brands to have every flavor prepared and delivered directly to our home," Ji Yingshan declared, not waiting for Ji Wani to push him. as he maneuvered his wheelchair towards the parking lot. "Look, with our brother around, we need not worry. He will undoubtedly prepare everything more comprehensively than we could," Ji Huaying whispered to Ji Wani as they watched Ji Yingshan's retreating figure. "Indeed, I am quite fortunate," she mused. Throughout her life, she had long since found contentment, and all that remained was her hope for the well-being of her loved ones. The following day, Ji Huaying departed for abroad. While Ji Wani accompanied Ji Yingshan to the company, Ji Yingshan planned to take her overseas, and the affairs of the company naturally required a thorough handover. With the nation now preparing, it was anticipated that a portion of the Ji family's assets would be requisitioned, donating that segment to the state in exchange for some conveniences in the post-apocalyptic world, a worthy endeavor indeed. They arrived at the company around 9 in the morning, and the banquet hall, which she had cleared out just the day before, was once again filled with an array of delicacies, unlike the greasy street snacks. The morning spread comprised breakfast buffets from various five-star hotels, alongside some of Ji Wani's favorite pastries. After Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan helped themselves, she stored everything in her space. Once the items were collected, Ji Wani settled onto the sofa in Ji Yingshan's office, occasionally placing an order on her phone. The television in the corner played today's news. Typhoon Satan had departed from the Chinese mainland. Despite the nation's and people's preparations, the 18-level winds had inflicted considerable damage upon coastal cities. Vehicles were swept away, homes and trees uprooted, leaving the city in utter disarray. All roads and vegetation were submerged. An aerial footage revealed a landscape reminiscent of a swamp. Not only southern cities were affected, the torrential rains brought by this typhoon had also inundated some inland areas. Military and police forces swiftly organized rescue efforts, with citizens nationwide responding by donating money, supplies, and labor. Everyone was doing their part. In response to such calamities, the Chinese group had a dedicated department, and during this morning's company meeting, someone had raised the issue. Ji Yingshan promptly decided to lend a helping hand, committing 100 million yuan in donations and allocating another 100 million to procure supplies for the disaster-stricken areas. Simultaneously, Ji Yingshan intended to seize this opportunity to gather additional resources, primarily from abroad, under the guise of aiding the disaster in Huagua. Not only the Chinese group aimed to capitalize on this disaster, but so did the Huagua government. Southern cities had been largely submerged, with most buildings collapsed or rendered unsafe. They understood that such typhoons would not be rare in the future, coupled with volcanic eruptions leading to tsunamis and rising sea levels due to melting icebergs. Truly a time of calamity. Rather than spending money now only to face destruction later, it would be wiser to use this opportunity to relocate coastal residents to inland areas designated for future bases. As for the individuals in other regions, the Huagua government swiftly released maps and information, announcing future significant development in areas where official bases were to be established, with policies and economic support heavily favoring these locales to construct these bases. Major construction groups across the nation had already mobilized, and various bases were rapidly commencing construction. Such news was easily gleaned with a little inquiry. Consequently, this solidified rumors regarding Huagua's intention to develop these areas vigorously. Not only were the forcibly relocated refugees less vocal about their discontent, but those chasing profit were also eager to stake their claim. Moreover, with the gradual improvement of Huagua's infrastructure over the years, the construction industry had shifted from its former prosperity to decline, impacting numerous associated sectors. As the construction sector faltered, the domestic economy began to wane, leading to mass layoffs and company closures. Now, all industries had received orders to mobilize, and the long-depressed Huagua market suddenly thrived. To foreign observers, all of Huagua's actions appeared aimed at economic recovery, and while they expressed concern, they also pondered how to share in the spoils. About a week later, after Ji Yingshan had completed all his tasks, he prepared 3 large warehouses of supplies for Ji Wani to store. The day before their planned departure abroad, personnel from the Huagua government's special operations came to see Ji Yingshan, requesting to requisition several of the Ji family's factories and production lines. Ji Yingshan, of course, did not refuse and attempted to pry information from the 2 men. However, it was evident that these 2 were not ordinary individuals. They were unwilling to divulge any details, only stating that Huagua would not neglect the contributions of the Chinese group. As for how the Chinese group would be rewarded, whether through certificates, trophies, or verbal commendations in the news, they remained tight-lipped. Ji Yingshan paid little mind to this. The following day, he flew directly to Country F with his sister, ostensibly to allow her some relaxation and enjoyment, but in reality, all the supplies collected in Europe had been transported to France. The Ji family owned a sprawling 50-acre estate, 202,000 square meters. Here, predominantly featuring vineyards and a cellar for storing various wines. By the time Ji Yingchen and Ji Wani arrived, the estate's open areas were already filled with an assortment of items. And even the wine cellar was brimming with goods. The estate was overseen entirely by individuals whom Ji Yingchen trusted. Chapter 16. Journey to Country F. Mr. Ji, the rooms have been arranged for you and the young lady. As per your instructions, all the supplies have been placed in the estate. Here is the inventory list for your review, said one of the staff, handing Ji Yingchen a tablet. Excellent work, Ji Wani remarked. Nodding in satisfaction after reviewing the list, the house was stocked with food, offering both Chinese cuisine and local delicacies, showcasing considerable thought and thorough planning. Later in the evening, the staff departed, leaving the expansive estate with only Ji Wani and Ji Yingchen. As night fell, Ji Wani slipped out through a side door, tablet in hand, pulling up the map and inventory list as she made her way to various supply locations. First, she inspected the assorted bags of grain, milk, and fruits laid out in the open, followed by the mountains of beef and lamb in the cold storage, and finally the various wines and other supplies in the cellar. After collecting these items, Ji Wani entered a standard warehouse. A scan of her surroundings prompted her expression to shift suddenly. There were people inside. She did not rush to store the goods, but turned on the lights to examine the contents and observe the individuals in the warehouse discreetly. This space contained canned meats, as well as bags and cans of powdered milk and oats. Ji Wani scoured the warehouse until she reached a corner, where she discovered a disheveled area clearly indicative of previous habitation. Empty cans were carelessly discarded nearby, and the blanket on the ground was dark and unrecognizable in material, with a pungent sour odor lingering in the air, judging by the signs of life in this place. It seemed two individuals had stayed here, albeit briefly, and they were merely vagrants, not individuals with ulterior motives. Ji Wani sighed. In these times, even vagrancy seemed to require companionship. Just as she turned around, two tall yet scruffy black men emerged from the corner. Ji Wani found it hard to fathom how such towering figures could have fallen to homelessness. Oh, beauty, in this long, lonely night, allow us to keep you company. One of the men leered at Ji Wani, his gaze laden with lasciviousness, speaking in the local language. Ji Wani smirked dismissively, lowering her head slightly before raising it again, her eyes glowing red momentarily. The instant her gaze met that of the black man, his body froze, his mind abruptly shutting down, all thoughts ceasing. Ji Wani turned to the other man, who was similarly immobilized. At that moment, Ji Wani's phone rang. Wani, how are things on your end? Ji Yingchen's concerned voice came through the device. Since Ji Wani had left the house, Ji Yingchen had been monitoring the surveillance, deleting feeds from locations she had finished collecting. However, when Ji Wani entered the warehouse, he had not yet had the chance to act. And the monitor suddenly emitted a crackling sound, the once normal screen now obscured by static, rendering him unable to see what was happening with Ji Wani. I'm fine. Brother, there's no danger in this warehouse. Just a couple of rats, Ji Wani replied flatly. All right, finish up quickly and come out. It will ease my mind to see you, Ji Yingchen urged before hanging up. I saw nothing. Ji Wani set down her phone, her eyes glinting red once more as she addressed the two men before her in fluent local language. The two men, like soulless puppets, repeatedly echoed her words. Ji Wani directed them to turn around, avoiding all surveillance as she led them out of the estate. The moment they exited the estate, they regained consciousness. Surrounded by their unfamiliar surroundings, they were filled with dread, yet they could not recall what had just transpired. Did you notice anything? One of the black men queried. I saw nothing. Another person decisively spoke up. Just behind them, the enormous iron gate of the manor slammed shut with a thunderous sound. In an automated manner, the lock on the gate secured itself without any human intervention. The two men, who had witnessed the entire event, suddenly widened their eyes in shock and fled in panic. That moment, Ji Wani had just finished securing the intact goods in the warehouse, stepped outside to close the door, and proceeded to the next warehouse. When Ji Wani returned to her room with all the goods safely stored, Ji Yingchen was already seated with a furrowed brow, engrossed in his computer. Upon seeing Ji Wani enter unharmed, he complained, "It's strange. Why are so many of the surveillance cameras malfunctioning tonight? This brand isn't reliable. We should consider switching next time. Isn't it fortunate that the cameras are malfunctioning tonight? Why should brother be concerned?" Ji Wani replied with a gentle smile, retrieving a cup of milk that had been warmed earlier from her space, and handing it to Ji Yingchen. I fear they may not be completely broken. What if they inexplicably start working again in the future? Ji Yingchen sipped the milk and remarked, then we can simply format them entirely, Regardless, these cameras cannot be restored. Ji Wani refrained from voicing her thoughts on the latter statement. Indeed, Ji Yingshan casually acknowledged, having already formatted all the cameras. Once everything was in order, Ji Wani assisted Ji Yingshan to his room, ensuring he was comfortably settled before returning to her own chamber. Lying on her soft bed, Ji Wani began to reflect on the events of the day. To facilitate the collection of supplies, it was just her and her brother within the entire manor, which felt rather perilous in this foreign land. The security was evidently not on par with that of their homeland. While she could manage, her brother's health had yet to fully recover. The following day, Ji Yingshan's entourage arrived bright and early. While Ji Wani felt quite comfortable on her first night abroad, Ji Yingshan was still disoriented from the time difference. Throughout the day, numerous visitors arrived, all representatives from various high-end fashion brands. Sitting on the sofa, Ji Wani perused a catalog, curiously observing her brother seated beside her. Models of both genders showcased an array of garments before them. "Brother, what is the purpose of this?" Ji Wani could not help but inquire. "To purchase clothing," Ji Yingshan replied tersely. As Ji Wani became lost in thought, Ji Yingshan engaged in discussions with the designer regarding the clothing details. Ji Wani continued to flip through the catalog, declining the explanations offered by those nearby. After Ji Yingshan had arranged his clothing with the designer, he turned to his sister and, noticing her lack of interest, sighed softly before opening the women's clothing catalog and conversing with the designer based on his observations. It wasn't until nightfall that the day's matters were concluded. "Brother, why go through all this trouble? Custom orders are not only expensive but also slow. Will they have the garments ready before the apocalypse arrives?" Once everyone had departed, Ji Wani finally spoke up. "I offered additional payment to expedite the process. I requested completion within 2 months, and after that, regardless of whether they're finished, I shall not accept them. Since we have the means, there is no need for us to compromise. Unlike you and Huaying, who are accustomed to a rugged lifestyle, I am not as undemanding," Ji Yingshan remarked with a hint of disdain as he glanced at Ji Wani. Ji Wani chose not to respond. Reflecting on it, she realized that Ji Yingshan had been in poor health since childhood, accustomed to a life of refinement, and had always utilized the finest of goods, which had cultivated his fastidiousness and particularity. So be it. After all, he had the wealth to indulge. Chapter 17. Nafei. After spending 3 days in F country, they traveled north to E country. In this location, the Chinese group had gathered several warehouses filled with meat and other supplies. Upon securing these provisions, Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan flew directly to Nafei, where Ji Huaying's private armed company was headquartered. "Eldest brother, Wani, you have finally arrived." Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Ji Huaying's convoy of armed vehicles entering the airport to fetch them. Ji Huaying stood beside a row of military vehicles, clad in fitted camouflage with a firearm at his waist. Greeting Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan under the blazing sun. It was the first time Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan had seen Ji Huaying in such a manner, nearly failing to recognize him. Ji Huaying usually appeared in tailored suits. His sudden transformation into military attire, complete with weaponry, was decidedly unusual. Ji Wani observed closely, noting blood on their vehicles. "Brother Huaying, has something happened?" Ji Wani inquired as they boarded the vehicle. "There were indeed a couple of troublemakers seeking confrontation when I came to pick you up, but it's nothing significant," Ji Huaying replied, downplaying the issue. Previously, when he and Wani returned to their homeland, he had dispatched his capable assistant, Ishu, to deal with the traitor who had leaked their whereabouts while also managing some of Ji Huaying's affairs. After Ji Huaying went abroad, he promptly contacted arms dealers and procured a significant quantity of weapons, gasoline, and diesel, totaling a staggering 5 billion. The assortment of firearms and ammunition was plentiful, and in the chaotic environment of Nafei, military transactions were rife. While 5 billion might seem like an astronomical sum in other sectors, in the military industry, it was merely a drop in the bucket. After all, a Gatling gun costs 500,000, a cruise missile $1 million, and an M1 main battle tank 60 million. Not to mention the daily operating costs of a carrier group, which could reach 50 million if they didn't require large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Instead, they opted for a substantial purchase of basic arms. Most of the goods had already arrived, which had sparked the greed of some local factions. Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan's purpose in coming was to retrieve the weapons Ji Huaying had acquired. The convoy smoothly entered Ji Huaying's local company. Surrounded by high walls, military vehicles were parked everywhere, and mercenaries clad in camouflage were ubiquitous. "We have arrived. Please disembark." The vehicle halted in front of a 3-story villa, which was neither too large nor too small. From its exterior, The black villa paired with reflective glass was quite modern and aligned with Ji Huaying's aesthetic. This was Ji Huaying's private residence, situated within the company's secure area, ensuring safety. Although located in impoverished Feizhou, the villa was well equipped with all necessities. Ji Huani had previously assumed that Ji Huaying had been sent abroad by their eldest brother to endure harsh conditions. But the reality proved that with wealth and power, one could thrive anywhere. After arranging their accommodations, the three siblings gathered in the living room for a conversation. "Huani, how quickly does the zombie virus spread?" Ji Huaying inquired. "Have you encountered them again?" Ji Huani furrowed her brow, countering with a question. Ji Huaying nodded. "Before coming to fetch you, during a confrontation with another faction, someone took the opportunity to unleash a few zombies onto the battlefield. In close combat, their weapons may have been contaminated with the zombie virus, so they didn't strike to kill. A few of my subordinates were injured by their weapons and have since turned into zombies on the way here." Ji Huaying stated gravely. "With such actions, how can the spread not be rapid?" Ji Huani remarked, her expression troubled. Certain individuals, she reflected, failed to grasp the severity of the situation. Instead of seeking to eliminate the threat, they resorted to using it against others, showing no fear of potential repercussions. One person, disapproving of another, secretly deployed zombie toxins. This faction found another faction distasteful, tossing a zombie at them. This country disdained that country, introducing a horde of zombies. If this continued, the apocalypse might arrive prematurely, and soon the world would be overrun with zombies. When the viral reign of the apocalypse struck, the zombies would evolve collectively, leading to humanity's demise. The speed of zombie transmission depends on the circumstances. If there are few zombies in a heavily fortified area, such as your team, Brother Huaying, they would be eliminated before spreading. However, among ordinary civilians, if the outbreak goes unnoticed at first, it could escalate exponentially until the streets are filled with zombies. Even with firearms, one could not possibly eliminate so many zombies, while the situation here is chaotic. Most individuals are armed. Let us hope the zombie virus does not spread uncontrollably. Ji Huani expressed as for the situation here. We shall not concern ourselves until we secure our items. We should leave immediately after. Ji Yingshan added. Agreed. Tomorrow, I will take you directly. You must be tired from your journey, so rest well tonight. Congratulations on your prosperity. The next day, after breakfast, Ji Huaying organized his main personnel, taking Ji Huani and Ji Yingshan to their weapons storage facility. Eldest brother, you should still remember how to use this, Ji Huaying said, handing Ji Yingshan a Desert Eagle. A life-saving tool. Of course I remember, Ji Yingshan replied, accepting the handgun with ease. Huani, take this for self-defense. Ji Huaying offered a second weapon to Ji Huani. The three of them had practiced shooting together since childhood. Though Ji Huani was not as skilled as her two brothers, she was well aware of how to aim and fire. The convoy traveled for approximately 2 hours before arriving at their destination. As soon as the vehicles halted, Ji Huani and Ji Yingshan noticed signs of previous battles surrounding the area. Ishu emerged from the interior defensive structures. Boss, Ishu exclaimed excitedly, as if he had found his anchor. Did they launch another attack? Ji Huaying gritted her teeth and inquired. Indeed, from last night until this morning, there have been over 10 waves of people. And the fighting has not ceased, Ishua replied. Ji Huani stood at the entrance of the warehouse, her expression hardening. She could already sense that, aside from those guarding the entrance, everyone inside had transformed into zombies. Were it not for the fact that this warehouse was constructed to be even sturdier than a prison, and the entrance was somewhat intricate, the zombies, attracted by the gunfire, would have been unable to breach the iron gates or locate the hidden doors. Otherwise, it was likely that even those at the entrance would not have been spared. You stay at the door. Ishua will accompany us inside, Ji Huaying declared. Ji Huani pushed her brother's wheelchair, following closely behind Ji Huaying. The moment they stepped into the warehouse, the aura of the zombie king emanated from her, driving away the zombies that had been wandering at the entrance, pushing them into a secluded corner of the warehouse. Chapter 18. Virus spread as they entered the warehouse. Not a single person was in sight, only blood staining the floor. What is going on, Zhuangping? Ma Xiao, Ishua exclaimed anxiously, gazing at the blood-soaked ground. Ji Huaying, feeling unsettled, immediately drew her gun and rushed forward. Ji Yingshan rose from the wheelchair, grasping Ji Huani's wrist, pulling her behind him as he stepped into the warehouse as well. Boss, there's not a single item missing in the warehouse, Ishua remarked, puzzled after inspecting the surroundings. It's strange. Why is there so much blood yet no bodies? Ji Huaying questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. It's the zombies, Ji Huani quietly added. Huani, how do you know? Ji Yingshan asked. casting a quizzical glance at his sister. If they were not zombies, how could the corpses leave the place of their demise? Jiwani said, pointing to a spot on the ground completely stained crimson. With this much blood spilled, how could anyone survive? Even if they did, they would be unable to move. But we haven't seen any zombies since we entered, have we? No. Wait, why are we even talking about zombies? Ishua frowned, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Up until this moment, he remained a youthful idealist, believing in the world's beauty. It's possible that someone saw the zombies attacking and fled, consequently attracting all the zombies away. Jiwani suggested. Regardless, we must act swiftly to prevent unforeseen circumstances, she continued, stepping deeper into the warehouse and sweeping her consciousness across the area, gathering all the weapons into her spatial realm. Witnessing numerous boxes vanish into thin air, Ishua's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Ishua stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Before realizing that he had nothing further to say about the matter, Jiwani moved with remarkable speed, collecting all the weapons and energy sources from the warehouse in a matter of minutes. Outside, dozens of modified military vehicles remained parked, including the Paramount Predator, Conqueror Shaman, George Patton, Eastern Warrior, and the amphibious Gibbs Quadski, among others, along with 5 12-meter-long armored RVs. Without hesitation, Jiwani gathered all the vehicles into her spatial realm as well. All right, we can finally breathe easy. Let us go. If we delay, we might encounter more trouble, Ji Huaying sighed in relief. However, before they could take more than a few steps, gunfire erupted outside. Ji Huaying and Ishua quickened their pace. Sprinting towards the exit, Wani, stay close to me, Ji Yingshan urged, unable to run swiftly, pulling his sister along as they hurried forward. As they reached the entrance, bullets rattled against the ground before them. Ji Yingshan had no choice but to press Ji Wani against the wall. Observing the situation outside, in front of the wall, Ji Yingshan, Ishua, and their subordinates were all taking cover. Raising their weapons to retaliate, Ji Wani extended her mental energy outward, and the entire scenario surrounding the warehouse materialized in her mind. They were surrounded by at least 100 enemies, with Ji Huaying leaving too many casualties among those guarding the warehouse. There were hardly any left. Although the situation was dire, the resolution was imminent. The continuous gunfire had already drawn all the zombies in the vicinity. Ji Wani jumped into a Predator, with Ji Yingshan taking the passenger seat. As the zombies charged from behind, Ji Wani revved the engine and sped out. The enemies were entirely preoccupied with the zombies. Even if they had not been bitten, they were already terrified, losing their sense of direction and focus. Meanwhile, those who remained alive with Ji Huaying had all boarded the vehicles. And with the Predator leading the way, they broke free from the encirclement, returning to the main road. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, the zombies staggered after them, undeterred. This is truly a zombie apocalypse. Ishua and the others in the vehicle, who had never witnessed such a scene, were left speechless. Once they returned to the main road and confirmed there was no danger, Ji Wani and Ji Yingshan moved to the back. As they were unfamiliar with the route, what shall we do next? Ji Huaying asked Ji Yingshan. You should give your company a holiday and take everyone out of Nanfei, preferably to developed countries like Country M or Country F. Ji Yingshan advised that is it really that serious? With our weapons, aren't we capable of resisting? Questioned one of Ji Huaying's subordinates. Given the current state of affairs, the zombie virus will inevitably spread throughout Nanfei sooner or later. You may survive with your weapons, but do not forget that with today's advanced communication technology, once the number of zombies becomes pervasive, other countries take notice. Ji Yingshan retorted. What if other countries are unaffected? Ji Huaying countered. That's an internal issue, Ji Wani interjected. The group realized the gravity of the situation. Yes, there might still be the ability to clear zombies domestically, but discovering a massive source of zombies that could continuously spread would prompt all stable countries worldwide to take action. In such a scenario, the missile systems of the 5 permanent members of the UN would undoubtedly target this area. Surely it won't happen that quickly. Ji Huaying remarked. Ji Wani had foreseen the possibility of nuclear missiles being launched at Nanfei by the 5 permanent members. But wasn't that supposed to happen 4 months from now? Though the nuclear strike may be delayed, the zombie outbreak is imminent, Ji Wani cautioned. Indeed, we must act without delay. We should gather our belongings and leave immediately. Ji Yingshan decreed. Wani, when do you think the zombie virus will begin to spread? He inquired. I can't say for certain, but judging by the number of zombies we just encountered, there has already been a small-scale outbreak. They will likely traverse through villages and towns, along the roads and streets. If we're fortunate, we might have a week. If not, Perhaps just a day, Ji-Wani explained. Brother, have our families plane on standby at the airport. Everyone should hurry to pack up while the plane awaits on the journey back. The driver accelerated, arriving at the company nearly an hour faster than their previous trip. Once they disembarked, everyone rushed back to gather their belongings. Ji Huaying needed to inform others of the situation, handle important documents, and arrange matters within the company, so he could not return home. Therefore, he held Ji-Wani's hand, meticulously detailing the locations of his valuables and their corresponding passwords. Instructing her and her brother to collect everything, Ji-Wani's eyes showed no signs of emotion, as if she were listening intently, yet absorbing nothing. Ji Huaying concluded with, "If there's anything you don't understand, call me," before leaving her and her brother to head to his office. "Let us go. He's in a hurry. We need to raid his house," Ji-Wani said, inputting the password to Ji Huaying's residence. She went straight into his bedroom. After drawing the curtains, she gathered everything, including the walk-in closet and bed, into her spatial realm, leaving no toiletries or carpets untouched. The once luxurious room became utterly vacant in an instant. Following that, she proceeded to the study, where she similarly wasted no time, collecting every item without disturbing anything, preserving the study's original arrangement. Even the bookshelves, secured to the walls, were easily removed by her. After surveying the area, she moved through the kitchen, wine cellar, guest rooms, and living room, managing to gather nearly everything portable into her spatial realm, except for the less useful items such as toilets, bathtubs, sinks, and light fixtures. Chapter 19. Splitting up after Ji-Wani and Ji Yingchen had secured Ji Huaying's belongings and locked up the house. They waited by his office door for his return. Upon arriving, Ji Huaying convened an emergency meeting immediately. After providing a brief overview, he granted everyone in the company a holiday and urged them to evacuate in teams as quickly as possible. As the owner of a mercenary company, Ji Huaying had numerous weapons at his disposal, and many had been allocated to his subordinates. However, there was no time to arrange for these now. After notifying everyone to evacuate, he returned to his office to handle a few matters before descending to meet Ji-Wani and Ji Yingchen. "Wani, come with me," he said, pulling Ji-Wani from the vehicle and leading her directly to the armory. "Brother, shall we gather everything?" Ji-Wani inquired. "No, leave half of it. Most people in the company have settled here. They will not leave. I must retain a glimmer of hope for their survival." Ji Huaying responded. Following Ji Huaying's instructions, Ji-Wani put away half of the weapons. The three siblings, along with Yishua, shared a vehicle, accompanied by dozens of others following closely behind, and they drove directly to the airport. Upon their arrival, everything appeared to be normal, as it was a private jet. Many troublesome procedures were bypassed, allowing them to board the aircraft in a short time, anticipating that others might wish to accompany them. They did not take off immediately, but instructed the pilot to be ready for departure. Estimating that they would need to wait for others, Ji Huaying also utilized the company network to disclose the locations of the armory, as well as the remaining energy and food supplies within the company, to the employees, hoping it would assist them during their confinement. Simultaneously, he communicated that the Ji family's private jet was stationed at the airport, urging anyone wishing to depart with them to come promptly. Before long, over 10 individuals arrived, bringing their families along. "Are we returning home?" Ji-Wani asked, seated on the sofa of the luxurious and spacious private jet. Gazing at the three men before her. "No, we must act swiftly and split up. I will head to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as I have already secured a business deal with a prince there. Huaying, you and your sister will proceed to Country M. Besides the supplies your sister previously arranged for collection, I have also organized a batch of medications in Country M," Ji Yingchen stated. "All right, Yishua, please take good care of my older brother." Ji-Wani nodded, and Ji Huaying did not hesitate, taking her sister's hand as they disembarked from this aircraft and made their way towards another private jet not far away. Just as Ji-Wani and Ji Yingchen stepped off the plane, gasps of horror and gunfire erupted from within the nearby building, where individuals seemed to have spotted something dreadful and scrambled in panic. The situation was clear to both Ji-Wani and Ji Huaying, prompting Ji Huaying to hasten his pace, pulling Ji-Wani along with him. The area designated for parking private jets was nearly deserted, offering some solace from the zombies. However, the fleeing individuals, akin to startled birds, were utterly disoriented, darting chaotically throughout the airport. The two siblings boarded their plane, closed the door, and Ji Huaying immediately notified the captain to take off, while also informing those who had yet to depart not to come to the airport, as it had already fallen into chaos. As the airport descended into turmoil, The two private jets took off in succession, heading towards different destinations. After over 10 hours of flight, the comfort of their private aircraft made the journey far more bearable. During the prolonged flight, Ji-won-e did not remain idle. She contacted those who had assisted her in procuring supplies and arranged specific times for collection. Unfortunately, Country M was vast, and some supplies had yet to arrive from abroad. Won-e, do you truly believe the apocalypse will arrive in 6 months? Ji Ing-chin questioned, still skeptical, given the current rate of spread. It seemed unlikely it would take that long. I cannot speak for other nations, but I know that domestically, we must await a significant rainfall before we enter the apocalyptic phase. Nanfei, being backward and chaotic, has individuals who seldom communicate with the outside world. There will be no one monitoring them persistently. Moreover, basic zombies will only act on the scent and sounds of humans, and once these stimuli are absent, they will lose their targets and wander aimlessly. Due to the vast land separating them from other countries, these zombies have not traveled elsewhere, thus evading notice. It will not be until a month before the apocalypse that the United Nations will discover them and launch nuclear strikes. As for my mention of 6 months, that pertains to the timeline for all countries worldwide to enter the apocalypse. Some nations may cease to exist before the true apocalypse arrives, Ji-won-e elucidated. Brother Huaying, I may need to stay in Country M for an extended period, Ji-won-e remarked. Why? Ji Huaying responded, concerned. He found the outside world perilous, believing it safer within their homeland. His sister had remained there for so long. How could he and their elder brother feel at ease? Alas, the individuals I initially contacted to prepare supplies have their storage locations quite dispersed throughout Country M and even abroad. I provided them with a 2-month deadline, and there remains less than a month, Ji-won-e explained. Most crucially, there will soon be a zombie crisis in Country M. The military there is continuously losing ground. I will not be bitten by zombies, and within the fallen zones of Country M, I can still procure numerous valuable items. We shall assess the situation then. Ji Huaying expressed uncertainty about his ability to stay. Upon their arrival in Country M, the two first visited the Ji family's villa, which Ji-won-e had resided in during her studies. Without pause, they took Ji-won-e's car and, under the cover of night, swiftly proceeded to the warehouse address provided by Ji Ing-chin. The warehouse was situated within the premises of the company previously established by the Ji family in Country M. When Shin-e Group first arrived in Country M, they faced exclusion from the government and local enterprises, leading them to secure a construction site in a remote area adjacent to a slum. Despite its remoteness, Shin-e Group managed to establish a foothold in Country M. Now, this location served as an excellent venue for gathering supplies. By now, it was 9 o'clock in the evening in Country M, and the company had long been shrouded in darkness when Ji-won-e and Ji Huaying arrived. Ji Ing-chun had already notified the security team, allowing their vehicle to enter the company smoothly. The two navigated their way to the warehouse area using a map. Upon entering the warehouse code, they successfully gained access. Anti-inflammatory medications, antibiotics, and analgesics occupied 2 medium-sized warehouses. Iodine, Band-Aids, hydrogen peroxide, medical alcohol, gauze, disposable syringes, condoms, sanitary pads, and medical bandages filled 3 warehouses. Cold medicine, fever reducers, burn ointments, and other specialized medications, along with various medical instruments and surgical equipment, occupied 3 additional warehouses. Besides medications, another warehouse housed over a dozen of the world's most advanced life pods. Ji-won-e meticulously collected everything, leaving nothing behind as they departed. Chapter 20. The Trillion Progress Bar Weapons. Medical supplies, food, and energy were all prepared. The base facilities were also being readied domestically. With these materials in the space, Ji-won-e felt considerably more at ease. Brother Huaying, do you still have any money on hand? Ji-won-e asked curiously. Indeed, we have nearly exhausted our funds, but we can still produce 100 or 200 million. Ji Huaying admitted. You've reminded me. I need to expedite the liquidation of my fixed assets. In recent years, Ji Huaying had earned some money abroad. Although purchasing weapons had depleted much of his fortune, he still held several fixed assets that he had not yet converted to cash. The thought of it caused him distress. If only he had sold his large company earlier, he might have exchanged it for more money. This realization left him feeling troubled. He had over 50 properties overseas, with many valued at over 100 million dough. I also own a small island. I must sell it quickly. If sea levels rise, it will be submerged, and I would be left with nothing. Should I inform our elder brother? Ji Huaying pondered after making a dozen calls from the passenger seat. You need not worry. He is far more astute when it comes to finances, Ji Wani reassured him. That massive estate in Country F. As soon as we left, Ji Yingchen sent it off for auction. As Ji Huaying spoke, his phone rang. Upon seeing Ji Yingchen's number, he activated the speakerphone. Hello, brother. To avoid any unnecessary complications, I plan to expedite the liquidation of our assets both domestically and abroad to secure additional funds. You both should pack your belongings from the villa and transition to a hotel. A realtor will be coming to view the property tomorrow. Additionally, I have 2 yachts of varying sizes at the yacht club in Country M. Selling them won't yield much, but they might prove useful once the waters rise. Wani should bring them back with her. Ji Yingchen's voice emanated from the phone. Understood, brother. Please take care of yourself in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Ji Wani replied. The 2 siblings returned to the villa, planning to stay for the night. Wani, what would you like to eat? I can take you out for dinner, Ji Huaying suddenly suggested. Ji Wani appeared taken aback. Right. Brother Huaying hasn't eaten dinner yet. But it's quite late. Shall we not venture out? What do you desire? I have everything in my space. As Ji Wani spoke, she waved her hand at the dining table, and an array of hot dishes and steaming rice was instantly presented. Ji Huaying was indeed feeling hungry after all the commotion and was quite fatigued. Ji Wani accompanied Ji Huaying, and they both ate a little before returning to their respective rooms to rest. Ji Wani, however, was not tired. Lying on her bed, her consciousness slipped into her spatial realm. Organizing the supplies was not a laborious task for her. With just a flicker of her mind, piles of materials could soar to their designated places, and the shape of the space could be molded at her whim. She transformed the entire area into a slender rectangle, resembling a progress bar. From the wider perspective, the space was divided into 2 sections. The left side, occupying 3/5 of the width, served as the main storage area. This area was further subdivided into 3 columns, with the foremost displaying her and her brother's personal belongings, such as the entirety of Ji Huaying's estate, all meticulously arranged. Behind these were weapons and vehicles, followed by various energy sources, lined up in an orderly fashion. The right side, a stillness zone, occupied the remaining 2/5 of the width, where an assortment of prepared foods, both cold and hot, alongside various flavors of milk tea at room temperature, were placed together. Behind them were mountains of rice, flour, oil, assorted condiments, fruits, vegetables, meats, and various snacks and beverages. Further back were medications, which also had expiration dates. With the supplies they had accumulated thus far, they had enough provisions for the 3 siblings to squander for a lifetime. Nearly 10 billion worth of resources occupied merely a corner of the space. As if this progress bar had only just begun, there was still ample capacity left. Once the space was filled to the brim, she could return to her homeland. The following day, Ji Wani and Ji Huaying packed away their personal items from the villa, including all the vehicles from the garage, and departed for the yacht club mentioned by her brother. They needed to take the yacht out before stowing it away. Ji Yingchen's yacht club abroad had yachts, so it was reasonable to expect the same domestically. The 2 received Ji Yingchen's authorization, and as they set off with the yacht, no one raised any objections. Coincidentally, one of the resources Ji Wani had gathered was located along the coast. After retrieving the large yacht, Ji Wani and Ji Yingchen boarded a smaller yacht to head to that location. They had previously arranged to deliver supplies today, and upon their arrival, the others were indeed waiting for them. After a brief discussion, they got straight to the point. The manager today had done his homework, bringing in specialists to devise a plan. Thus, the supplies today overlapped significantly with the food and medical supplies they had previously collected. Ji Wani accepted everything and paid the requisite fees. They decided against continuing their collaboration, deeming it a waste of money. She preferred to wait until chaos erupted in M country. Subsequently, they traversed various locales within M country. They had indeed gathered a considerable amount of supplies, but very few met Ji Wani's satisfaction. For those who refused to cooperate, Ji Wani employed her abilities to erase their memories, just as they were about to conclude their endeavors. Ji Huaying announced his need to depart. Is there urgency on that side, Brother Huaying? Ji Wani inquired, puzzled. Very much so. Yin Rua is struggling to keep up. Are you coming with me? Ji Huaying asked, somewhat uncertain. The tasks he needed to undertake were perilous, yet he was uneasy about leaving his sister alone in M country. Perhaps he should escort her home or send her to Sha country to find their elder brother. Upon hearing his thoughts, Ji Wani furrowed her brow in contemplation. With approximately a month remaining before chaos ensued in M country, this time frame was neither particularly long nor short. However, what else could she procure in M country? The prices were exorbitant, transportation inconvenient, and there were numerous thieves, not to mention a lack of her favorite delicacies. Moreover, since Brother Huaying's tasks were fraught with danger, it was all the more reason for her to accompany him. After a brief consideration, Ji Wani resolved to leave with Ji Huaying for the time being. I will go with you. Ji Wani replied, that won't do. I must first head to Canada and meet with others before proceeding to Australia. It is quite dangerous, Ji Huaying said, packing his belongings. Brother, it is precisely the danger that compels me to follow I in the event of an apocalypse. Where is it safe? With me by your side, regardless of the peril we face. I can charge forward. Besides, I believe I should acclimate to danger in advance. Ji Wani argued resolutely. Very well, but you must adhere to my instructions, Ji Huaying conceded, tapping her forehead with a hint of exasperation. Ji Wani nodded obediently and quietly began to pack her things. After arriving in Canada by private jet, they were met at the airport. Boss, our personnel and goods are in the hands of A.O. Pan. Yin Ruo, one of Ji Huaying's trusted subordinates, reported to him upon seeing Ji Huaying, but fell silent upon noticing Ji Wani beside him. Ji Wani then distinctly heard Yin Ruo's internal grumbling. The boss truly knows the risks of this trip, yet still brings Miss Wani along. Can we involve her in these matters? It's fine. Continue your report. Wani will eventually need to adapt to this world. This time, some responsibilities can be entrusted to her, Ji Huaying stated with remarkable composure. Yin Ruo exchanged incredulous glances with those nearby, finding it hard to believe, as Ji Wani had always been perceived as the studious, obedient girl. Chapter 21. The Journey to Australia. Upon hearing this, Ji Wani smiled in agreement with Ji Huaying. Yes, I certainly should learn. She had always been protected by her two brothers, and although she had witnessed the darkness of human nature during the experiments, there was no harm in observing more of the world alongside her brothers. All right, boss, please follow me, Miss Wani, Yin Ruo said. Leading the way, he maintained a respectful demeanor both outwardly and internally, and although he felt somewhat helpless, he voiced no complaints. However, the others were not so accommodating. Throughout the journey, Ji Wani overheard many remarks branding her as a burden, voicing concerns about their inability to protect her. Ji Wani remained outwardly composed. Had it been the former Ji Wani, she would indeed have been a liability, but now she was anything but. Silently, she listened, disinterested in quarreling with this group. Along the way, Yin Ruo continued explaining the situation, and both Ji Wani and Ji Huaying grasped the details that Ji Huaying's other capable aide, Ling Fengping, had come to Australia to execute a mission. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly until an international police officer infiltrated Ling Fengping's ranks. While this was not inherently problematic, Ji Huaying's overseas company was not engaged in illegal activities. During their mission in Australia, the undercover officer seized the opportunity to investigate a major drug lord in Australia, only to be discovered and subsequently apprehended. As a result, the entire team and their cargo were detained in Australia. The drug lord sent word to Ji Huaying's other subordinates, summoning Ji Huaying to Australia to negotiate how to address the situation. Regarding these unscrupulous organizations, Ji Huaying and Ji Yingchen adhered to the tradition left by their grandfather. They would not engage nor cooperate, being caught in a compromising position by this group. It was evident they would not easily relinquish their hold. Yin Ruo and his team had prepared to rescue their comrades. In Australia, neither the Chinese group nor Ji Huaying had a strong foothold. So before setting out, they needed to prepare everything meticulously and transport it directly. Once all their belongings were loaded onto the plane, they were ready to depart. Wani, you must stay close to me. Aside from myself and Yin Ruo, do not trust anyone else, Ji Huaying repeatedly cautioned on the plane. Understood, Ji Wani replied obediently, yet her consciousness had already delved into her spatial realm, retrieving 2 boxes of grenades, a handgun, a submachine gun, and several powerful rockets, placing them in the most visible and accessible locations. Brother Huaying, since we are guests, perhaps we should change into more suitable attire, Ji Wani suggested. Entering Ji Huaying's room and waving her hand to summon all the clothes she had previously stored, she returned to her own room as well. For the sake of convenience during their travels, she had donned comfortable athletic wear, but to avoid embarrassing her brother, a change was indeed in order. The Ji family's plane landed at the designated private airport as instructed by the other party. The relatively small airport was already surrounded by armed foreigners. Just beside the plane, behind a throng of men, a corpulent man clad in a floral shirt, a cigarette in hand, and an arm draped around a blonde woman's waist, leaned against the railing. Upon seeing the plane's door open, he flicked the ash from his cigarette. Sneering as he straightened up, the plane door swung open. Ji Huaying, hands in pockets, immediately spotted the corpulent man in the crowd. Ji, welcome to Australia. The man greeted Ji Huaying, his gaze inscrutable, yet the smile on his face was decidedly unsettling. Ao Pan, is this how you treat your guests? Ji Huaying questioned, arching an eyebrow at the tightly packed airport. Haha. Ji, you are no ordinary guest. I must be cautious, Ao Pan replied, unperturbed by the inquiry, instead chuckling amiably. This is your attitude? If so, I believe we have no need to continue our discussion, Ji Huaying replied coldly, already on the brink of anger. Haha. Everyone, stand down. Ao Pan addressed the crowd surrounding him, prompting them to lower their firearms immediately. It was only then that Ji Huaying, accompanied by everyone else, disembarked from the plane. Ji Huani, donning an exquisite white gown from the Sea brand, stood out amidst the throng of individuals clad in black suits. Apart from the formidable presence of Ji Huaying, she garnered the most attention. Ao Pan, with his slender eyes fixed on Ji Huani, inquired with a hint of puzzlement, "Who is she?" "My sister, Ji Huani," Ji Huaying replied. "She has graduated and is set to take over the family business. This outing is merely to broaden her horizons. So she is the younger sister of the Ji family. This area is my territory. Sister, do not feel restrained. Consider it your own home," Ao Pan said with a smile. Ha. It appears that the Ji family is not as tranquil as it seems. Ji Huani and Ji Ancient are siblings. Having Ji Huani shadow Ji Huaying and learning to manage affairs suggests that Ji Ancient harbors reservations about Ji Huaying as a support and wishes for his own sister to take the reins. He mused, dismissing their internal strife as inconsequential to his own plans. Ji Huani remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Even outside the airport, the area was teeming with armed individuals. A fleet of black Maybachs was parked neatly along the road. Ao Pan and his female companion climbed into the third vehicle, while Ji Huaying and Ji Huani were guided into the one behind it. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at a private estate, where, predictably, armed guards were stationed throughout. "You two must be weary. Please take some time to rest. I have arranged a welcoming banquet for you this evening," Ao Pan announced as they alighted from the vehicle. However, before they could enter the estate, someone stepped forward to confiscate their weapons. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Ao Pan?" Ji Huaying feigned ignorance. "This is my private residence. No outsiders, regardless of who they are, may enter armed," Ao Pan replied, pretending to be oblivious. Mr. Ao Pan, you worry too much. Since I have the courage to attend this gathering, I am well aware of the rules. I did not bring any weapons." Upon hearing Ji Huaying's words, Ji Huani understood his implication. She stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and, while brushing against the weapon secured at his waist, discreetly concealed Ji Huaying's weapon within her spatial pocket. Feeling the absence of his weapon, Ji Ancient released Ji Huani's arm, taking a few steps forward with outstretched arms. "If you do not believe me, feel free to search. I may be unarmed, but my subordinates are not. If necessary, they simply will not enter." Ao Pan gestured to one of his aides, who promptly began searching Ji Huaying. Finding nothing, the aide nodded to Ao Pan, who then smiled. "Ji, you see, I am not unreasonable. Your men may retain their weapons, but they cannot access the core areas. By the way, I trust you have not yet searched your sister," Ao Pan remarked, looking at Ji Huani before they entered. "Ao Pan, my sister is not someone who can be searched at will." Ji Huaying's expression darkened suddenly as she spoke icily. Seeing Ji Huaying's resolute stance, Ao Pan dared not insist further. He could only send a blonde beauty accompanying him to search Ji Huani. Naturally, nothing would be found on her, and after some fuss, they were finally allowed inside. Chapter 22. Departure from the estate. The hosts had thoughtfully arranged for Ji Huani and Ji Huaying's rooms to be adjacent. However, Yin Ruo and her companions were unable to approach them. Just before entering, Ji Huani and Ji Huaying exchanged a glance, saying nothing as they entered their respective rooms. As Ji Huani opened her door, a brief scan of the room revealed numerous signal points. There were even some in the bathroom. Before she could fully step inside, Ji Huaying approached her. "Wait," he patted her shoulder before entering his own room. After a thorough inspection of various spots, he sat down on the sofa with an array of hidden cameras and listening devices in hand. "I demand to see your boss," Ji Huaying said darkly, tossing all the devices onto the table. Ao Pan arrived promptly. "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. It was my subordinate's negligence. I take full responsibility," Ao Pan said, still wearing a smile. This time, Ji Huaying was not swayed. As the saying goes, guests follow the host's lead. Since we disembarked, I have cooperated sufficiently, have I not? We dare not stay in your esteemed abode. Wani, we are leaving, Ji Huaying declared, pulling Ji Wani along as they strode out without a backward glance. Within moments of their departure from Aopan's estate, Yin Ruo had arranged for a vehicle from nearby, swiftly bringing it to them. Upon entering the car, they headed straight to Ji's hotel in Aozhou. Meanwhile, Aopan, upon learning of the Ji siblings' departure from his estate, could hardly contain his rage, slapping his assistant across the face. Useless, you cannot handle such trivial matters? Allowing Ji Huaying to leave means we lose our leverage. Boss, we did not anticipate he would bring a woman along. If it were a common woman, it would be one thing, but she is the sister of the Ji family's head. One subordinate murmured. You are correct. Ji Wani's presence has disrupted our plans. If we can seize her, she would be a valuable asset delivered right to our doorstep. Half an hour later, the Ji siblings and their entourage checked into the Chun-Yi Hotel. The hotel boasted 21 floors, with the 20th reserved for Ji Huaying's men and the presidential suite on the 21st for Ji Huaying and Ji Wani. Boss, what shall we do next? Yin Ruo inquired. Since we are here, let us remain at ease and observe how they intend to proceed, Ji Huaying replied, reclining on the sofa, unconcerned. Are we still attending the banquet tonight? Yin Ruo pressed on, that we shall see how they respond. All right, call Wani, let us head down for dinner. After all the commotion, they were quite hungry. As the Ji party entered the dining hall, they immediately spotted Aopan seated at the table, evidently waiting for them. Ji, I have come to apologize to you and Miss Ji. It was my subordinate's oversight, and I hope Miss Ji can show magnanimity and not dwell on this matter, Aopan said, gesturing for one of his aides to approach with a metallic box. Upon opening the box, a stunning set of exquisite ruby jewelry was revealed before Ji Wani. Such top-tier jewelry deserves to be adorned by a top-tier beauty. This is a token of my apology. And I hope to see Miss Ji wearing it at tonight's banquet, Aopan stated earnestly, gazing at Ji Wani. Mr. Aopan's sincerity is appreciated. I shall accept it on behalf of my sister. We will be attending the banquet this evening. Ji Huaying interjected on Ji Wani's behalf. Excellent. Then I look forward to seeing you tonight, Aopan replied with a laugh. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Aopan finally took his leave. The exchange between the two had left Ji Wani feeling fatigued. Is this what it means to be a powerful figure thriving across the globe? If they weren't engaged in illicit activities, they were undeniably capable, adept at conversing smoothly with anyone, bending and yielding as needed, while investing considerable thought into their interactions. Huaijing, you are impressive. Ji Wani expressed her genuine admiration. Socializing had always been her least favorite activity, and dealing with those who harbored ulterior motives was even more daunting. She found conversing with strangers and familiar strangers, those she knew but was not close with, to be the most exhausting and mentally taxing, even though she no longer felt physical fatigue. Witnessing Ji Huaying's interactions with Aopan left her emotionally drained. Your presence alleviates much of my burden. At least I need not concern myself with weapon preparations and other potential necessities, Ji Huaying remarked. Ruffling her hair and casually tossing the menu her way, Ji Wani randomly ordered a seafood platter. After finishing their meal, they would need to prepare for the evening's banquet, after several hours of meticulous grooming. With just an hour to go before the event, Ji Wani linked arms with Ji Huaying as they set off. Are there any specific precautions for tonight's banquet? Ji Wani inquired during the car ride. Nothing to worry about. Feel free to express yourself. With my reputation, even the most powerful figures here will think twice before crossing you, Ji Huaying assured her. Ji Wani nodded. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the banquet. A seaside villa, where many attendees had already gathered. Ji Wani, clad in a globally exclusive red strapless gown and towering 10-centimeter black heels, exuded both elegance and allure, her hair elegantly styled into an updo. The ruby jewelry adorning her neck and ears sparkled under the lights. This set of jewelry truly suits Miss Ji, Aopan remarked, approaching with a different beauty by his side. This is my wife. Heli. A brief introduction of Opan is provided. After a moment of conversation between Ji Huaying and Opan, they decided to relocate to discuss matters that required confidentiality. Naturally, Ji Wani and Madame Heli were left behind. As the host, Madame Heli guided Ji Wani around. Persistently attempting to introduce her to new acquaintances, Ji Wani maintained a smile that was beginning to feel rigid, and just as she was on the verge of numbness, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The woman who had previously been in Opan's company sauntered toward Madame Heli, her movements beguiling, and in a most casual manner, inquired, "Where is the gentleman, Madame Heli?" her expression unperturbed. replied, "He is currently occupied with important matters and cannot meet you." The woman, seemingly unyielding, questioned, "How did this set of jewelry come to be in your possession?" Just as Jiwani anticipated that the confrontation would escalate. The woman's gaze abruptly shifted to her pupils widening in disbelief as she fixated on the necklace adorning Jiwani's neck. "This is a token of apology from Mr. Opan," Jiwani declared. "That is mine. It belongs to me. You must return it." The woman suddenly lost her composure, lunging at Jiwani, who deftly evaded her grasp. Yet, the woman persisted, engaging Madame Heli in a struggle. The scene descended into chaos, with onlookers multiplying in number. Jiwani sought to extricate herself from the tumultuous crowd, but was abruptly struck by a sense of foreboding among certain individuals. A loud bang echoed as someone drew a firearm and fired at the two entangled women. The deranged woman was struck, the bullet penetrating her body. Jiwani stood opposite the madwoman, and as the bullet hurtled toward her, she caught it with a swift motion. With a surge of her power, the bullet disintegrated into powdered ice. In the astonished gaze of the waiter who had fired the shot, Jiwani offered a detached smile. In the next moment, a handgun materialized in her hand, and she pulled the trigger, the bullet finding its mark at the center of her adversary's brow. As gunfire erupted amidst the ensuing panic. Jiwani calmly turned away. "Let them kill, let them create chaos. The more disordered the situation, the more advantageous it is for my second brother." Yet, her steps faltered as she noticed the madwoman, struck by the bullet, groggily attempting to rise. She was no longer human. How could this be? Jiwani pondered, perplexed by the notion that the bullet had been tainted with zombie blood. What does it matter, as long as no information leaks from her? I shall disregard any other zombie viruses. However, just as she intended to depart, she realized that this particular zombie exhibited some distinct characteristics. The creature's pitch-black eyes were fixed on the trembling Madame Heli, radiating a palpable hatred. Upon sensing Jiwani's gaze, the female zombie turned to face her. In that instant of their mutual stare, Jiwani unleashed a fraction of her aura, swiftly overpowering the creature. As their eyes met, Jiwani discerned the fear and submission reflected in the zombie's expression. Excellent. This is indeed a conscious zombie. Just as Jiwani contemplated further study, a flash of fire streaked across the sky. With a resounding explosion, a bomb plunged into the swimming pool, sending a spray of water mixed with blood soaring into the air, drenching the ground below. Limbs were scattered, crashing down in front of the elegantly dressed ladies, eliciting screams of terror. Following the explosion, gunfire erupted at the entrance of the villa. The scene was already chaotic, and Jiwani realized that the attackers were engaging in indiscriminate fire, with countless bullets whizzing perilously close to her. "It matters not. Remaining here is illogical. That I must find a place to hide like a normal person and then locate my brother." The presence of zombies was inconsequential, but they must not harm her brother. As Yin Ruo and his men burst in with firearms, they spotted Jiwani calmly striding into the villa. "My lady, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I am going to find my brother," Jiwani replied nonchalantly, allowing him to tug at her arm. "But this is far too dangerous." Before Yin Ruo could finish, Jiwani raised her hand and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a masked enemy fell to the ground. Yin Ruo, who had intended to shield her with his body, stood momentarily stunned, marveling at the prowess of the boss's sister. "What is that?" one of Yin Ruo's companions suddenly asked, pointing in a particular direction. Following the line of sight, they beheld several individuals darting toward the gunmen, moving with extraordinary speed. They opened their mouths wide, ravenously tearing into the flesh of the living. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, Yin Ruo and his companions nearly retched. Jiwani, however, displayed no sign of disturbance. In the brief interval, the madwoman had already begun to orchestrate a horde of zombies. These zombies were clearly more agile, their thirst for blood and flesh more pronounced. Nearing the classification of low-level zombies, let us head inside and find Huang. Jiwani's mental energy enveloped the entire villa area. Every movement of the zombies within her range of perception was meticulously monitored. The madwoman zombie had already slipped back into the villa to seek Opan. Now, Jiwani could confirm that this madwoman zombie not only retained some consciousness, but was likely a low-level zombie. The awareness of a low-level zombie should be rooted in its obsessions from life. Did she harbor such profound love and hatred for Opan and Heli? Such obsessions could even influence her existence beyond death. It appeared that the conditions for preserving such obsessions were exceedingly stringent. Although the madwoman's body could be pierced by bullets, it was not fatal. The pain remained at that moment. She must have believed she was dying. Her heart devoid of fear, filled only with an unyielding love and hatred. This was distinctly different from those who perished from zombie bites, whose only emotion was terror, rendered incapable of retaining any obsession. The nature of obsession would warrant future study. Her brother was still with Opan, and she worried he might be implicated. With determination, Jiwani strode confidently into the villa, only to collide with a group of masked gunmen. Before Yin Rua and the others could raise their weapons, Jiwani holstered her handgun and conjured a submachine gun from thin air. With a rapid series of shots, the barricade was obliterated. Without hesitation, she led her companions into the room, where her awareness swiftly pinpointed the entrance to the basement. "Miss, allow me to go first," Yin Rua urged, attempting to restrain her. "No need. I will handle this," Jiwani asserted, pushing him aside as she entered the basement. Before their arrival, the basement skylight had been shattered by a bomb, and the madwoman had already descended into the basement in search of Opan. By the time Jiwani arrived, 2 zombies were meandering at the entrance. Sensing Jiwani's presence, they turned to flee, but were instinctively drawn to the aura of Yin Rua and the others. Lunging forward to bite, Jiwani fired her weapon, while simultaneously unleashing a mental assault. The 2 zombies fell without much struggle. Stepping over their bodies, she pressed onward, in a room deeper within the basement. Ji Huaying and Opan were engaged in conversation. G. If you can assist me in expanding into the Huagua market, not only will I return your personnel and goods intact, but there will also be additional rewards. Opan proposed that Ji Huaying, rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, casually swirled the contents of his wine glass and replied with a smile, "Mr. Opan, you overestimate my influence. The development of Chun E Group in Huagua and other nations is largely attributed to our adherence to the law. Furthermore, Chun E Group is no longer under my control. I cannot make such decisions. I am well aware that Ji Ancient of Chun E Group is merely a bedridden invalid. Should an unforeseen incident occur, he will not have long to live. Apart from him, the Ji family consists only of you and Miss Ji. Though you and Miss Ji are siblings, there is no blood relation that if you were to unite. Who do you suppose would ultimately inherit Chun E Group?" Opan's beady eyes regarded Ji Huaying with a sinister smile. At that moment, Ji Huaying's expression turned cold in response to Opan's insinuation. Before he could retort, the anguished cries of a man echoed from outside. Instantly, Opan's men rushed into the room, trembling as they reported, "Boss, there's a monster outside." "What sort of monster? Speak clearly," Opan barked. Gripping the man's collar in fury. It appears to be a woman. She bites anyone she sees. Those bitten will soon transform into creatures that attack indiscriminately. Before Opan could further interrogate, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. "What is that commotion?" he demanded, turning to peer into the chaos. "Monsters have breached our defenses." One of his subordinates quaked. Pointing toward the entrance, Opan released his grip and stepped outside, his gaze falling upon a pair of bloodied hands pressing against the opulent gilded wallpaper, the figure swaying as it advanced, reminiscent of a specter from a horror film. The madwoman's golden hair obscured most of her face, her dress stained crimson with blood, revealing a significant portion of her body. Opan and his companions hastily drew their firearms and opened fire on the zombie, but the barrage of bullets failed to halt its advance. Suddenly, the deranged woman cast her gaze towards Opan, recklessly sprinting towards him. The individual aiming with a firearm was so startled that he couldn't even pull the trigger, promptly dodging aside. As she approached Opan, a zombie lunged directly at him, in a moment of panic. Opan seized Ji Huaying, pushing him towards the oncoming zombie. Ji Huaying was prepared for his move. As Opan shoved him, he swiftly grabbed Opan instead. Despite being pulled, Opan remained in front of him. "Ji Huaying, you are quite ruthless." Opan gritted his teeth. Watching as the zombie was about to pounce, he suppressed the pain and crouched down, leaving several claw marks on Ji Huaying's arm before collapsing to the ground. Intending for Ji Huaying to absorb the initial onslaught from the female zombie descending from above, "Brother!" At that moment, Jiwani rushed in, swinging her submachine gun directly at the airborne female zombie. The creature was struck and sent tumbling elsewhere, landing and immediately attempting to bite anyone in sight. Jiwani had yet to catch her breath when another calamity struck, as if it weren't enough to contend with a female zombie. Among the subordinates Opan had brought, there was a traitor. This individual, brandishing a knife stained with zombie blood, charged straight at Opan. "Boss, be careful." Opan's men quickly moved to support him. Ji Huaying, seeing this, immediately released Opan. But just as he intended to retreat, The bloodied hand of Aopan's subordinate brushed against the wound Ji Huaying had sustained from Aopan's earlier grip. Get away. Your bloodstained hand shouldn't touch the boss. One of Aopan's underlings, aware that his recent dodge had displeased Aopan, hurriedly pulled the man away and stepped forward to assist. Second brother, we must leave quickly. Ji Wani approached Ji Huaying, grasping his hand as she spoke. Wait, Wani. Ji Huaying swayed slightly before collapsing in Ji Wani's bewildered gaze. Second brother, boss. Both Ji Wani and Yin Rua rushed to support him. Miss, what happened to the boss? Yin Rua looked towards Ji Wani in concern. How could this happen? Ji Wani was examining Ji Huaying. Yet, it was clear that he was exhibiting symptoms of having contracted the zombie virus. Ji Wani pulled up Ji Huaying's arm, where several claw marks were smeared with dark red blood. This is zombie blood. Wani, you must leave, Ji Huaying exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation, using all his strength to push Ji Wani away. It's all right, brother. Trust yourself that I can endure this. Lin Xingyan can endure this. And you surely can too. You are stronger than us all. Ji Wani supported him while channeling her healing powers to resist the zombie toxin coursing through his body, whispering words of comfort into his ear. Ji Wani helped Ji Huaying to his feet, seeking a suitable place for him to rest. However, upon rising, they found Aopan and his men brandishing weapons at them. Mr. Aopan, what is the meaning of this? Ji Wani's gaze grew colder. He has been infected by that monster. Sooner or later, he will become one himself. We must eliminate him. One of Aopan's subordinates, who had smeared Ji Huaying with zombie blood, spoke with righteous indignation. Ji Wani suddenly smiled. She raised her hand, and a dagger flew out from her sleeve, glinting silver as it sliced through the air. With a sickening thud, the subordinate's head was severed from his body. My brother, a member of Oppen exclaimed in astonishment. However, Ji Wani did not pay them any mind, her gaze fixated intently on the frenzied woman at the forefront. You were given an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Do not place the blame upon me. That which I lent you must be returned in double. Ji Wani raised her right hand, a sphere of white light coalescing above it. Immediately, countless strands of white silk erupted from her palm, ensnaring all the zombies. The deranged woman at the front was bound as tightly as a rice dumpling. And no matter how she screamed and roared, she could not break free from the silken restraints. With a downward tug of her hand, all the zombies were instantly suspended in midair. Except for the madwoman, all the zombies were rendered immobile under Ji Wani's control. It is time to end this, Ji Wani declared, releasing her arm. The densely packed silver thread sliced through the air with a swish, the sound of tearing air echoing. In an instant, all the zombies were severed into small pieces. Body parts flew through the air, blood splattering across the entire space, pooling on the ground and forming a bloodbath in the narrow corridor. Ji Wani stood at the center of the blood pool. Yet not a single drop of the swirling blood mist touched her. Behind Ji Wani, Oppen and his subordinates appeared utterly stunned. One of them slapped himself hard across the face, grimacing in pain. When Ji Wani turned to look at them, meeting her crimson gaze, everyone recoiled in shock, their hairs standing on end, cold sweat pouring down their backs. I discovered nothing. Please spare us. Oppen was the first to kneel before Ji Wani. Ji Wani turned, an invisible force gripping Oppen's neck, lifting him high into the air. Considering Ji Huaying's plan and the situation in Aozhou, Oppen could not die just yet. Ji Wani had to suppress her murderous intent. With a flick of her fingers, the group was sent crashing into the room behind them, collectively losing consciousness, the door slamming shut with a bang. She could only erase part of their memories, leaving behind a faint trace of energy within them, just enough to attract the lower-tier zombies. This ensured that when the zombies erupted, they would be the first to perish, providing no threat to her whatsoever. Amidst the blood, a thumb-sized yellow crystal core lay quietly. With a beckoning gesture, the core flew into Ji Wani's hand. Only a level 3. As the crystal core fell into her palm, its color faded entirely within moments, its gleaming surface transforming into that of a substandard artifact, which she ultimately crushed into powder. Turning to leave the area, flames spread from beneath her feet, incinerating all traces of the zombie virus along the path of blood and flesh. With the interior of the villa dealt with, it was time to confront the exterior. As she stepped out of the villa, all the zombies in the vicinity had already gathered in response to her call, congregating before the villa. This time, it was not nearly as troublesome. Ji Wani unleashed flames, incinerating the remaining zombies. Under her suppression, those zombies dared not move until they were reduced to ashes. Having resolved all matters, Ji Wani returned to the basement, remaining by her brother's side. Miss, how is it outside? Yin Rua inquired. There is nothing to report. Everything has been resolved, G1 replied calmly. After a night's time. The large troop delayed by Oppen finally arrived. When Oppen was awakened by his subordinates, he appeared utterly terrified, clearly having experienced a horrifying nightmare. Where are the zombies? Where are the zombies? Oppen clutched the clothing of his capable assistant. His expression one of sheer terror. What zombies, boss? What are you talking about? There's nothing here. The others, now awake, found their memories frozen at the moment they were surrounded by zombies, with no recollection of how they escaped. As for any memories regarding G1, there was not a trace to be found, and the surveillance, that too, was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. What about the G siblings? Oppen recalled his plan in a panic and hurriedly inquired. Ji Huaying and his subordinates were gravely injured. Ji Huaying remains unconscious. They have already departed, reported a subordinate. Damn it, since Ji Huaying is severely injured, why did you not stop him and send him to our own hospital for treatment? Oppen, now free from fear, reverted to his ruthless nature, slapping his subordinate across the face. The subordinate lamented, we wanted to. But even in his unconscious state, his sister holds absolute authority and is quite formidable. We have already been shot by her twice, and thus we dared not intervene. Mentioning Ji-Wan's name, Oppen instinctively shuddered at the memory of the subordinate whose brain had been severed beside him. For some reason, his body seemed to retain an innate fear of Ji-Wan. Forget it then. Oppen, aware of the oddity, simply wished to adhere to his body's instinct. He still needed to contemplate how to explain the situation to the siblings. Within the Chinese hotel, Ji Huaying lay upon the grand bed of the presidential suite, his breathing steady, all bodily functions normal. Ji-Wan and her injured subordinates remained vigilantly by his side. Miss, you should rest for a while. We will keep watch over the boss, Yen Ruo urged. The others echoed in agreement. After this ordeal, they were thoroughly convinced by Ji-Wan. Not only could she conjure objects from thin air, but she could also remain calm and composed even in such dire circumstances. No need. I am not tired, Ji-Wan declined. Zombies do not require sleep, and she indeed felt no fatigue. She needed to stay by Ji Huaying's side. The energy within him was too potent. And upon awakening, he might experience a loss of control over his abilities. She had to be present to provide guidance at the earliest moment. As they conversed, Ji-Wan sensed the escalating instability of energy fluctuations in the air. All small, unsecured objects in the room temporarily defied gravity. Floating in the air. Seemed her brother was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 26. Control of objects. In the next moment, Ji Huaying's eyes gradually opened. As he became fully conscious, all floating objects plummeted to the ground, crashing noisily. With a jolt, the still-dazed Ji Huaying sat upright in bed, his nerves taut, instinctively mobilizing the energy within him. The objects that had fallen were once again lifted into the air under his control. Ji Huaying turned to see a group of people awaiting his awakening. However, the floating objects around them made him feel as though he were still dreaming, gazing at the phone hovering before him. Ji Huaying reached out and touched it. The sensation was tangible, unlike a dream. Holding the phone, his consciousness gradually returned, and he recalled the events prior. His neck had been clawed by a zombie, yet he was acutely aware that his mind was active, and his limbs agile. This body was certainly not that of a mindless corpse. Thus, this was what his sister had referred to as another situation. He had awakened his abilities. Therefore, the phenomena before him were manifestations of his own power. What sort of ability do I possess? Am I awake now? If so, let us attempt to harness this energy. G1 allowed him ample time to contemplate, to accept, and only approached him once she was certain he fully comprehended. Placing her hand upon his shoulder, a small surge of healing energy flowed into his body. Can you feel it? This is my energy. You now possess your own energy as well. Try to sense it, to manipulate it. Listening to G1's guidance, Ji Huaying attuned himself to the energy she infused into him, while searching for his own energy within. Before long, he discovered the energy coursing through his limbs, as well as that which seeped into the air around him. He began to explore, gradually manipulating the energy. As he collected the dispersed energy from the air, the objects that had floated above fell to the ground without their energy support. Are you feeling any discomfort? Ji-Wan inquired. Hungry, Ji Huaying replied sincerely. It was indeed time for dinner. I will have them bring food up. This time, Ji-Wan ordered an abundance of dishes that it turned out. She had made the right choice. After awakening his abilities, Ji Huaying's appetite had multiplied several times. Miss, the boss has awakened. You should go and rest now. Although Yen Ruo was exceedingly curious about what had transpired, Ji-won had already gone 2 days and nights without rest that he refrained from questioning her at that moment. Moreover, wouldn't he asking the boss yield the same results? 1E, you should go rest. Leave the rest to me, Ji Huaying said, his gaze carrying a hint of reproach. Very well. I shall return to my room to ease her brother's mind. She did not persist. She returned to her own room, washed up, and lay down on her bed. Zombies do not require sleep, so she closed her eyes and entered a state of rest. The following day, Ji Huaying and Ji-won shared breakfast together. Brother, have you figured out your abilities? Ji-won inquired with curiosity. It is the power of object control, Ji Huaying nodded. However, with my current abilities, I can only move smaller objects, he continued. Object control. That is quite an impressive ability. She possesses abilities as well. There is no need to be overly concerned with the size of the object being controlled. Why not attempt precise control instead? As Ji-won spoke, she raised her hand, holding the knife and fork. Controlling one's powers is akin to maneuvering one's own limbs. What the heart envisions, the hands can achieve. Ji-won ceased her discourse at that point, offering no further elaboration. Indeed, my sister is quite insightful. Ji Huaying nodded in acknowledgement, appearing to have learned something. This is merely my humble understanding of supernatural abilities. Each individual's powers are unique, and the path that suits one may differ from another. Huaying, you might wish to explore this on your own. Miss, can everyone awakened by a zombie's claw develop supernatural abilities? Yin Ruo suddenly posed a question she deemed foolish. Certainly not. Otherwise, there would not be so many zombies. Ji-won replied without hesitation. You are a medical professional. Could you assist me in assessing the probability of awakening after being scratched? Yin Ruo continued her probing. I regret to inform you that I am also unaware of the rules governing such awakenings. Ji-won remarked, turning to Ji Huaying with a questioning glance. Did you not inform them? They merely inquired about zombies and supernatural abilities, not about the apocalypse or prophecies. Never mind. You should engage in more discussions with Yishua. Ji Huaying directly tossed the question to Yishua, who was far across the sea. The apocalypse? Yin Ruo found it hard to believe. The reality was before her eyes, and she could no longer deny it. After breakfast, someone from Aopan arrived to offer condolences. Ji Huaying had not met with them at the banquet that day. Aside from a few members of the Ji family, nearly all the guests invited by Aopan had perished. Both of Aopan's wives were also lost. How could he swallow such a bitter pill? They still had not uncovered how the zombies originated, but the factions that attacked during the banquet were easy to identify. Consequently, that faction bore the full brunt of Aopan's fury. Gang conflicts plunged much of Ao's state into chaos. The government, not entirely idle, apprehended numerous individuals. In such a scenario, the situation grew even more tumultuous. Ji Huaying recuperated in the hotel, primarily practicing his abilities to evade the chaos within Ao's state. He had never intended to engage with these unscrupulous factions, let alone involve himself actively. The commotion between the two factions seemed endless. Over the course of half a month, not only did it not cease, but tensions escalated. Ji-won and her companions roamed the prominent attractions and shopping centers of Ao's state, unable to find peace. Although the cost of living here was not negligible, there were still affordable items such as milk and beef. As for fruits and vegetables, they were not worth mentioning, having secretly hoarded supplies for half a month. They had procured items worth hundreds of thousands. There was truly little left to purchase. Of course, during this half month, while Ji Huaying practiced his abilities, Ji-won was not idle either. She trained alongside him. Upon awakening supernatural abilities, one not only gains a unique skill but also experiences a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. The higher the level of supernatural abilities, the better the overall physical attributes. Initially, Ji-won had not engaged in much training, but after Ji Huaying awakened his powers, he felt that his sister's equally commendable physical attributes should not go to waste, prompting him to include her in the training. However, this proved beneficial, as it would allow her to reveal more of her capabilities in the future. Observing the increasingly chaotic situation outside, the Ji siblings could no longer remain passive. They needed to resolve matters here swiftly and return to continue stockpiling supplies. This time, Ji Huaying did not intend to take the stage. After all, he had been unwell. He entrusted Ji-won to handle the situation. The reason, of course, was that although he had survived this crisis, he was left with severe after-effects. As for business, it mattered little to Ji-won, the headstrong young lady. Ji-won went to meet Aopan, while Ji Huaying stealthily infiltrated to rescue his people. Chapter 27. Re-entering the manor in order to expedite their departure from this place. Ji-won readily agreed. Consequently, Ji Huaying instructed Yin Ruo to contact Aopan, arranging a meeting in Ji-won's name. They received a definitive response. 3 days later, Aopan would have half an hour to meet with Ji-won. Once the time to meet Aopan was confirmed, they continued to devise their escape plan. Ji Huaying's associates in Ao State had already taken their positions. If their operation succeeded, Ji Huaying would be able to rescue those individuals and proceed directly to the airport from Aopan's manor. If it failed, they would devise another strategy. 3 days later, Ji-won and her bodyguards drove back to Aopan's manor. After undergoing layers of scrutiny, the two vans finally entered the estate. Aopan was busy with matters, and one of his trusted aides came to greet Ji-won. "Miss Ji, the boss is currently handling some unexpected affairs, and the originally scheduled time for your meeting may need to be postponed." The newcomer, impeccably dressed in a suit and fluent in Chinese, was clearly a native speaker. Ji-won turned to look at the person, with a Chinese visage, standing at a height of 1.9 meters and possessing a robust physique. The muscle definition was subtly visible beneath the suit. His handsome face bore sharp lines, and a scar on his left cheek not only did not detract from his attractiveness, but also added an air of ruthlessness and wildness. Ji Huaying had provided her with a list, and had distinctly introduced this person as the first on the list. It was surprising that such a striking individual was associated with Aopan. She had never noticed him before. Standing by the car, Ji-won curiously observed and smiled at the newcomer, inquiring. More intriguingly, she sensed a fluctuation of energy emanating from him. The energy was not particularly strong, but was comparable to Ji Huaying's. "Miss, this is Mr. Yin Yunha, Aopan's right-hand man." Yin Ruo leaned close to Ji-won, whispering a reminder. The implication was clear. This individual was not someone they could aspire to. "Won't he introduce himself? Why do you need to remind me?" Ji-won shot Yin Ruo an annoyed glare. "Since Mr. Aopan is occupied, I don't mind waiting. I didn't have the chance to explore Mr. Aopan's estate during my last visit. Mr. Yin, might you show me around this time?" Ji-won maintained her smile, indicating that she was not upset about Aopan's postponed meeting. She felt a fondness for Yin Yunha, but remained appropriately reserved. "Certainly, Miss Ji, please follow me," Yin Yunha replied, leading her with gentlemanly grace. After leaving the area, in the backseat of their vehicle, Ji Yingchen and another subordinate lifted the seat cushion and opened the door, quietly navigating the route they had previously scouted under Yin Ruo's cover. Meanwhile, Ji-won followed Yin Yunha to a garden not far from Aopan's office. "Mr. Yin, your command of Chinese is remarkable. Are you from Huagua?" Ji-won casually inquired. "My mother is, while my father is from Ao State." Yin Yunha responded. "How's Mr. Ji faring?" Yin Yunha then asked. "He survived, but he suffers from severe aftereffects," Ji-won replied, adhering to the narrative she had agreed upon with Ji Huaying. "What sort of aftereffects? Could they bite?" Yin Yunha's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly mocking her. Thus far, Ji-won had not heard his true thoughts. When something appears amiss, there is often something sinister behind it, and she was unaware of what abilities Yin Yunha had awakened. Ji-won remained vigilant within. "Mr. Yin, your remarks are rather excessive. My brother is merely somewhat unwell, not a zombie." Ji-won's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly turned cold. In this manner, among the 3 members of the Ji family, it seemed only 2 were ailing. "It appears Mr. Yin harbors significant grievances toward my family," Ji-won noted, and if she could not detect the malice in his tone, then she had truly lived in vain. "Oh, indeed. I have considerable grievances. I wonder what Miss Ji intends to do about it." Yin Yunha turned to face her. Although his expression bore a smile, the depths of his dark eyes exuded an air of danger. "Discontent is merely discontent. The world is not solely populated by those who hold grievances against the Ji family. So what of it?" Ji-won turned to meet his gaze directly, her tone indifferent. Under Yin Yunha's unfeeling gaze, Ji-won displayed no signs of retreat or fear. Instead, she mirrored his expression, refusing to yield. "Yun, are you over there?" A feminine voice broke the tension between the two. A slightly plump foreign woman approached Yin Yunha with exuberance, effortlessly linking her arm through his. "Yun, who is this?" The woman's gaze toward Ji-won radiated hostility. "This is Miss Ji from Huagua. She is a guest of your father," Yin Yunha replied, looking down at the woman clinging to his arm. His tone and demeanor gentle, a stark contrast to how he spoke to Ji-won. The extent of his sincerity remained ambiguous. Observing his demeanor, a smile finally graced Ji-won's previously indifferent face. "Hello, I am Ji-won." Ji-won extended her hand in greeting. "Lena," the woman merely nodded in acknowledgement. The woman's not particularly large eyes still held a glimmer of suspicion and an air of superiority toward her. As the other party did not reciprocate, Ji-won gracefully withdrew her hand. "May I ask, are the two of you a couple?" Ji-won suddenly inquired with a radiant smile, what was evidently a simple question. However, caused the two individuals opposite her to change their expressions dramatically. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lena's face was almost emblazoned with fury. Is that not the case? My sincerest apologies. I must have misunderstood. When she arrived, Ji Huaying had mentioned that Ao Pan had only one daughter, who was married to a high-ranking official in Ao Zhou. Yin Yun, he was clearly not that official. So, how perplexing. Haha, you are all here. Do come in. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of becoming awkward, Ao Pan finally made her entrance. "Miss Ji, how is your brother faring?" she inquired, leading the guests to the parlor and requesting a cup of coffee, after which she continued. "For the time being, there is no immediate threat to his life, but if this drags on, it may become dire, which is why I have come to bid farewell. Oh, is it truly that grave? Does that mean I can no longer discuss business with your brother? His personnel and goods are still in my possession." Ao Pan was genuinely taken aback. And no matter how lucrative the business, it could never outweigh one's life, could it? The Ji family was not lacking in wealth. They could easily absorb the loss of a shipment. As for my brother's subordinates, Mr. Ao Pan, what price will you offer? I shall take them away, and once I return, I will ensure the payment is transferred, Ji Wani stated, adhering to the terms she had agreed upon with Ji Huaying. That may not be appropriate. I can provide the very best doctors and hospitals for J. Ao Pan frowned. That will not be necessary. My eldest brother has already contacted a premier group of physicians worldwide. Ji Wani steadfastly refused. Chapter 28. Chaos. Miss Ji, returning to Huagua from here will be quite time-consuming. Such a tumult may not bode well for Mr. Ji's condition. Perhaps, before Ao Pan could finish her thought, a blood-soaked figure burst into the room. "Boss, we were attacked at the largest venue in the south. Everyone but me has perished," the man cried. "What did you say?" Ao Pan was jolted by the news, rising hurriedly. "Yun-hee, let us go, Miss Ji. You can see for yourself that I currently have no time to discuss matters with you. The situation outside is precarious. Please stay here, and I will send someone to bring your brother back," Ao Pan declared, not allowing Ji Wan-yi to protest as she prepared to leave with Yin Yun-hee. However, before they could exit the room, gunfire and explosions erupted from another direction in the estate. The grim expressions on Ao Pan and Yin Yun-hee's faces grew even more severe. "Yun-hee, you stay behind to look after Lena and Miss Ji," Ao Pan instructed, turning to Yin Yun-hee before departing without a backward glance. Ji Wani remained seated on the sofa, motionless. Although it was presented as a means of ensuring her and Lena's safety, it was evident that internal issues had arisen within the estate, and he had left Yun-hee behind to manage them. Yet, caution was indeed a hallmark of a great leader. Amidst the chaos, she too would remain vigilant against potential threats. Ji Wan-yi had heard the commotion and extended her mental prowess towards that direction. Fortunately, it was not her brother, but rather a clash between two foreign factions. She did not know who they were, nor did she care. As long as her brother was safe, Ji Wan-yi's mental reach continued to extend forward. Beneath this space lay a relatively small prison. Ji Huaying had already infiltrated it. Despite the gunfire outside, the guards patrolling within remained unfazed, seemingly quite accustomed to such scenarios. At the innermost part of the prison, a bloodied man was bound to a torture rack, his injuries rendering him unrecognizable apart from his gender. Ji Wan-yi also discovered several Chinese individuals within the prison, one of whom appeared familiar. Likely someone who had been by Ji Huaying's side before her. These must be the individuals her brother intended to rescue. "Miss Ji, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please, treat this place as your home. Should you need anything, the staff will assist you." Ji Wan-yi had initially intended to continue observing, but Yin Yun-hee's voice drew her attention back. "Lena, ensure Miss Ji is well taken care of." Without regard for the two women's opinions, Yin Yun-hee hurriedly departed. "Humph, Miss Ji, feel free." Lena rolled her eyes at Ji Wan-yi, disregarding her father's and Yin Yun-hee's admonitions, and left her guest behind. This was quite suitable. Having someone accompany her would only add to her discomfort. "May I inquire where the restroom is?" Ji Wan-yi asked the maid standing nearby. The maid pointed her in the right direction. Ji Wan-yi rose and walked toward the restroom, locking the door behind her. Confirming the absence of cameras, she vanished from the restroom. When she reappeared, it was in Ao Pan's study. The old man was indeed cautious. The study was filled with various traps, yet to her, they posed no challenge. Glancing at the computer on the desk, she found that even the most advanced security systems could not deter her. She mentally backed up nearly everything on the computer before honing in on the safe in the room. The password was of no concern to her. She simply focused, her pupils turning crimson as the metal casing of the safe gradually became transparent, revealing its contents. Observing the interior of the safe, Ji-Won began to turn the combination lock. With a click, the safe sprang open. The first layer contained a dozen file folders, which she hastily stored away without scrutiny. The second layer was filled with gold and jewels, alongside several glass vials containing white powder and a clear liquid. Though gold and jewels were valuable, the contents of the vials were likely dangerous substances. She collected all the treasures but left the rest untouched. Having acquired all that was of significance in the study, Ji-Won planned to depart, as lingering in the restroom for too long, while justifiable, would appear suspicious. "Miss G, do you require anything?" Upon her exit, the maid swiftly approached with an inquiry. "No need. Please show me around." The maid led Ji-Won outside, initially taking her to some commonplace locations, such as the estate's swimming pool and artificial lake. Standing on the glass bridge over the lake, Ji-Won sensed that Ji Huaying's mission was successful. He had begun the breakout from the prison. Seizing the opportunity while the maid was distracted, Ji-Won performed an instant disappearance. Following the route mapped out by her mental exploration, she teleported forward, traversing what would normally take over 10 minutes in less than 3. Knock, knock, knock. Ji-Won stood before a window, tapping 3 times. "Miss, the bodyguards escorting her to this location opened the window. Huaying has succeeded. You should go assist him." After delivering this message, Ji-Won vanished once more. This time, she headed straight for the estate's storeroom. The estate was not solely occupied by the Aopan family, but also numerous servants and subordinates, necessitating a substantial stockpile of supplies in the storeroom. Various premium food items occupied 5 storerooms, along with other necessities and cleaning supplies for the staff. Nearby, the kitchen featured a cold storage unit filled with an array of high-end ingredients: foie gras from F country, caviar from E country, wagyu beef from Sakura Island, bluefin tuna from M country, and more. A veritable feast for the eyes. Without a hint of disdain, Ji-Won collected everything. After completing her task, she set the storeroom ablaze before making her way to the ammunition depot. Prior to the chaos at the estate prison, Yin Yun had taken down the last adversary in front of him with a single shot, as he intended to enter the storeroom for inspection. He noticed thick smoke rising from another direction. "That is the direction of the storeroom," his subordinate reported. While the storeroom was important, it paled in comparison to the prison and ammunition depot, which posed more critical issues. Thus, Yin Yun had no intention of investigating further. He merely sent someone to extinguish the flames and turned to check the prison instead. Just a few steps in, he witnessed numerous sharp objects lying on the ground suddenly rise, launching themselves at the throats of those standing nearby at an alarming speed. Yin Yun reacted swiftly, raising his hand to defend himself, yet blood continued to drip from his wounded hand. Ignoring the injury, he focused on the source of the strange energy he sensed before him. Before his eyes, clad in black, Ji Huaying emerged alone. "Ji Huaying, it truly is you." Yin Yun ground his teeth in fury. Chapter 29. A successful escape. "It seems your experiences in Mo Gugwa have been quite eventful," Ji Huaying noted. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Yin Yun, "Do not forget that your esteemed young lady is still within the estate. Are you not concerned for her safety?" Yin Yun suddenly inquired. "Oh, do not flatter yourself. With your subordinates, they could not harm her in the slightest," Ji Huaying retorted. "Let me see what abilities the third-ranked assassin on the Horus, the king of the underworld in ancient Greek mythology, list has awakened." As Ji Huaying spoke, several flying daggers shot forth from behind him, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed, their blades aimed at Yin Yun. Just as the daggers were about to reach him, Yin Yun's skin suddenly took on a metallic sheen. The weapons collided against him, producing a series of sharp clinks. That your defensive technique. What a pity. The objects you control are utterly incapable of breaching my defenses." Yin Yun remarked, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Our skirmish thus far has yielded no clear victor. Once Aopan returns, neither of us will benefit. How about we negotiate?" Ji Huaying suddenly suggested, halting his assault. "If I let you go, wouldn't that be even less favorable for me? Capturing you and handing you over to Aopan would solidify my position as his most trusted lieutenant," Yin Yun countered. No. Aopan remains unaware of your awakened abilities, does he? Even if he returns, should we wish to depart, you would be powerless to stop us, ultimately becoming a laughingstock before Aopan, a prestigious assassin ranked third. Yet you hide your identity beneath Aopan's command, subjected to his whims while feigning affection for his daughter. Surely your intentions are not so simplistic. Were I in your shoes, I would not allow those privy to my secrets to encounter my targets. Of course, I could feign ignorance, but that would require you to do the same. Ji Huaying continued to persuade. Yin Yunhe stood still, yet a flicker of doubt was evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Ji Wani had already reached the armory within the estate. Upon observing the weapons piled high in the warehouse, she could not help but exclaim, as expected of a world-renowned arms lord, the quantity of arms stored here was no less than that of Ji Huaying's mercenary company, and even included armed helicopters. This proved advantageous for Ji Wani, who unhesitatingly collected a substantial amount of weapons and ammunition. She strategically placed several explosives in various corners of the armory. After leaving the munitions depot, she swiftly tossed a fireball inside. With a flash, she teleported away to fetch her brother. A thunderous explosion erupted behind her, thick smoke billowing forth, a mushroom cloud rising above the armory. This spectacle caused all of Aopan's subordinates, both inside and outside the estate, to change their expressions dramatically. Yin Yunhe, who was confronting Ji Huaying, turned pale, his heart sinking. This was disastrous. Aopan would undoubtedly not spare him this time. His immediate reaction was to flee. He was all too familiar with the contents of the armory. Once the explosion occurred, the entire estate, and indeed the city, would be reduced to rubble. As they dashed onto a main road outside the prison, Ji Wani drove up. "Brother, get in," Ji Wani said, parking the car without turning off the engine. She waved her hand, producing another vehicle before taking a seat in the back. Escaping while driving was best left to someone else. One of Ji Huaying's subordinates promptly took the driver's seat. Yin Ruo carried the most severely injured individual into Ji Wani's vehicle, and without hesitation, Ji Huaying climbed aboard as well. The others piled into the second vehicle. Just as the doors were about to close, Yin Yunhe unexpectedly leaped inside. The Maybach, designed for 7, now had 5 people crammed into the backseat. To provide ample space for the injured. Yin Ruo had no choice but to move to the front passenger seat. Seeing Yin Yunhe's sudden entrance, Ji Wani wore a puzzled expression. "Wani, show him," Ji Huaying instructed. With Ji Huaying unconcerned, she felt no need to hesitate. Ji Wani immediately set aside her thoughts and retrieved a first aid kit to tend to the wounded. The man was gravely injured, covered in wounds, yet fortunately, they were all superficial. I never expected there to be an undercover international police officer among Ji's mercenary group, but you were aware of it all along. Yin Yunhe taunted. "I have reiterated that our family is law-abiding citizens. Naturally, we must cooperate with the police," Ji Huaying replied. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world, Ji Wani quickly cleaned and treated the surface wounds of the individual. Administering the necessary healing abilities, the man was essentially unharmed. "Miss Ji has awakened her powers as well, I presume," though phrased as a question. Yin Yunhe's tone was filled with certainty that I encountered it while studying alone in M country. Ji Wani casually answered. "How extensive is Miss Ji's spatial ability?" Yin Yunhe inquired further. "It seems you have many questions, Mr. Yin," Ji Wani replied, her patience wearing thin. The sounds of explosions had ceased in the background, which, given the amount of explosives stored in the armory, was peculiar. Yet with Ji Wani's spatial abilities, everything made sense. "What do you intend to do?" Ji Huaying suddenly asked Yin Yunhe. "My plans have been utterly thwarted by you." "What do you think I should do?" Yin Yunhe exclaimed, brimming with frustration and devoid of patience. Is there any treasure beside Aopan worth such a scheme, even to the point of sacrificing your allure? Ji Huaying probed. "Never mind. Considering your dire situation, I'll share a piece of information. On a certain day in the latter half of the year, the entire world will be plunged into peril due to the very things that awaken our abilities," Ji Huaying disclosed. "How do you know?" Yin Yunhe, having awakened his own powers, had certainly contemplated this possibility. Privately, he had also arranged for supplies to be stockpiled. "Someone has awakened the ability to foresee the future," Ji Huaying replied dismissively. Ji Wani interjected. "What are you doing here anyway?" "I seek the items left to me by my father. Aopan murdered him and plundered the treasures that have been passed down in our family for generations. My presence beside him serves 2 purposes, revenge and the recovery of those items. Although you have disrupted my plans, I have gathered all the necessary information, just awaiting the right moment," Yin Yunhe finally confessed. "And what do you intend to do now? Shall we drop you off by the roadside?" Ji Huaying raised an eyebrow at him. "Where are you headed?" Yin Yuna asked. To Sand Country, Ji Huaying replied. I will accompany you to Sand Country, Yin Yunha declared. Boss, the airport is just ahead, Yin Ruo reminded from the passenger seat. Once we reach the airport, another fierce battle awaits us. Wani, stay close to me. Ji Huaying instructed, extending his hand toward Ji Wani. Understanding his intent, Ji Wani retrieved a lightweight machine gun filled with ammunition from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Chapter 30. Sand Country. The two business vehicles barreled through the airport's barriers and security. Racing towards the parked planes. AO Pan's men organized a counterattack while simultaneously contacting the estate for reinforcements. However, those reinforcements would certainly never arrive. By the time the vehicles reached Ji's private jet, they were battered and barely recognizable. The pilot had long been prepared. Upon seeing the vehicles arrive, he had already started the aircraft. After disembarking, everyone simultaneously retaliated while retreating towards the entrance of the plane. Under Ji Huaying's cover, Ji Wani was the first to board. As soon as everyone was on the plane, Ji's private jet taxied down the runway, soaring into the sky amidst the sounds of gunfire. Only once the plane had fully ascended did everyone finally relax. However, Ji Wani was soon busy again. She needed to tend to the injured, bandaging wounds, administering fluids, and performing immediate surgeries on those with severe gunshot wounds. Hours passed in a flurry of activity. Observing the injured sprawled across the private jet's sofas, Ji Wani resigned herself and made her way to the aircraft's kitchen. Typically, a private jet would be equipped with dedicated service personnel and a gourmet chef. But they had not brought anyone along for this trip, so she was left to manage on her own. Despite Ji's family providing for her every need, her mother, Ms. Ji Ru, had instilled in her the ability to cook, and she was rather skilled at it. Checking the kitchen supplies, she found everything she needed. Washing rice and boiling porridge, rinsing and chopping vegetables, she was adept at it all. The kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds of frying and the bubbling of rich soup, accompanied by the clattering of spatulas against pots. The aromas of various dishes wafted from the kitchen, rousing those lying on the floor or sofas. Miss Ji is truly a multi-talented partner. Not only does she come from a prestigious background and possess striking beauty, but she also harbors such unexpected skills, Yin Yunha remarked, leaning casually against the kitchen doorway. Addressing Ji Wani. Ji Wani served the food from the pot into dishes and carried it outside. One can never have too many skills. Learning more is always beneficial, she replied nonchalantly, passing by him to set the dishes on the dining table. Brother, Yin Ruo, please gather everyone for a meal, JWNY called out. After finishing her shout, she turned and headed back to the place where the wine was stored. A few bottles of fine wine, carefully collected by her brother JYNGCHN, still lay atop the shelf. However, she found herself in a quandary about whether to take them out. It wasn't out of stinginess, but rather because most of these individuals bore injuries. Just as she was contemplating, Jie Huaying had already snatched the bottle from her hands. Let's open 2 bottles to celebrate our safe return. Rest assured, this little amount of wine won't intoxicate them, nor will it harm their health, Jie Huaying said, already walking away with 2 bottles in hand. The others quickly found their seats, their eyes fixated on the array of food on the table, saliva pooling in their mouths. They eagerly awaited the moment Jie Huaying and JWNY would take their seats before diving into the feast. No more words. Let us eat, Jie Huaying declared, well aware of the appetites of his subordinates. With that, he led the way in devouring the meal that it turned into a delightful and hearty banquet, with all the dishes vanishing without a trace. The airplane lacked a dishwasher, but fortunately, the utensils were disposable, easily discarded after landing. Having resolved all matters, JWNY reclined on the largest bed in the aircraft suite, clearing her mind. In truth, she delved into her mental realm to process the information obtained from OPN's computer. This included the various methods and channels through which OPN's organization processed and sold goods around the globe, as well as the clandestine dealings with officials from other conglomerates. It also encompassed their group's distribution across different nations and the abhorrent acts they had committed, most of which were unspeakable secrets of the OPN organization. With some being classified as top secret, JWNY had no intention of covering for them. She promptly packaged the documents and sent them to Interpol and to the governments of countries with which she could communicate. After all, the number of nations involved with this organization was alarmingly vast. After flying for over 10 hours, the world's largest and most luxurious private jet finally touched down at the biggest airport in the capital of SHGU. JYNGCH and remained in a wheelchair, pushed by Y Shu, yet his demeanor no longer exhibited any signs of illness. Beneath his suit, the outline of his muscles could be faintly discerned. It appeared that during their nearly month-long separation, JYNGCHN had not been idle. "Brother, we are back," JWNY said with a smile as she approached him. "It's good to be home safely," JYNGCHN replied. His eyes filled with tenderness as he gazed at JWNY. Upon exiting the airport, the J siblings checked into a hotel, while the injured were sent to the hospital, parting ways with YNYNH. "I heard Huaying has awakened his abilities too." Once back at the hotel, JYNCHN looked at J Huaying with curiosity. Both JWNY and J Huaying nodded in affirmation. "May I see?" The spark of excitement danced in JYNCHN's eyes. Mirrored by Y Shu's curiosity, J Huaying summoned his energy. With a mere lift of his hand, cups and laptops from the table all soared into the air. 1 cup of water gracefully floated before JYNGCHN. "How marvelous," JYNGCHN remarked, envy evident in his gaze. "Brother, you will have it too. It's just a matter of time," JWNY consoled, crouching beside him. "Big brother, how are preparations on this side coming along?" Although J Huaying lacked a comforting nature, he adeptly shifted the topic. JYNCHN turned to Y Shu, who responded naturally. "All the goods we ordered previously have arrived, 50,000 tons each of premium gasoline and diesel. We initially planned to procure more, but the Hugu government placed a large order, and they can't attend to us at the moment. However, we have found alternative routes, securing some lower-quality gasoline and diesel at a bargain price, as well as some high-quality crude oil. 50,000 tons of gasoline and diesel should suffice theoretically, but who knows how long the apocalypse will last. It's prudent to stockpile more. However, the pricing cannot be calculated as is. At domestic prices, 50,000 tons of diesel would cost $2,700,000,000, while 50,000 tons of gasoline would be $2,670,000,000. We ended up spending over $2 billion on additional purchases, though not as much as the first order, totaling over $2 billion again. There's also $1,700,000,000 for the inferior oil and about $1,900,000,000 for crude oil, leading to an expenditure of over $10 billion in total. Although it's a hefty sum, it's worth the price. Moreover, while awaiting the arrival of the goods, we have accumulated a substantial stockpile of food, medicine, and daily necessities. Under YN Ru's guidance, JWNY and J Huaying learned that throughout their time abroad, JYNGCHN had not been idle. He not only stockpiled the usual items anyone could foresee, but also, under the guise of investment, had the headquarters sift through numerous high-tech firms, amassing batches of cutting-edge products. These included powerful walkie-talkies with extended communication ranges, energy-efficient and high-efficiency ice machines and air conditioners, electric heaters, and high-tech fabrics that could adjust temperature. There were countless items, far too many for JWNY to endure reading through. Congratulations on your prosperity. Below are the author's references for the oil prices, not counting towards the word limit. Today's average price for zero diesel is 7.59 yuan per liter. 1 ton of diesel equals 1162 to 1219 liters. The author takes 1,200 liters. Therefore, 50,000 tons of diesel equals 759,1200, 500,00004, 554, 000, 000. Today's gasoline prices are 8.9 grade, 5.00, 92 grade, 6.69, 95 grade, 7.13, 98 grade, 8.03. The author takes the highest average of 8.03. 1 ton of gasoline equals 1,350 to 1,400 liters, due to differences in density and weight. 1 ton's volume varies. The author takes 1,375 liters, thus 50,000 tons of gasoline equals 8.031375, 500,005, 520, 625, 000. This is the amount needed for normal market purchases, including transportation, processing fees, and company profits. As fuel companies also need to make a profit that if directly sourcing the goods, the prices would undoubtedly be much lower. The author boldly estimates half. Diesel, 2,700,000,000. Gasoline, 2,670,000,000. These are the presumptions of an inexperienced author. Should there be any inaccuracies, please bear with me. Chapter 31. Chaos begins after arriving in SHGU. JWNY and J Huaying rested for a night. The following day, JYNGCHN took them to inspect his spoils. They marveled at the various goods filling one massive cargo ship after another. After JWNY had toured the ship multiple times and stored all the cargo in her space, the seemingly full ships set sail, appearing bustling while being empty inside. This was a clever ruse to mislead others while they sought additional treasures elsewhere. After spending a week in SHGU, JYNGCHN and JHuaying planned their return home, while JWNY intended to head to MGU. Over this extended period, some individuals had indeed noticed the unfolding issues. However, all information uploaded to the internet had vanished without a trace. Some high-ranking officials in various nations had also begun to recognize the problem. But what could be done? If the apocalypse were announced, it would incite panic, and before the apocalypse even arrived, they could incur significant losses to their assets. Some individuals aware of this issue had started hoarding food and daily necessities, not only for self-preservation but also to exploit the situation. Intending to sell food, weapons, and daily supplies at inflated prices. MGU had its share of such opportunists. Initially, in a relatively remote yet affluent state in MGU, a police officer witnessed a criminal being devoured by a horde of zombies while in pursuit. He reported the footage captured by his body camera to the government. Days turned into weeks without any response. As zombies became a common sight and most citizens barricaded themselves indoors, terrified to step outside. Helicopters appeared, blaring pre-established lists of goods and prices. As long as the price was right, even powerful weapons could be acquired. Amidst this chaos, townsfolk not only faced the terror brought by zombies but also had to be wary of the plundering by nefarious individuals, transforming the entire town into a living hell. Those with considerable wealth had long been whisked away by helicopters after relinquishing a significant portion of their fortunes. Did the police and government remain indifferent? Countless reports were filed, yet there was no response. Their letters could not be sent, and communication and power were severed. Wealthy individuals with perverse interests constructed zombie hunting grounds, tossing those they deemed undesirable into the fray to feed the undead, practicing their marksmanship behind fortified walls while deriving twisted pleasure from watching a living person being torn apart by zombies. Almost all high-ranking officials were aware of the zombie situation, yet it remained a secret to the media and major newspapers. They believed themselves to possess the most formidable armaments and the most reliable backing, dismissing the zombies as mere playthings for the common folk. What concern is it to them? The death of countless individuals will not affect their affluent lives in the slightest. Upon first hearing this information, Jiwani was taken aback. Though she was no longer human, these individuals were even less deserving of the title "in a city of M country." Not particularly remote, the train thundered into the station. Jiwani emerged from first class, dragging her luggage behind her. She hailed a taxi at the roadside to check into the finest hotel in the area. After a week in the Kingdom of Sand, Jiwani had finally persuaded her two elder brothers to allow her to travel alone to M country. Following the rumors, several of the managers she had previously contacted had canceled their orders, returning her deposits and claiming the goods they had prepared for her. Others refused to return the deposits and withheld the goods, leading Jiwani to place her orders directly with Yan Yunha. Just 2 days prior, she had received confirmation that all assassination contracts had been fulfilled. Jiwani could only marvel at the efficiency of one of the world's top-ranked assassin organizations. Her reason for coming to this place was primarily because the last two individuals willing to deliver were hoarding their goods here. Moreover, this location was neither too remote nor underdeveloped. It had a substantial population and was not far from M country's most significant administrative center. When chaos erupted, even if M country were to deploy armed forces, they would need to exercise caution. The area was well stocked with supplies, and there was a military base nearby, with an abundance of weaponry. After checking into the hotel, Jiwani immediately contacted one of the individuals still willing to collaborate with her. This was the very person she had rescued aboard Anna's cruise, a seemingly cultured middle-aged Caucasian man named Rocco. "Miss G, it is a pleasure to see you again." Rocco greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello," Jiwani replied, her smile polite yet distant. "I have prepared the goods for you. They are ready for transport at your convenience. However, the current situation is far from the tranquility it appears to be. Since the former president's departure, even with the vice president rising to power swiftly, those with ulterior motives remain unrestrained. Almost everyone with any wealth in M country is hoarding supplies, and I fear your vessel and cargo plane may be detained before they can leave the borders, ending up in the pockets of officials." Rocco spoke sincerely. "It's all right. I have my channels. Could you take me to see the goods?" His courtesy made Ji Wani feel somewhat uncomfortable with the formalities. Rocco nodded, driving her to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Everything is here. In apocalyptic times, weapons are of utmost importance, and these are the most advanced on the market, Rocco said as he lifted the waterproof cover from the goods, revealing an array of weaponry. Ji Wani smiled with satisfaction. Although they had stockpiled many weapons themselves, she appreciated his effort. Proceeding past the stash of weapons, they entered a spacious area filled with several special vehicles, RVs, and field tents. Further back were large quantities of non-perishable food and medical supplies. Miss G, my financial resources are limited. I could only prepare these items for you. This is already quite sufficient. Thank you for your hard work. I trust you've heard some rumors. Country is unstable, and you should be prepared. I will take half of these goods. You can keep the rest, of course. I will also pay you half the amount. After inspecting everything, Ji Wani felt satisfied. She could certainly take everything, but though she was no longer human, her conscience remained. Knowing that country was on the brink of chaos, she could not bring herself to leave them with no means of survival. By the way, it would be wise for you to leave coastal areas and relocate with your belongings and family to higher altitudes, Ji Wani advised. Will moving to a higher altitude ensure safety in country? Not necessarily. When the apocalypse arrives, the kind-hearted are often the first to perish, leaving behind the most ruthless. Rocco replied if he were to survive the apocalypse, possessing ample supplies and weaponry, he would likely face threats not only from rival factions, but also from a surviving government eager to claim a piece of his resources. However, there was no alternative. When the time came, Huawo would be too preoccupied to accept foreigners. After Ji Wani finished speaking, her gaze flickered, and Rocco collapsed to the ground. After swiftly collecting the goods, Ji Wani left a note informing him that she had taken the items. Then prepared to leave without a trace that in truth, she did not fully depart. She lingered nearby, watching for Rocco to awaken. It was only half an hour later, once he was fully conscious, that Ji Wani finally left. After all, if anything were to happen to him while he was unconscious, how could she find peace of mind? Chapter 32. Dark against dark. Exiting the abandoned factory, Ji Wani sent the agreed payment to Rocco, then messaged another individual still willing to collaborate. The response came swiftly. Arranging a meeting at a particular street corner, Ji Wani hailed a taxi. The moment she provided the address, the driver's pupils visibly widened. However, he said nothing and proceeded to drive to the location Ji Wani specified. Throughout the journey, the driver frequently glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Every move he made was under her scrutiny. Yet Ji Wani paid him no mind, gazing out the window at the passing scenery. When the taxi reached a secluded path obscured by trees, the vehicle suddenly halted. The driver exited the car and approached the back seat. With a sinister smile on his face, he reached for the door handle. Just as he touched it, Ji Wani swung the door open and forcefully pushed it outward, striking the driver and sending him staggering back several paces. Stepping onto the uneven ground in her black-heeled boots, Ji Wani exited the vehicle. The driver, brimming with bravado, attempted to seize her. Ji Wani caught his hand and delivered a powerful kick to his sensitive area, sending him flying a considerable distance. She couldn't be bothered to inquire about his intentions and simply took the driver's seat to drive away. As for the driver, now incapacitated, it was a matter of luck for him. After driving for another hour, Ji Wani finally arrived at the designated meeting place, where the ground was littered with refuse and filth, and the crumbling walls were smeared with various substances. Her immediate reaction upon arriving was to furrow her brow. Miss G, a burly Caucasian man covered in tattoos, approached her with a less than friendly demeanor. Ji Wani nodded. Indeed, quite the catch, she thought, a smile creeping onto her lips at his thoughts. She had no expectation of the fish being particularly plump, but she certainly hoped it wouldn't disappoint her. The man scrutinized her before leaving with a dismissive comment, leading her further inside. After winding through a narrow path for some time, they reached a repurposed warehouse. Oddly enough, upon entering, Ji Wani noticed that nearly everyone was either standing on a platform or on the opposite side of a railing. As she stepped inside, the onlookers regarded her with amused expressions. Miss G, you are quite bold to come here alone, the manager called out as he clapped his hands and emerged from the crowd. What do I have to fear? After all, if anything were to happen to me, you wouldn't receive a single cent, Ji Wani retorted, adopting the haughty demeanor of a wealthy heiress. Where are the goods I requested? Naturally, the goods are prepared. However, Miss G, how do you intend to take them? He gestured behind him, and his companions immediately unlatched several roller doors. A warehouse overflowing with boxes was suddenly revealed. Alongside them were 5 zombies confined in iron cages. The loud clamor of the doors caused the zombies to extend their arms from the cages. Flailing wildly, taking advantage of the commotion, the man who had led Jiwani inside made a hasty escape through a deliberately opened door. Locking it behind him, Jiwani, however, remained completely unperturbed. She mused over the peculiar layout of the place. Realizing their true intention, with a leisurely demeanor, she pulled over a nearby wooden chair and sat down. Crossing her legs, Jiwani observed the individuals opposite her with an air of nonchalance. "What is the meaning of this?" she inquired. "Miss G, we have provided the goods, but whether you can retrieve them is no longer our concern," the manager replied. "Is that so? If I have not received the goods, I will simply assume your business remains incomplete, and thus I shall not pay you," Jiwani replied casually, extending her hand to admire her blood-red nails, showing no concern whatsoever. "But the goods are right before your eyes. These cages are of poor quality. How long can they truly contain the zombies? Here's a proposition. We will assist you in eliminating these zombies, and you will compensate us. Knowing you have money, we want to demand much. How about $1 billion per zombie?" The man suggested with apparent ease. Jiwani couldn't help but laugh at his audacity. $1 billion for a zombie. What if I were to capture zombies and sell them to you instead? 1 billion Huagua currency per zombie would suffice. They truly regarded her as a fool. Teach him a lesson. Jack opened the cage. Though the manager said nothing, the large man beside him clearly lacked patience and ordered the cage opened. Humph. Jiwani remained leisurely, dismissively snorting at the words. Let them open. After all, she is not the one afraid of zombies. With a loud clank, the doors of 5 cages swung open simultaneously, and the zombies staggered out. Currently, these zombies were of the lowest tier, incapable of running, moving only with their exceedingly awkward bodies. As the zombies emerged, Jiwani remained unmoved, her expression unchanged. Observing the zombies exit the warehouse, the onlookers erupted in excited howls, eagerly anticipating the moment when Jiwani, the haughty young lady, would display signs of panic and fear, hoping to witness her losing composure and calling for help. Yet, none of that transpired. Jiwani merely adjusted her sitting posture, resting her left elbow on the chair's backrest and supporting her head with her hand, as if she were merely waiting to enjoy a spectacle. The 5 zombies, hearing the human calls and detecting the scent of the living, began to move with increasing urgency, albeit still at a slow pace. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the zombies drew nearer to Jiwani. What to do? Will she really not care if something happens to her? The boss might hold us accountable. The manager expressed his concerns. No worries, the burly man replied nonchalantly. The boss said that if she doesn't know her place, we needn't show her any courtesy. The G family is wealthy. She is the only relative of the G family's head, and even if she becomes a zombie, she can still fetch a good price. However, to their astonishment, several zombies bypassed Jiwani, lunging directly towards their position. One even intentionally circumvented her from behind to avoid confrontation. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. The zombies were thwarted by the iron fence, ultimately unable to reach the group. Jiwani, no longer interested in the unfolding events, recognized that the people had uncovered her secret and knew she could not allow them to remain alive. Rising from her seat, she headed towards the adjacent warehouse. Just as she was about to step inside, she raised her right hand, unleashing a blade of wind that sliced through the iron barrier, causing it to crash to the ground. Ignoring the commotion outside, Jiwani entered the warehouse, sweeping her consciousness across the entire space, collecting everything within. To her delight, the warehouse was filled with weapons in impressive quantity, with various ammunition stacked into small mountains. Jiwani was certain these items were not intended for her. They were sufficient to arm thousands of individuals, beyond the capabilities of that manager to acquire. This must be the hoard prepared by some big shot from country M. Now, all of this was her spoils of war. After clearing this warehouse, she laid eyes on the entrance to the next one. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. Chapter 33. Re-entering the billion worth of supplies, the next warehouse was similarly filled with goods, but instead of weapons, it was packed to the brim with pharmaceuticals. Jiwani smiled in satisfaction, collecting everything into her space. After securing these supplies, gunfire erupted in the previous weapons warehouse, accompanied by the sounds of many people running and their exclamations of surprise. Jiwani chuckled lightly, continuing on to the next warehouse. At the same time, her mental energy spread out, drawing all nearby zombies towards this location. Yet, with such a group of ruthless individuals present, there were hardly any zombies left. Thus, she would have to take matters into her own hands. With the others hot on her heels, she resolved to eliminate them before proceeding to the next warehouse. Having so many people turn into zombies would be most advantageous for her, and these newly turned zombies could serve her purposes. However, she could not use her own poison. As Jiwani contemplated her strategy, the group of people closed in. Where are our things? The manager and the burly man simultaneously aimed their guns at Jiwani, their expressions reflecting panic and fury. Just as they surrounded her, a low-tier zombie staggered through the warehouse entrance. The group, now redirecting their weapons, opened fire. A cacophony of gunshots rang out as countless bullets found their mark in the zombie's body, which stubbornly moved a short distance before collapsing. Miss Chi, please hand over the items, and you might suffer less, the burly man urged. Turning to face her, Jiwani remained silent, raising her hand to draw all the bullets embedded in the zombie's body, which then flew back towards the group, some embedding into their flesh, while others merely grazed their skin before stopping near her, seeking new targets. In mere moments, some of the fallen began to rise unsteadily. Yet those who fell were human, while those who stood were not. What benefit do you gain from them all turning into zombies? Jiwani deliberately refrained from attacking the burly man and the manager, who were now questioning her with their guns drawn. What do you think? Jiwani raised her hand to cover her eyes, and when she removed it, her gaze revealed eyes as red as blood. The shock on the faces of the manager and the burly man had yet to fade when they were suddenly overwhelmed by their now zombified companions. I almost forgot. You ignorant souls have yet to witness a high-tier zombie. You have no idea what those red eyes signify. Ignoring the anguished cries behind her, Jiwani changed the color of her eyes and turned to enter the next warehouse. This warehouse was even larger than the previous two, filled with an abundance of items, though none were particularly pleasant. Only various addictive substances. The individual who collected these items likely intended to profit and manipulate people's hearts. Jiwani held no fondness for such items, but she felt uneasy leaving them for others. At the very least, she would not use them to harm anyone. Destroying them on-site was also inconvenient. While igniting a fire would be simple, it was not the correct method of disposal, and she could not bear the thought of harming nearby residents. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Let's just collect them. However, placing these items alongside her other supplies left her feeling uncomfortable. So she decided to toss them to the far end of her space, beyond the progress bar. After collecting these, Jiwani proceeded to the next warehouse, and unsurprisingly, it was filled with food, mountains of canned goods and compressed biscuits, as well as market-sold rice, flour, sugar, oats favored by foreigners, red wine, milk, and more. Further inside, she discovered a warehouse filled with fabric and cotton, as well as another stocked with water, tissues, wet wipes, and other daily necessities. Jiwani marveled inwardly. Truly, a wealthy and powerful big shot from a free country has prepared all of this, likely starting their preparations long before us. Moreover, in the spirit of caution, these supplies are probably just a fraction of what they have. There are likely several more batches hidden elsewhere. Continuing deeper, she found another warehouse brimming with various fuel cans, the walls adorned with fire hazard warnings. Jiwani collected the supplies and moved on. This time, she entered a much smaller warehouse, filled with tools, a complete set for car repair and maintenance. Upon seeing this, Jiwani speculated that there must be some fine vehicles ahead, and indeed, upon passing through another archway, she was greeted by a sight of vehicles. Approximately 100 were parked within the warehouse, 2/3 of which were military trucks, alongside advanced rescue vehicles equipped with surgical instruments. Spacious and sturdy mobile fortresses for the apocalypse. Luxurious cars with elegant exteriors and comfortable interiors, and even 2 helicopters. All the supplies were seamlessly gathered into Jiwani's possession. She secured all the zombies inside, ensuring they would not escape, and that any intruders would be detected by the zombies immediately. Just as she was about to leave, a mobile phone on the ground suddenly rang. Jiwani approached and picked up the phone. Its screen shattered. Upon answering, the voice of a person saved as boss echoed through the speaker. Bring Jiwani to Beverly Hills. Before Jiwani could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. The commanding tone from the other end was thoroughly unpleasant to hear. As for going to that so-called villa? Jiwani had never imagined such a scenario. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and making too much noise would not be prudent. Thus, the zombies in this location were merely a little surprise she had left for the person on the other end of the phone. Naturally, the other party would sense something amiss and come seeking her out. She hoped they would not be too astonished when the time came. Jiwani discarded her phone, departed from the area, and securely locked the door behind her. She had no intention of driving her taxi again. Instead, she found a secluded corner and retrieved her small white car that she had previously used in M Country. Making her escape from that place. The zombies had already emerged and were being controlled by certain individuals. It was only a matter of time before they spread on a grand scale. Jiwani drove towards a more distant city. In the far-off New Jersey, far from Shusho in M Country, Jiwani checked into a hotel. She did nothing but wait in the hotel, poised to witness history unfold. Chapter 34. Witnessing history. The date was June 1 SD. 2. On Children's Day. Jiwani set an alarm and rose early. After tidying up her belongings, she brought a mat and some food to a spacious park lawn. Preparing for a picnic, the crimson sun slowly ascended from beyond the city skyline. The sunlight, tinted like a veil of red silk, appeared utterly abnormal compared to the usual day-to-day. Those outdoors gazed at the sun with astonished expressions, continually raising their phones to capture the breathtaking scene. Another turning point before the apocalypse had finally arrived. Wearing sunglasses, Jiwani sat on her picnic mat, sipping hot milk, her gaze unwavering upon the rising sun. Such a spectacle did not last long. Soon the red hue dissipated, and the sun returned to its normal state. It was a weekend, and many others, like her, had come to picnic here. As the sun fully emerged, the vast lawn quickly filled with people. Jiwani occupied the center of the grassy expanse. Beside her sat a mother from M Country with 3 children. A little girl in a frilly dress gazed intently at Jiwani and the food laid out on her mat. When Jiwani glanced her way, the girl shyly smiled at her before retreating into her mother's embrace. Jiwani returned the smile and offered the girl a piece of cake. "Thank you," the little girl said sweetly. "Are you from Hua Country?" the girl's mother inquired. Jiwani nodded. "Are you here alone?" the mother continued. Jiwani nodded once more. "Then please come closer to us. Some people here can be rather unpleasant." "You're so lovely. You mustn't let them set their sights on you," the mother promptly advised. "All right. Thank you," Jiwani replied. "The weather is getting hotter. It's only bearable to be out in the morning, that if we stay out too long, we risk getting sunburned," the mother lamented. Jiwani nodded in agreement. It was indeed becoming increasingly warm, but this was only the beginning. She hoped that after today, they would still have a home to return to. The sun blazed more fiercely, and while those who loved the sunlight persevered, the mother with her children felt compelled to leave. She began packing up her belongings. Just a moment, Jiwani intended to ask the mother to wait. But before she could finish her sentence, the crowd began to stir. They found themselves in the midst of the lawn, their view obstructed by the throng, rendering them unable to see anything. Jiwani and the mother stood up. Suddenly, countless rats emerged from the sewers, scurrying out from both sides of the street adjacent to the lawn. Squirrels from the trees and stray cats and dogs from the city also fled in the same direction. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and drones hovered above to capture the unfolding events, while journalists arrived to broadcast live coverage. Before the reporter could finish her words, the ground shook violently. The mother quickly scooped up her children and crouched down. The tremors continued, fissures spreading across the ground. Amidst the shaking, aging buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar. Alarms blared throughout the city, and cries of alarm echoed from the city center, in addition to the fleeing animals. Many people joined the exodus. Street signs and lampposts toppled amidst the shaking, and some unfortunate souls were struck down. The earthquake lasted over 2 minutes before entering a period of stillness. Having anticipated this scene, Jiwani remained unfazed. This earthquake, measuring merely 7 on the Richter scale, was not the most severe. The worst damage lay on Sakura Island. The intensity of the quake surpassed any recorded in prehistory, resulting in the complete collapse of all structures on Sakura Island. As a consequence of this powerful earthquake, the long-predicted active volcano, Mount Fuji, finally erupted. Lava surged forth, nearly engulfing half of Sakura Island, while the ash spewed forth blanketed much of the Pacific Ocean. Yet, the ordeal was not over. A colossal tsunami triggered by the earthquake was on its way. Waves towering over 500 meters in height began to form in the central Pacific, sweeping towards coastal nations. Hua Country would inevitably be caught in its path. However, the southern immigration plan of Hua Country had already commenced, with many individuals relocating to designated construction sites. Yet, with such a vast population and numerous coastal cities, complete relocation within just over a month was implausible. With Jiwani's foresight, the Hua Country government had already employed special detection methods to anticipate this crisis, ensuring that citizens and local governments were well prepared. 5 hours prior to the earthquake, various local governments had mobilized all available personnel, urging citizens to evacuate to open areas for safety. Thus, Casualties in Hua country were minimal, though there were some property losses. In contrast, the inhabitants of Sakura Island faced tremendous suffering under the triple assault of the powerful earthquake, volcanic eruption, and massive waves. The island was engulfed in wails of despair, as the domestic situation remained unstable. The government hastily convened a press conference, hoping for assistance from benevolent nations. Meanwhile, the Hua country government busied itself with its responsibilities. What did you say? Extend a helping hand. I am preoccupied with disaster relief efforts, tirelessly accumulating supplies to combat calamities across the globe, leaving me no time to indulge in your incessant chatter that I must bid you farewell. Naturally, few individuals from Huagua are inclined to attend to their concerns, as their focus is entirely devoted to the cities ravaged by disaster within their own nation. Of course, this excludes a handful of traders. Following this calamity, Huagua's methods of resource collection have become overt. The seas and skies are nearly congested with cargo ships and freight planes. Merchants worldwide have received substantial orders from Huagua. The reluctance of local governments is inconsequential, as long as officials deem it feasible. It is permissible. Such grand maneuvers by Huagua have undoubtedly attracted widespread attention. It is not as if no other nations had noticed Huagua's extensive procurement of resources abroad. However, at that time, Huagua was not as brazen, and the domestic surge in construction and economic recovery was evident to all. Upon receiving orders from Huagua, merchants assumed it to be a boon from Huagua's economic revival, eagerly cooperating with delight. Only now are they beginning to grasp the peculiarities of the situation. Huagua has long been a powerhouse in import-export trade. Yet during this period, their exports have diminished while imports have surged, doubling in volume. Countries are bewildered, unable to decipher Huagua's intentions. They are amassing vast quantities of goods, seemingly unperturbed by the potential impact on the domestic market. The influence, of course, is negligible, as these resources are being stockpiled by the government and will not be released into the market for the time being. It is well known that Huagua is already abundant in resources, and now with such extensive purchases, everyone is aware of the surplus. Meanwhile, the disaster-stricken Sakura Island has sought assistance from its recognized benefactor, the M Nation. The current president of M Nation has only recently taken office, and various factions within the country are engaged in subtle machinations to divert attention from these troublemakers. The president deems it appropriate to redirect their focus onto Huagua, a recognized adversary. Thus, M Nation, in conjunction with Sakura Island, the Western Eight Nations, and the White Elephant Nation and Vietnam Nation, both of which have had conflicts with Huagua, dispatches naval vessels, intending to conduct military exercises in the maritime borders of Huagua. The Huagua government, seizing the opportunity, is eager to find justification for sealing its borders in anticipation of the impending chaos that will unfold across the globe. Consequently, on the very afternoon that the military exercises were announced, Huagua's Ministry of Defense declared a state of heightened military readiness nationwide. All military forces were put on high alert, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Reservists and retired military personnel were summoned back, and all transitions to civilian life were halted. Weapons and equipment underwent immediate maintenance checks, ensuring 24-hour communication and the activation of various reconnaissance devices. Enterprises associated with the military remained on standby. Numerous entertainment facilities across the country ceased operations to maintain basic societal order. Although the borders were not completely sealed, all vehicles, aircraft, and vessels entering the country were subjected to thorough inspections. This was also to facilitate the collection of supplies from other nations and the repatriation of overseas Chinese. Otherwise, the borders would have been entirely closed. This development not only left the nations conducting military exercises in a state of bewilderment, but also astonished onlookers. The phones of national leaders and high-ranking officials were inundated with calls. Chapter 35. The Zombie Uprising. At this moment, Jiwani had driven herself to the border between M Nation and Canada. In contrast to other regions, this area had witnessed a significant influx of refugees following M Nation's immigration policies. The number of individuals here was considerable, and over time, many had begun to settle, with some striving to forge their own futures, while the majority occupied the streets and tunnels. Becoming vagrants, a disturbing number resorted to theft and robbery, severely disrupting local law and order. As Jiwani entered this chaotic city, her otherwise discreet actions garnered attention. The instant she stepped out of her vehicle and closed the door, she sensed dozens of eyes scrutinizing her from the shadows. Women and children begging along the streets began to converge towards her. She parked her car in front of the finest hotel in the area, where the doorman, evidently accustomed to such scenes, skillfully approached to assist her and guided her vehicle to the parking lot. Is this place impoverished? Not at all. The hotel was constructed in a remarkably modern style, and the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. The houses lining the street were also exquisitely built, yet all this opulence did not belong to the refugees. Chaos was poised to spill forth from such a place. The area was densely populated, primarily by refugees, lacking the means to resist. Should a single zombie emerge, the contagion would swiftly spread. Once all the inhabitants succumbed to zombification, it would take merely a slight delay in the government's response to the situation for countless zombies to infiltrate various parts of M Nation. More importantly, this was not the only location in M Nation with a high concentration of refugees. One might wonder if it was fortunate or unfortunate for this area, as zombies had already begun to manifest. Yet an outbreak had not occurred. Perhaps there had been prior outbreaks in less populated areas, swiftly quelled before they could spread. Regardless, in the future she envisioned, it was clear that the zombie uprising in M Nation would commence in these locales. Even without Jiwani's foretelling, the phenomenon of zombies would soon present itself to the officials in a startling manner. Anyone with a modicum of sense should comprehend the peril posed by such entities. However, those in power were entirely preoccupied with their own indulgences and profits, leaving the common populace devoid of any genuine contemplation. Jiwani took residence in the hotel's most luxurious suite, awaiting developments. 3 days after her arrival, the overcast sky began to drizzle. Seated beside the floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor, Jiwani savored her coffee while gazing at the scenery, occasionally glancing at the news on her phone. The latest sensational report indicated that weather changes had been detected in the Central Pacific, suggesting the potential for a storm, prompting the nations that had previously planned joint military exercises along Huagua's borders to announce an indefinite postponement. Yet more intriguing was Huagua's meteorological department, which promptly declared to the nation and the world that the weather over the coming days would be splendid, devoid of extreme conditions, ideal for fishing and coastal excursions. The audacity of this proclamation amused many. Jiwani continued to monitor online discussions. The elderly, children, women, and addicts, those in poor health, found themselves increasingly unwell in the drizzling rain. Their hearts felt as if gripped by a colossal hand. Each beat laboriously painful. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and their body temperatures began to rise. The frailest among them, the elderly and addicts, were the first to collapse. The crowd remained numb, indifferent to those who fell. At least some had relatives nearby, anxiously calling for help. Those without kin lay abandoned on the roadside, ignored, even in the midst of the street, as passers-by merely stepped over their fallen bodies, continuing on their way. The corpses could only wait for the government to dispatch personnel to remove them. The gentle rain persisted, and the fallen gradually opened their eyes. Yet their pupils had vanished, leaving only a blank whiteness. Regardless of who stood before them, they opened their mouths and began to bite. Initially, no one recognized this as a zombie outbreak. They merely thought their loved ones were unwell, seeking to vent their own discomfort and anguish. They hastily pulled the afflicted away, during which time the zombies' claws struck others, or they bit others. Chaos ensued. The first victim to be bitten seemed merely to have bled slightly, suffering no critical injury, and thus went unnoticed. Amidst the commotion, those who stood rose with vacant eyes, turning to pounce upon those nearby. The solitary addict sprawled on the street also rose, joining the ranks of the assailants. The number of attackers swelled, yet so did those attempting to intervene. The situation spiraled out of control. By the time the police arrived, guns drawn, chaos reigned as refugees scattered in panic. Soulless corpses seized anyone within reach, their numbers swelling from a mere few to dozens, nearly 100. The police of M Nation showed no hesitation, disregarding the possibility of innocent bystanders, and issued a direct order to fire. Bullets penetrated the bodies of the zombies, failing to impede their movements. Compared to earlier zombies, those now emerging possessed significantly greater strength, yet still remained within the realm of fledgling zombies. Jiwani continued to sip her coffee. During her days of residence, gunfire had become commonplace, and she had grown accustomed to it. While she bent her head to reply to a message from her brother, a foreign tycoon, clad in a suit and sporting a prominent belly, seated himself opposite her. "Pardon the interruption, but may I inquire about the cost of one night's stay?" His tone was oddly gentlemanly and polite, though she had spent her days in the hotel doing nothing and not encountering anyone, which might have led to such misunderstandings. His words nonetheless irked her. Jiwani stifling her amusement at the absurdity of the situation, fixed him with a frosty glare. The price for one night of my company far exceeds the combined worth of your entire family's lives. Under the cold gaze of Jiwani, the wealthy man felt an icy chill enveloping him from head to toe. Even his hands resting on the table trembled involuntarily. At that moment, piercing screams erupted outside. As numerous refugees desperately rushed back to the hotel, those with quick reflexes not only made it inside but also remembered to shut the door behind them, trapping the remaining individuals and the zombies outside. Yet, no one noticed that the first young man to react and close the door bore a conspicuous black claw mark on the back of his hand. Jiwani, disinterested in the chaos surrounding her, calmly placed an order at the front desk before taking the elevator back to her presidential suite. Standing on the balcony of her room, she surveyed the streets below that had descended into utter disarray. The once frantic individuals banging on the hotel doors had now all transformed into zombies, and the glass of the entrance was stained crimson with blood. Faced with such a scene, the hotel manager appeared somewhat bewildered, promptly instructing everyone within the establishment to secure all doors and windows while reassuring the hotel guests. As for the refugees temporarily sheltering in the hotel lobby, he cast not a single glance in their direction. The mere fact that he allowed them to remain in the lobby was already a considerable concession. The hotel was managing the situation adequately, with all departments functioning as usual, and Jiwani's modest meal was soon delivered. The staff remained courteous, meticulously detailing the events occurring outside. Jiwani listened patiently, nodding in acknowledgement and expressing her gratitude. Chapter 36. The commencement of action. While the accommodations in the hotel were operating normally, the lobby below was a cacophony of noise. The zombies persisted in their relentless assault on the doors, while those unable to afford a room had no choice but to lay on the floor in the lobby, driven nearly to madness by the constant banging. After the initial shock, some individuals struggled to regain their composure, collapsing to the ground, suffering various ailments. Among them, young children were struck by high fevers, frightened into illness. The young man who had been clawed leaned against the wall, his body temperature rising rapidly as he slipped into unconsciousness. The refugees, whose health was already precarious, paid little heed to the youth amidst their ranks. As twilight approached, these individuals, having gone a day without food or water, grew increasingly agitated, clamoring for the hotel manager to provide them with sustenance or at least arrange for a subpar room. The manager frowned, having already reported the situation to the hotel headquarters. Such disturbances were not isolated to this location. Reports were coming in from various other places, and the headquarters had issued a unified directive: prioritize the well-being of all guests, assuring them that helicopters would be dispatched to evacuate them. The guests had to be attended to, but the refugees, naturally, were not included in that concern. They could only fend for themselves in this predicament. As the manager contemplated this, a sense of pity welled up within him, prompting him to offer a few nearly expired loaves of bread and milk to them, which, despite its meager nature, garnered considerable gratitude. On the following day, Jiwani sat cross-legged on her bed, extending her mental faculties to observe her surroundings. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, sensing a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the lobby. This energy was not on par with Ji Huang or Yenyana. It suggested that the individual had not awakened any supernatural abilities, merely enhanced their physical form. Indeed, the stronger one's body, the more potent their awakened abilities would be. That young man appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. It was a stroke of luck that he had not perished. As midday approached, the hotel manager routinely emerged with food to distribute among the crowd in the lobby. The scent of food roused the young man from his stupor. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and charged toward the sustenance the manager had placed down. Those surrounding the food were unceremoniously shoved aside as he greedily devoured everything in sight. Even after consuming all the available provisions, he remained unsated. Turning to the hotel manager, his gaze was ferocious, as if he were prepared to devour him whole. The manager recoiled in fear, acutely aware of the young man's speed and strength, which he had witnessed firsthand. I want food. I need to eat. Bring me food, the youth repeatedly demanded. The manager hastily summoned staff to bring additional provisions. Once sufficiently fed, the young man began to explore the changes within his body. The zombie toxin that had invaded his wound had already integrated into him, facilitating physical development. The blackened area had vanished, leaving behind an ordinary injury. Approaching an interior wall, he struck it with a single punch, reducing it to rubble. Both observers and the young man himself were left astounded. Following this display, he erupted into wild, raucous laughter. I am the chosen one, he bellowed. You all must heed my command. Now, bring forth all the exquisite food and drink in this hotel to celebrate the birth of your savior. He commanded the hotel manager. The manager thought to himself that this individual was clearly deranged and was reluctant to comply, yet he knew he was no match for this lunatic. Considering that placating this madman with some food and drink might be prudent, he acquiesced, even though the young man had no discerning taste. Thus, the young man commenced a banquet on the first floor, and the previously timid refugees were instantly transformed into revelers. The booming music attracted the attention of all nearby zombies. Drowning out the sound of their relentless banging. G1 could only lament the fact that these individuals truly knew how to court disaster, true to expectations, under the onslaught of the multitude of zombies. The door was eventually breached. The revelers, caught up in their feast, had no time to flee as they were overwhelmed by the zombies. The ever-vigilant hotel manager and the exceptionally swift young man were the first to dash toward the stairwell. Securing the door behind them, the manager rallied the residents on the third floor to assist in barricading the entrance while he made his way to the elevator control room to disable the lift. Upon returning to the second floor, he found the young man engaged in a brawl. All of the hotel's guests were sprawled on the ground, and with both escape routes blocked, the young man commenced a series of erratic antics. However, the hotel residents were not like the refugees below. Upon hearing his outrageous declarations, they burst into laughter, utterly dismissing his nonsensical commands, leading to a scuffle in an effort to protect his guests from further harm. The manager rushed to intervene. From this moment on, this hotel is mine. Everyone must obey my commands, the young man shouted defiantly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the stairwell on the third floor. G1, clad in sleek black attire, descended from the top floor. Miss G, what brings you down here? The hotel manager inquired earnestly upon seeing her, as she departed from the capital of country M. G1 had crafted a new identity for herself. Now, she had returned to the capital to continue her studies at the Hans University Medical School. In her ventures, she assumed the guise of another Chinese businesswoman. G1 I have pressing matters that require my attention, G1 declared, gesturing toward the window. But Miss G, the outside is swarming with zombies. It's perilous, the manager urged. It's of no consequence. I have compelling reasons to venture out, G1 replied, securing her firearm before striding toward the window. Friend, if you cannot handle a handgun, you certainly stand no chance against those creatures outside. You have no justification to claim leadership, nor to proclaim yourself a savior. G1 passed by the young man. She spoke to him. She approached the window, opened it, and leaped down. She landed steadily on the ground, with no zombies emerging from the shadows. In fact, when G1 touched the ground, all the zombies on the first floor turned their heads toward her. However, they did not detect any scent of human flesh. Just as the horde of zombies began to shuffle toward her, G1 emanated an aura befitting a zombie king, causing all of them to retreat in fear. This led to the group on the second floor, peering down, seeing that not a single zombie surrounded G1. Even as she vanished from their sight, none dared to pursue her. The reason G1 chose this hotel was, of course, its prime location. A large Walmart was situated a 20-minute drive away in the suburban area, and in another direction lay a Sam's Club. However, she was not in a hurry to head to either of these places, as not far from her current location stood an expansive shopping center, spanning 3 floors and covering 100,000 square feet. It housed over 100 stores. G1 had already mapped out the positions of various shopping malls, supermarkets, hospitals, and military bases in her mind, crafting a flawless route to gather as many supplies as possible. Chapter 37. Frenzied Supply Gathering, Revised. They say that foreign lands are vast and sparsely populated. Yet upon her arrival at the shopping center, the number of zombies inside was far from negligible. G1 was not afraid of the zombies, but she dreaded being spotted while meandering through their ranks, leading to her being broadcast online. After all, the internet had yet to be severed. Although she could dominate the online realm, one could never be too cautious. G1 sought out a more secluded entrance, luring nearby zombies to block her way before slipping inside. The first floor featured several snack shops and clothing stores, lined up next to one another. G1 made no distinctions, collecting everything that was untainted by blood, stowing it away in her space. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the weather would likely become increasingly extreme. Amassing additional clothing would serve her well, even if she ultimately chose not to wear it. It could always be repurposed into blankets or other necessities. Naturally, most of the displayed clothing and shoes were stained with blood, a testament to the panic that had driven people to flee in haste. Leaving items in disarray, G1E collected all the unopened goods, leaving the scattered remnants as they were. The shopping center was vast, with ample space on each floor and numerous stores. However, G1E was in no rush. She had all the time in the world. At this hour, the chaos among the zombies had just begun, and many individuals, gripped by fear, were huddling in safe spaces. Thus, there were few venturing out to gather supplies. But in a few days, once people exhausted their water and food reserves, they would inevitably emerge to seek out resources. Seizing this opportune moment, G1E hurriedly gathered supplies, albeit she did not take everything. She only claimed half of what lay before her. Despite being in a foreign land, she wished to leave some hope for those striving to survive. The first floor was predominantly filled with clothing stores, while snack shops still housed some ingredients in their refrigerators, which she also chose to preserve and collect. It was not until dawn that she completed her exploration of all the shops on the first floor. In her later endeavors, she had become almost robotic in her approach, instinctively taking half of everything she encountered. The first floor was teeming with zombies, and the second floor was no less populated, particularly in a small room where zombies had gathered. Drawn by the scent of living flesh, G1E observed that, for aesthetic purposes, nearly all the walls in the shopping center were made of glass, leaving little refuge during the outbreak. Yet, that small room was surrounded by high walls, featuring only a ventilated opening with a fan, devoid of windows. The exterior was adorned with vibrant advertisements, indicating it was likely a small visual experience center, not relying on natural light. From what G1E could glean, the individuals inside were in dire straits, seemingly embroiled in internal conflict. However, such matters were of no concern to her. The second floor was far more intriguing than the first, showcasing a plethora of high-tech products, including various brands of smartphones, computers, and upscale furniture stores. G1E casually collected some of the electronic devices, but the vast array of television shows, movies, novels, and videos available online were easily accessible with just a thought. Moreover, with the country still intact, she could leisurely explore these upon her return home. While G1E held little interest in the electronic products, she found the appealing furniture quite captivating. Yet, she refrained from taking the displayed items. Instead, she utilized the in-store computers to locate their warehouses, planning to retrieve supplies directly from there. After completing her collection on the east side, she intended to head west, but the path required her to pass by a small house where a group of people had gathered. G1E felt no need to be cautious and proceeded without hesitation. As she neared the small house, approximately 50 meters away, the door suddenly swung open and then shut. A figure, shrouded in a blanket, dashed toward her direction. It was evident that this individual had timed their escape to coincide with the least number of zombies at the entrance, and indeed, they managed to slip through. However, in a bid to rally herself, the woman emitted a shout, inadvertently drawing the attention of all the zombies toward her. The blanket was torn away by the grasping hands of the undead, exposing the woman in her vulnerable state. Upon seeing G1E, she rushed toward her as if G1E were a savior. Yet, in her world, the role of a savior was one of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. As the woman reached G1E, she unhesitatingly shoved her toward the advancing zombies. The oncoming horde, however, veered away from G1E, continuing to pursue the woman instead, much to her shocked eye in the blink of an eye. The zombies descended upon her. Unable to bear such a gruesome spectacle, G1E muttered an expletive under her breath and turned to leave. Just moments before, she had noticed that as the zombies pursued the woman, the door of that small house had swung open once more, revealing 6 men stealthily inching away. Upon spotting G1E approaching, they exchanged glances, their intentions unmistakably sinister. She found their gaze perplexing, especially during such a dire moment when they ought to be fleeing. The next instant, a sound shattered the tension. Smack. The 6 individuals hurled a blood bag towards her, which shattered upon impact with the ground, sending crimson splatters flying. G1 swiftly conjured a protective shield, deflecting the blood away, leaving her pristine and untouched. However, the expressions of the 6 across from her shifted dramatically, lowering her gaze to the blood bag on the ground. She lifted her head once more, her pupils igniting with a fiery red hue. The aura of the zombie king surged forth uncontrollably, drawing the attention of all nearby zombies, who turned to face her. Within the shopping center, every zombie congregated in the aisles, fixated on G1 and the 6 individuals opposite her. With a flicker of her eyes, a powerful gust of wind surged toward the 6, lifting them off their feet and propelling them through the air, crashing down from the second floor to the first. Even with a hint of her strength, G1 ensured they would not meet their demise upon impact. Yet, the encroaching horde of zombies swiftly surrounded them. With a mere thought, G1 commanded all the zombies to converge on the first floor. Feeling exceedingly irritable, she continued her quest for supplies, while behind her, the agonized cries of the six echoed in the air. The third floor was filled with an array of luxury boutiques, alongside a hodgepodge of other shops. Regardless of their utility, G1 collected various items. Discovering a few survivors hiding in fear, trembling in the corners unnoticed, choosing to overlook them, she gathered her supplies and departed, descending to the first floor to drive away. Not far from this location lay a private hospital named John St. Dewar Hospital, of moderate size but not insignificant. Due to the exorbitant medical costs in Country M, many could not afford treatment, resulting in a sparse number of individuals present. Even so, the hospital was devoid of any living souls. More desolate than the shopping mall. G1, disinterested in leisurely exploration, precisely located the pharmacy and the storeroom for medical supplies, collecting half before promptly leaving for two other large supermarkets. The city had not yet completely fallen, and sporadic gunfire echoed along the way, a harbinger that the apocalypse had become a haven for desperate souls. Chapter 38. Military base. Upon her arrival at Sam's Club, fierce gunfire and explosions filled the air, creating a cacophony of chaos. G1 parked her vehicle in a concealed corner, stowing it away in her space before stealthily advancing towards the supermarket. Not only she, but also numerous zombies were drawn by the commotion, heading in the same direction. G1 stood atop a building, observing the supermarket in the distance. Policemen armed with heavy firepower drew the zombies out with gunfire and human blood, then unleashed grenades, obliterating the fleeing undead into fragments. After swiftly dispatching the majority of zombies within the supermarket, the officers quickly secured the entrance, barricading it before commencing internal sweeps for threats. Regardless of their reputation, the combat capabilities of Country M's police force were commendable. Such a large supermarket could not simply be abandoned. G1 vanished from the rooftop, reappearing inside the storeroom of the supermarket. She paid little heed to the various goods, her consciousness sweeping over the area, claiming half of the stock. Proceeding to the cold storage, she continued her collection. Once the storeroom was emptied, the items on the shelves outside became less appealing to her. Thus, she departed stealthily once more, unaware that a conflict was brewing within the supermarket behind her. After securing another supermarket, G1 hastened to the next city. Her white vehicle traversed a desolate, barren road. The soothing melodies played softly within, while outside, the wind whipped up fine sand, racing backward. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared, but sensing G1's potent aura, they refrained from approaching her vehicle. The road was eerily quiet, wide and devoid of traffic, the music enchanting, the scenery breathtaking, creating an idyllic moment free from distractions, a true paradise for any individual. Bang, 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 bang. The rare tranquility shattered as gunfire erupted, accompanied by the raucous shouts of a band of soldiers resembling monkeys. A military vehicle sped alongside G1's small white car, filled to capacity with boisterous soldiers from Country M. That upon noticing G1 alone in her vehicle, their shouts grew even louder, causing her head to throb. She pressed the accelerator, attempting to distance herself, yet the military vehicle relentlessly closed the gap. The driver of the military vehicle flashed a malicious grin before abruptly swerving, ramming into G1's car. A civilian vehicle stood no chance against a military one. G1 had no choice but to halt, her forehead throbbing with tension as she sat in the driver's seat. Very well, another group of fools seeking death. Given the severity of racial discrimination in Country M, she, as a solitary foreigner, was unlikely to fare well among these soldiers. Nonetheless, she harbored no fear. If need be, she would eliminate them all. Exiting the vehicle, G1 cast a stern gaze at the similarly disembarked soldiers. The soldiers before her, clad in unbuttoned camouflage uniforms and lacking headgear, exuded a rowdy demeanor. You best have a valid reason for this. G1 glared at them. Oh, a little firecracker, are we? My sincerest apologies for startling you. Come here, let us comfort you. One soldier jested, reaching out to grab her. G1 seized the outstretched hand with force, the sound of cracking bones reverberating as the soldier held in pain. The soldiers beside him raised their fists, poised to retaliate. In her other hand, G1 conjured an assault rifle from thin air. In a flurry of gunfire, several soldiers met their demise in an instant. G1 commandeered the military vehicle, tossing a handful of fire upon the bodies to eradicate all traces. In her mind, She recalled the various military bases across country M, confirming that one was indeed located here. G1 proceeded toward the military base's coordinates, intending to collect supplies as compensation for her mental anguish. Continuing onward for 5 or 6 kilometers, she stumbled upon a mass grave of country M soldiers, thousands of corpses left to decay in the wilderness without any form of burial from these soldiers. G1 sensed the lingering presence of zombies. It became evident that these individuals had been eradicated only after succumbing to the zombie plague. Yet, even so, such negligence was inexcusable. They could have at least burned the bodies, lest they become fodder for animals and rise as zombies. Never mind, it was no concern of hers. G1 furrowed her brow and continued toward the upwind path. After traversing another 2 or 3 kilometers, she finally glimpsed structures ahead, her mental energy detecting a significant number of living souls. With nearly 10,000 dead, the military base still housed several thousand personnel. Moreover, as she delved deeper with her mental probing, she uncovered an exceedingly large weapons depot underground. This base was likely more than just a standard military garrison. It held strategic significance for country M. Additionally, she sensed 5 or 6 distinct energy fluctuations within the military, indicating that some had awakened supernatural abilities. One of these presences was located just below her. G1 felt a twinge of surprise. Given the military's usual conduct, those bitten by zombies should have been eliminated. Only one individual guarded the area below, exuding an air of strength and earning the trust of military leadership. She planned to seize all the weapons below, fully aware that it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the guard. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With this in mind, G1 executed a teleportation, arriving directly in the weapons depot. As her consciousness enveloped the surroundings, she had no intention of concealing her presence. The overwhelming energy instantly incapacitated the country M colonel lounging in a chair, rendering him immobile, while his alarms and weapons were effortlessly displaced. Under his wide-eyed gaze, every weapon in the depot vanished into thin air. "Now that you've seen me, you cannot live," G1 proclaimed brightly, standing amid the weaponry as the colonel remained pinned to the ground in shock. With a flick of her finger, she disrupted the colonel's mental sea, extinguishing his life in an instant. The zombie virus continued to spread across country M and the majority of the world. During this period, G1 navigated the fallen cities of country M with a blend of caution and audacity. Her caution was to avoid detection by the satellites and drones of country M, while her audacity stemmed from her fearlessness of any force. Kill the provocateurs. Kill the obstructors. Eliminate any who lay eyes upon her. The spatial progress bar advances relentlessly. At present, it has reached 2/3 of its goal. The outbreak of the zombie virus is no longer a clandestine affair. The international networks are rife with horrifying accounts of zombie attacks. As for the domestic front, the government has imposed martial law on major cities under the guise of warfare from the very beginning. Although manpower is in short supply, the populace remains obedient. While there are still citizens falling prey to the jaws of the undead, and many have been left traumatized, fortunately, the zombie virus has not spread on a large scale. Consequently, the government has ceased its concealment, issuing numerous directives on zombie prevention and measures to avoid succumbing to the virus. The greatest pressure resides along the borders, given the multitude of neighboring countries. There can be no room for complacency. Although the apocalypse has not officially arrived, for some, it has already manifested in full force. Chapter 39, The Return to the Homeland. A week after the zombie virus outbreak, the military forces of M Nation finally established a defensive line, and officers at various military bases received orders. They were instructed to utilize their available weaponry to gather as many local resources as possible, transporting them back to the capital. Unlike G1, the M Nation army would leave no resources behind. As they traversed the territory, nothing remained. Even the belongings of survivors could potentially be seized. At this juncture, G1 had nearly collected all the resources from the fallen areas behind her, including military vessels and nuclear submarines docked at the harbor. She had advanced to the combat zone between the military and the zombies, remaining neutral in the conflict. Seeking a weakly defended area, she swiftly passed through the defensive line, determined to reach the capital and seek out officials more adept at resource collection than herself. Report to the commander. An unidentified object is rapidly crossing the defense line. Within the command center of the M Nation's defense forces, a soldier at the computer, alerted by the beeping sounds, quickly rose to relay the message. He promptly identified the nature of the object and locked onto it. The commander issued directives. However, before the soldier could return to his station, he discovered that the object had vanished. as if it had been a mere figment of his imagination. Upon returning to the capital of M Nation, Jiwani's first action was to video call her two elder brothers, while scavenging resources in the fallen zones. She had only dared to send them messages. After addressing her brothers, Jiwani began to exploit the network, infiltrating the computers of various officials, yielding considerable rewards. However, following the chaos of the zombie outbreak, the current capital bore no resemblance to its former self. Once a city of freedom, it was now under stringent military control. To ensure the safety of the capital, soldiers patrolled day and night, overseeing all resources. Here, civilians dared not venture outside at night for fear of being mistaken for zombies and shot. Naturally, Jiwani would not remain idle. Prior to her return, her spatial capacity needed to be filled substantially. That night, Jiwani concealed herself within the shadows, stealthily making her way to several locations where high-ranking officials hoarded resources. She approached a warehouse district, its doors secured with locks. This area lacked military patrols, yet was guarded by numerous individuals. Jiwani discovered that the warehouse contained goods seized by customs, items that rightfully belonged to the state, but had now devolved into private collections, without disturbing the locked entrance. She teleported inside, unceremoniously claiming all the goods, then departed unnoticed, heading to the next official's cache. After accumulating the official's private hoards, Jiwani also paid a visit to M Nation's customs warehouse, only to find it already stripped bare, save for a few seemingly useless items. Days passed as M Nation continued to fall. Jiwani, under the persistent urging of Ji Ingchen and Ji Huaying, purchased an exorbitantly priced ticket to return home using funds from the national treasury. Regrettably, her spatial capacity remained unfulfilled, with just a bit of space left. However, retaining some space was prudent. After all, it would facilitate the transport of resources in the post-apocalyptic world. After spending over 10 hours in the first-class cabin, the plane finally landed at Kyoto International Airport. Upon disembarking, armed soldiers and police stood ready, meticulously checking the identities of all arriving passengers. Doctors clad in white coats were also on standby. When it was Jiwani's turn, she was greeted by a familiar young officer conducting the inspection. She sensed an energy fluctuation from him, indicating he was likely an ability user as well. "Miss Ji, it's you." Upon seeing Jiwani, the officer enthusiastically greeted her, though his scrutiny did not waver. "My name is Lin Qinyun. Do you not remember me? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to M Nation?" "Oh, it's you. I was pursuing a doctorate in the medical department at Han's University, but I doubt I will continue," Jiwani replied, realization dawning upon her. She had wondered why he seemed so familiar, only to recall that he was the team leader who had been injured by zombies back home. "Very well, please proceed to the isolation room over there and wait for 15 minutes. After that, if everything is clear, you may return home," Lin Qinyun directed her. "Thank you," Jiwani politely acknowledged before making her way to the indicated location. A fully covered staff member guided her into a small, square room, reminiscent of many corporate workspaces, though this one was entirely enclosed, furnished with cushioned seating, a table, and charging ports. The door could only be opened simultaneously from both sides, with an external timer requiring the occupant to lock the door before the countdown commenced. Should the individual inside neglect to secure the door, the timer would never start, necessitating their prolonged stay. It was indeed a thoughtful arrangement. If someone inside were to transform into a zombie, they could not harm those outside, and vice versa. However, prolonged confinement in such a small space could feel stifling. Jiwani settled onto the soft cushion, using her phone to message her brothers, asking them to be patient a while longer. When the time elapsed, an external staff member announced, "You may now leave." The personnel outside unlocked the door, and Jiwani also unlatched her side, exiting from the opposite direction. The row of boxes transformed back into a dividing line, separating those who had passed the inspection from those who had not. When Jiwani emerged, Ji Ingchen and Ji Huaying had been waiting in the VIP lounge for quite some time. Upon seeing her, Ji Ingchen nearly leaped from his wheelchair in excitement. "Brother, second brother. I am back. From now on, I'll stay with you both and won't go anywhere." As she observed her brother's initially joyful faces turn serious, Jiwani realized they were about to bring up past grievances. She quickly adopted a charming demeanor and made assurances. "All right, let us not embarrass ourselves out here. Let us hurry home," Ji Ingchen said, casting her a disapproving glance. "Brother, is the situation in Huagua severe?" Jiwani inquired as they entered the Bentley. "Upon exiting the airport, we were stopped for checks at every intersection, and the entire route was filled with military vehicles and heavily armed soldiers. In some areas, there are still traces of blood that have yet to be cleaned up. Ji Yingshan replied, "It's manageable. It's not as dire as abroad, but the Huagua government is certainly not letting its guard down." Ji Yingshan continued, "Wei, you didn't experience being targeted by zombies, desperately pursued and bitten, did you?" Ji Huaying asked. "Not at all." "What do you ask, Brother Huaying?" "Isn't it normal for zombies to chase after and bite people?" Ji Wani feigned ignorance. Yan Yun has reported that Aopan and all those who escaped with him from that female zombie have perished under peculiar circumstances. All the zombies seem to exhibit an unusual preference for their flesh and blood. When they pushed ordinary people towards the zombies, most of the undead bypassed the regular individuals, instead fixating on them. And in the end, their spilled blood was licked clean by the zombies. Ji Huaying elaborated. Aopan's demise, will it affect us? Ji Wani felt a twinge of anxiety that it was her abilities that had activated the items placed on Aopan and his group. Those individuals had witnessed her unleash her powers. Although their memories might have been temporarily erased, what if they awakened some peculiar abilities later and recalled those moments? Thus, it was better to eliminate them early in the outbreak. "We have no ties to Aopan's group. After all, we were the only ones who escaped from the female zombie besides them. I worry we might share their fate." Ji Huaying expressed his concerns, his tone laden with apprehension. Chapter 40, Leisure at Home. "I also find that female zombie peculiar. Her strength surpasses even that of us ability users," Ji Huaying stated, voicing his worries. "Do you all remember my prophecy regarding the apocalypse? According to my calculations, the true onset of the apocalypse is still over 2 months away. The harbinger of the end times is the cessation of national machinery. Even now, although zombies exist, order remains intact under the maintenance of the state and military. However, after that rainfall, a greater number of individuals have begun to awaken various abilities. The zombies have also collectively evolved, becoming faster and stronger, continuously upgrading and acquiring abilities, making survival exceedingly difficult even for low-level ability users." Ji Huaying predicted. "Wait, Wani, can our abilities level up?" Ji Huaying suddenly fixated on another significant point. "Of course, upon awakening one's extraordinary abilities. One may be deemed a novice ability user. At this stage, one can merely manifest their powers, which possess limited offensive capability. However, through continuous practice and the absorption of crystalline cores from the brains of zombies, one can advance to higher levels. While self-training is arduous and yields slow progress, the absorption of crystalline cores expedites the process. Yet, engaging with zombies that possess abilities proves to be quite challenging. Ji Wan, referencing her observations, addressed her companions. "Is the female zombie we encountered in Ao Prefecture classified as a level 1 zombie?" Ji Huaying inquired further. Ji Wan nodded, explaining that the female zombie's strength had escalated too swiftly. She had transformed into a zombie in a relatively short time, rendering her unable to fully control either her cognition or her power. Theoretically possessing the abilities of a level 3 zombie, she could only exhibit the strength of a level 1. Otherwise, aside from those under her protection within the manor, none would have survived. Regarding those zombies pursuing Aopan in an attempt to bite him, it is plausible that the crystalline core from that zombie lies in his possession. The core proves beneficial not only to humans but is also far more alluring to zombies than mere flesh. This was the only explanation that sufficed. The trio engaged in conversation as they swiftly returned to the Ji family's residence in Kyoto. It remained that very mannered as the capital. Kyoto housed the largest base in Huagua, with the Ji family's estate included within its parameters, governed by the state. The base aimed to accommodate a larger populace, and it was likely that their expansive estate would soon be requisitioned for additional housing to shelter more individuals. Presently, however, the estate remained under their ownership, with numerous supplies still stored in its vacant rooms. Zhuyu, Yishua, Yin Rua, and others, Ji Wan's 2 brothers' trusted aides, had also taken residence there. Upon disembarking, Ji Wan first organized her belongings before, under the guidance of her brothers, consolidating all supplementary supplies into their designated space. Subsequently, she collapsed onto the plush sofa, allowing her mind to completely unwind. Reclining on the sofa in an unrefined manner, she clutched the television remote, with freshly washed and sliced fruits alongside her favorite snacks laid out on the table. It had been a long time since she had felt so relaxed. "When shall we visit our own base?" Ji Wan pondered, recalling how Ji Yingshan had specifically constructed a base for them. Perhaps in a few days before the apocalypse broke out. It would be too conspicuous to go now. Ji Yingshan replied, opening a bag of chips and tossing one to Ji-won after sampling one himself. Ji-won nodded, allowing the television to play in the background as she picked up her phone and launched a shopping application. All food items were marked as sold out. However, the homepage showcased numerous anti-zombie products, ranging from absurdities like zombie repellent spray and flashlights to speakers emitting frequencies that zombies detest. As she clicked on the audio feature on the homepage, Ji-won found it overwhelmingly noisy, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Were someone to play such loud music in her presence, she would undoubtedly swat them away with a single blow. Surely, no one would purchase such items. She mused, only to discover they were all sold out. Ji-won could only marvel at their wealth. Yet, upon inspecting the prices, they seemed rather reasonable, merely costing a little over 10 yuan. The comments were rife with criticism. Yet the items still sold out, a rather curious phenomenon. Shaking her head, she chose to disregard these unreliable products. That evening, while Ji Huaying and Ji Yingshan trained in the gym, Ji-won ensured all the computers at home were equipped with USB drives. Also retrieving several tablets to download content, she offline saved all legal and accessible mental sustenance available online, amassing an extensive collection of novels, television shows, and comics, filling dozens of hard drives. Additionally, she installed various single-player games on the tablets, along with an array of short videos on crafts, intangible cultural heritage, and culinary arts, as well as variety shows, documentaries, animations, and more. This endeavor spanned a full half-month. "Hey, brother, aren't you going to work?" Ji-won asked curiously as she observed Ji Yingshan sparring with Ji Huaying. "Most of the company has been requisitioned by the state. I sold off the remaining parts that held little value for cash," Ji Yingshan replied, deftly avoiding a sweeping kick from Ji Huaying while still addressing his sister's inquiry. "By the way, is the government overlooking stockpiling?" Ji-won probed further. Currently, all production sectors are not only operational but are also working overtime to prepare for the apocalypse. The availability of goods in the market is increasing, and recently, the government has been urging citizens to stockpile supplies. Following the public announcement regarding the zombies, the number of individuals hoarding supplies has surged, with many becoming increasingly frantic. The state has even imposed penalties on those brazenly stockpiling resources. The Chun-E Group, operating under the company's name, is indeed permitted to accumulate substantial quantities, but these are distributed to employees. Personal hoarding is not allowed. After their sparring session concluded, both brothers took a seat beside her, wiping off their sweat with towels. Ji-won nodded in understanding. Indeed, the government's allowance for citizens to stockpile supplies was intended to aid them in surviving the initial and most perilous phase of the impending apocalypse, requiring only a modest amount. Moreover, human greed knows no bounds. Once everyone began hoarding, even the state's reserves would prove insufficient. Those who failed to seize the opportunity would inevitably regret not responding to the initial call to stockpile. Of course, there were likely alternative channels. Otherwise, how could the duo have acquired such a vast array of supplies for their estate? With everything in place, Ji-won thoroughly relaxed, yet she did not spend every day idly. She ventured out to explore stores and savor various culinary delights, primarily seeking gourmet foods favored by her brothers, such as steak, lobster, and foie gras. After dining in these establishments, she would often take home additional portions, even inviting Zui Yu and others to join her in ordering meals, covering the expenses herself. She also indulged in her favorite desserts and ice creams. Having already stockpiled a considerable amount, her outings were purely for peace of mind. Thanks to the swift response of the Huagua government and the public's trust in the military, although initially startled, the shops reopened following government appeals. In the evening, after dinner, the Ji family gathered in the living room to watch the news. Previously, Ji-won had little interest in news broadcasts, but during this exceptional period, keeping abreast of current events proved essential. Today's news reported on various local situations, noting that no new zombies had appeared domestically for an entire month, greatly reassuring the populace. However, soon after, a shocking announcement was made to the world. Chapter 41. The launch of the Lotus bomb at the onset of the zombie virus outbreak. Despite the government's preparations, ordinary weapons still found it challenging to contend with these initial zombies lacking crystalline cores. Once the nation stabilized, the Huagua government promptly reached out to other countries, generously sharing the information and experiences it had garnered. After all, it would be perilous for the world to consist solely of Huagua. Yet, the government received responses and pleas for assistance primarily from developed nations, while many smaller countries remained silent. Particularly, the nations of South Fei were devoid of any communication. The government deployed satellites to survey South Fei, only to witness a landscape teeming with wandering corpses. Only a handful of individuals had established bases, and from the satellite images, it appeared that life within these bases was exceedingly precarious. Based on the wandering patterns of the South Fae zombies, they were advancing northward. It was only a matter of time before these zombies reached Asia and Europe. As this information spread, countries in Asia and Europe, situated near South Fae, began to panic. An online United Nations meeting was convened to discuss potential solutions to this predicament. But what solutions could there possibly be? The deployment of troops for a strike is nearly impossible, as no nation has the capacity to mobilize. The distance is too great, rendering the delivery of rescue supplies unfeasible. Thus, the only recourse is through nuclear strikes to thoroughly eliminate this particular threat. Only 9 countries in the world possess nuclear capabilities, raising the question of who will take action. Ultimately, a resolution was reached to divide the territory of South Fae into zones, with each of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council responsible for eradicating the zombies in their designated areas. As for the survivors in South Fae, we can only mourn for them. Upon the announcement of this decision, an uproar ensued on the international stage, with a cacophony of opinions flooding the internet. In Huagua, while netizens expressed diverse views, none were excessively radical. In contrast, in unaffected regions abroad, those who were faring relatively well protested vehemently, even resorting to demonstrations. Under normal circumstances, their protests might have held some sway. But amidst the zombie crisis, most government officials were preoccupied with their own interests, disregarding public sentiment. At the appointed time, 5 nuclear warheads were simultaneously launched from various countries, striking South Fae within a minimal time frame. 5 mushroom clouds ascended, obliterating countless zombies into mere ash and fragments. Completely annihilated by the force of the Zhuajiu, felt a profound sense of humiliation at G1's dismissal of her assertions, prompting a torrent of internal ridicule. I didn't study medicine merely to save lives, she scoffed inwardly. How brazen for her to speak so confidently. She truly is a selfish individual, if it weren't for her 2 brothers. I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge her. The G family reeks of vulgarity. My uncle is a city secretary. Having been reborn, it signifies that I am the destined heroine of this world if I am truly provoked. I'll turn your entire family into cannon fodder. Just as G1's composure began to fray, the dishes were finally served. Apologies, we are about to dine. Would you 2 care to join us? G1 inquired. Returning to her seat, her question merely a formality. No. Thank you. I heard that the G family is selling their house. Zhuajiwu cut to the chase without further pleasantries. Indeed, that property has become rather noisy, which is detrimental to my brother's recovery. We plan to relocate from Kyoto, came Ji Anchen's premeditated response. Is that so? How unfortunate. I was considering a collaboration with the Ji family for a business venture. The regret that washed over Zhuajiwu seemed genuine to Mr. Zhua. You overestimate the Ji family. All our assets have been requisitioned by the state. It appears this venture cannot materialize, Ji Anchen replied, having discerned Zhua family's ulterior motives. Their family's assets had been surrendered to the government, and Zhua's interest in the Ji family was likely a covert attempt to stockpile resources and clandestinely expand their influence, given the Ji family's historical abundance of factories and production lines. By the way, if you plan to leave Kyoto, will you be selling any of your possessions? I have heard the Ji family possesses a precious heirloom jade. I would be willing to pay a high price for it. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Zhuajiu unexpectedly interjected. The 3 members of the Ji family turned their gazes toward her, with Ji Huaying's eyes glinting with hostility. Miss Zhua, you jest. You have referred to it as a family heirloom. Although our family's assets have been entrusted to the state, we have not yet fallen to the level of needing to sell our treasured possessions. Ji Anchen's tone grew noticeably frosty. Fool. Offering to purchase someone else's heirloom. What could she possibly use to pay? Her monthly salary of 5,000, earned through her father's connections. Zhuajiwu maintained a facade of indifference while mentally cursing. Apologies, we shall not intrude further. Wishing you a pleasant meal, Zhuajiwu declared as he departed with his companions. Once the 2 had exited, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to a chilling silence. What of the jade pendant? Ji Anchen and Ji Huaying simultaneously inquired. It's gone. Ji Wani responded decisively. As she spun her little tale, she had concealed the jade pendant within her spatial realm, placing it in a location she would never disturb. Upon hearing Ji Wani's answer, Ji Anchen and Ji Huaying simultaneously exhaled in relief. If it's gone, then it's gone. As long as you are safe, Ji Anchen remarked. lifting his chopsticks to select a dish, a hint of cheerfulness in his voice. He was merely concerned that the pendant's existence might endanger Jiwani. Its loss was inconsequential, as possessing the spatial realm was already a significant blessing. How could that little girl from the Zhua family be aware of the jade pendant? Ji Huaying pondered more cautiously. If the Zhua family knows, could other families, like the Zhongs or Lis, also be aware? Brother, do we need to procure a fake jade pendant? Ji Huani suddenly asked. Yes, I will handle this matter, Ji Huaying replied, adding a portion of her favorite dish to her plate. Upon returning to the Ji family estate, Ji Huani continued to mull over the situation. Reborn individuals. I wonder if they can be reborn again after being killed. With this thought, Ji Huani swiftly left her room, heading towards Zhua Zhiyu's residence. Chapter 43. The system. The Zhua family possessed only a house in the outskirts of Kyoto when the city delineated its base areas. This location was notably excluded. The Zhua parents were also seeking assistance from their eldest son to see if they could relocate to a base area. When Ji Huani arrived, the Zhua family was gathered in the living room, engaged in casual conversation. Essentially, it was the Zhua parents lamenting to their two daughters. Rue, look, we still haven't found housing within the base. Why not inquire with your adoptive parents if we could move next to you? We could see each other daily, Zhua mother suggested, her face adorned with a conciliatory smile as she gazed at the aloof girl on the other end of the sofa. Ji Huani had no interest in their family gossip. Her focus remained on resolving the matter regarding the reborn individual. Ji Huani began to concentrate a small portion of her mental energy. However, before she could release it, an electronic voice echoed within the room. Alert! Alert! A powerful psychic energy fluctuation has been detected nearby. Please, host, evacuate swiftly. Psychic energy? From whence does this psychic energy emanate? The girl inquired with a serious tone. No, at this time. Zombies do not possess psychic abilities. Only those bitten or clawed by a low-level zombie may awaken such powers. Someone is surveilling our family, or perhaps someone nearby has awakened psychic abilities, but they lack control and thus project their mental energy into our home. System, can you identify this individual? Having them nearby would greatly facilitate our endeavors. While Zhua Zhiyu continued to converse with the system, she remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Huani had overheard her every intention. This family is truly intriguing. Twin daughters, one with a system and the other reborn, akin to a novel. Rue. Noticing her daughter lost in thought and unresponsive, Zhua mother nudged her in mild annoyance. Ji Huani also caught wind of Zhua mother's thoughts. Indeed. A wolf raised in captivity, this guy's could fetch a good price in the apocalypse. But alas, the government still has control. I'll ask my parents when I return, Zhua Zhiyu replied dismissively, her inner thoughts revealing her contempt for her greedy. Foolish family, how could I allow you to live next to me? On the opposite side of the sofa, Zhua Zhiyu appeared obedient, yet her mind was racing with disdain. Rue, oh Rue, in your past life, you abandoned your family to live a better life, remaining indifferent as I was sold by my parents. This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine and trample you into the mud. So should this person live or die? Ji Huani found herself in a quandary. Given Zhua Zhiyu's intellect, she posed little threat to her two brothers. Eliminating her was simple, even if Zhua Zhiyu's system detected the psychic energy. It would not trace back to her. However, the dynamic between these sisters is quite fascinating. One with a system looking down on the other, while the reborn one remains oblivious to her sister's advantage, foolishly aspiring to dominate. Yet, one must wonder what capabilities Zhua Zhiyu's system possesses that could introduce an element of unpredictability. Time was slipping away. She needed to return. Zhua Zhiyu rose to depart. At-18. Her adoptive parents had procured a house for her, which had not been reclaimed even after her recognition. She now lived independently, even hesitant to disclose to the Zhua parents that the city center house belonged to her. Zhua Zhiyu drove back to the city. Ji Huani made no attempt to follow. This outing had not yielded nothing. At the very least, she had uncovered the existence of a reborn individual and one with a system, determined not to have wasted her trip. She ventured to the night market, purchasing some barbecued snacks and milk tea, bringing back some for her brothers as well. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, Ji Huani was utterly unprepared to encounter Zhua Zhiyu once more. She was not driving but walking alongside a man clad in military attire, her face radiant with a sweet smile. This was also Ji Huani's route home. The two found themselves standing at the entrance. She saw no reason to hide awkwardly, proceeding forward with confidence. Stick close, stick close. His aura is so strong. He must have great fortune. Host, this is the first major fortune teller we've encountered since our binding. The closer you are to him, the more fortune we can absorb. The system's voice had become less mechanical, its allure evident. I understand. I understand. I don't even know him. We must take things one step at a time. Zhuozhiu replied impatiently. Host, do not be dismissive. Once someone else's fortune is absorbed into you, not only will your own luck increase, but those with lesser fortunes will inherently be suppressed by you, leading to their misfortunes. If your fortune is sufficiently potent, you will shine brighter than anyone else in this world. Do you not dislike your original family? Once your fortune strengthens, it will adversely affect them, leading to their downfall, and they may ultimately bring about their own demise. The system's seductive voice continued. Must I rely on close contact with others to obtain fortune? There are so many fortunate individuals in the world. If everyone uses them up and discards them, what becomes of that? Are you the Sea King? The voice of Zhuozhiu, filled with reluctance, echoed. Of course not. The world is not limited to romantic relationships. Familial and platonic bonds exist as well. You can forge friendships with them now, and even become teammates in this post-apocalyptic world. As long as the other party's affinity for you reaches 20%. You can absorb the fortune emanating from them within a 5-meter radius, regardless of gender. Naturally, the higher their fondness for you, the quicker you can draw from their luck, much like how it is with your adoptive parents and brother. We ought to strive to become a girl beloved by all, thereby acquiring greater fortune, which would earn us the favor of the heavens when awakening our abilities. Miss, you have arrived home. The man clad in military attire turned to glance at her before preparing to leave. May I add you on Feishin? Zhuozhi inquired shyly. Meanwhile, she fervently questioned the system in her mind about his affinity level and whether they could absorb fortune now. No. Colonel Lin Qingyun, affinity at 5%. This meager 5% is merely his basic goodwill as a soldier towards citizens of Huagua, the system replied. Somewhat dejected, the system spoke. Lin Qingyun's refusal had already escaped his lips. I apologize. But I am on duty and cannot use my phone. Only the walkie-talkie, he stated, gesturing towards the device on his chest. Chapter 44. The great fortune bearer. As Ji-Wan approached, she had already gleaned Zhuozhi's innermost thoughts and the events unfolding here. A satisfied smile adorned her face, akin to one who had savored the sweet fruit of gossip. Yet, she did not anticipate that the officer would be surprised to see her upon turning to leave. Miss Ji, do you live here as well? Ji-Wan nodded, recognizing him as the officer who had fortuitously escaped the clutches of a zombie. Despite their 2 encounters, he had always exhibited warmth, proving himself to be a man of gratitude. Even though Ji-Wan had not done much. Indeed, what a coincidence. Are you patrolling nearby? Ji-Wan inquired politely. Not at all. I am in another sector. I merely escorted this young lady home. Miss Ji, if the opportunity arises, I would like to treat you to a meal, though I may not have the time. Perhaps I could give you my phone number, so you can reach out should you need assistance. Lin Qingyun stated with excessive enthusiasm. You may leave your number, but as for the meal, I shall have to decline. My family is about to depart, Ji-Wan replied coolly. Depart? Why? This location is within the base. The safest place there is, Lin Qingyun queried, his brow furrowing. You must have noticed that this once serene place has become quite noisy. We initially resided here for my brother's recovery. Under the current circumstances, it is no longer suitable for him. The weather grows increasingly warm, and we plan to relocate to the southwest, where the climate is more conducive to his health, Ji-Wan explained. Unfazed. We will be using this reason for our approval application. That is indeed regrettable. But if the opportunity arises, I hope to repay Miss G's life-saving kindness. Lin Qingyun expressed with regret that in truth, it is nothing. Surviving relies on one's own perseverance, and I merely offered a reminder. I would have said the same to any soldier, Ji-Wan remarked, standing in the warm glow of the streetlight, holding takeaway bags, her hair cascading behind her, a pleasant smile gracing her face, due to her height. She had to look up to converse with Lin Qingyun. That he gazed at her intently, believing her to be incredibly beautiful at that moment, more so than any actress he had encountered, embodying a genuine beauty of kindness. At that moment, he felt a flutter in his heart. Though he harbored thoughts, he refrained from fully expressing them. Ji-Wan, capable of reading minds, sensed his peculiar emotional fluctuations. Had she overheard his complete thoughts? An awkward expression would surely have grazed her features. Internally, she reassured herself that he was merely overthinking. She was simply being patient with those conscientious and responsible soldiers of Huagua. Had it been someone she disliked, she would have let the zombies feast upon them. Lin Qingyun prepared to speak again. His walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Miss G, this is my call. I must take my leave. In a flurry. He scribbled his number on a piece of paper and dashed away. After he departed, Ji-won noticed Zhuo Jirue, who stood nearby with a sullen expression, and the system that continued to scream in her ear. "Are you all right?" Ji-won asked, intrigued by the system's incessant outcry. Hurry, hurry, go befriend her. Her fortune surpasses Lin Qingyun's by at least 100-fold. If there is a heroine in this world, without a doubt, it is her. Zhuo Jirue remained silent, yet her system continued to wail. Zhuo Jirue chose to ignore both the system and Ji-won, her face dark as she retreated inside, still engaging in conversation with the system. What must I do to surpass her? Zhuo Jirue ground her teeth in frustration. She was unwilling to play second fiddle to anyone. It is exceedingly difficult, though I have not encountered other great fortune bearers. I can surmise that even if you were to gather the luck of all the others, it would be challenging to surpass her. If you wish to exceed her, you must win her favor and draw fortune from her. That is the only hope. Furthermore, luck is indeed a part of strength. She is undoubtedly formidable now and will only grow stronger in the wake of the apocalypse. The system replied, somewhat animated. Ji-won, who had been trailing behind Zhuo Jirue, furrowed her brow. Was her luck truly so exceptional? It seemed so. If luck were indeed a facet of strength, she was poised to eclipse all other ability users. However, she could no longer be deemed human. Could she? Do you have any information on her? Zhuo Jirue inquired further. Her fortune is overwhelming. With my current capabilities, I cannot load her real-time information. However, I found some data online. Ji-won, the sole daughter of the Ji family, has always been the exemplary child. By the age of 5, she could deliver fluent speeches in English and garnered numerous awards upon entering school. After the Ji family's misfortune, she dedicated herself to the field of medicine, skipping grades, and at 16, she took the college entrance examination, entering Hua's finest medical school as the top scorer. Simultaneously, she pursued both traditional and Western medicine, obtaining dual master's degrees in 6 years. Subsequently, she was courted by foreign universities, and at 22, she entered Hans University in the United States for her doctorate. In just 3 years, she reportedly completed all her coursework and could apply for early graduation. However, it remains a mystery why she has yet to do so. Due to the heightened tensions this year, universities have already released their graduation lists, and her name is among them, so she can indeed be referred to as Dr. G. Truly remarkable, the system exclaimed, while Zhuo Jirue's expression darkened further. Enough, I will surpass her, He vowed internally. Upon hearing this, Ji-won quickened her pace, overtaking her on her way home. She was well aware of Zhuo Jirue's intentions and would not stand idly by waiting for her to come and curry favor. She would grant the other party no opportunity to siphon her fortune. Upon returning home and retrieving the food, Ji Ingchen emerged, freshly bathed after his workout. Did you not say these are unhealthy? He remarked, wrinkling his brow at the delectable aroma of barbecued dishes. But they are delightful. Would you like some? Ji-won offered, distributing portions to Ji Huaying, Yishua, Zuoyu, and Yin Ruo. No. I shall not. A patient must maintain the demeanor of one afflicted. Ji Ingchen replied, taking his seat in his wheelchair and propelling himself back to his room. Hearing his words, the 4 handsome gentlemen nearby simultaneously rolled their eyes. One could hardly tell he was a patient, considering how vigorously he had battled them in the training room. Ji Ingchen's well-defined muscles bore no resemblance to that of a sickly individual, yet he remained unconvinced. He had been ill for so long, and his sister had worked tirelessly for his recovery, even enduring hardships abroad for several years. He was determined to improve, hoping to strengthen his body in order to possess formidable abilities upon awakening, thus ensuring he could protect his sister, who harbored both space and healing abilities. Make sure to rest early. We shall set out at dawn tomorrow. Ji Ingchen turned his back to them and reminded. Chapter 45. The Ji family base. Early the next morning, all the residents of the Ji family villa began to load their belongings into the car, amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, driving towards the airport. Due to the increasingly complex environment, Ji Huaying and Ji Ingchen's trusted associates had already settled in the Ji family's base, leaving only 3 capable aides to assist them. Now, with Ji Wani included, there were a total of 6 individuals who, after undergoing multiple security checks, boarded the last remaining private jet of the Ji family. The plane glided down the runway and, following the approved flight path, headed towards its final destination. 3 hours later, the private jet landed at Y Province's International Airport. Having completed their transportation mission, the last private plane of their family was also donated to the nation. After passing through numerous security screenings, the 6 of them finally emerged from the airport. The convoy sent to pick them up had been waiting in the parking lot for quite some time. Unlike the previous luxurious Maybachs and Bentleys, this time, the vehicles were all low-key yet practical SUVs. The sky in Y Province was a brilliant blue, a hue that only existed in Ji Wani's childhood memories. The breeze was gentle, but the sun was somewhat glaring. As she opened the car window and gazed at the blooming flowers in the roadside greenery, her mood lightened a bit. After the apocalypse, all beauty would cease to exist, and she wanted to take the time to appreciate it as much as possible. Summer had already arrived, and the earth was scorched by the sun, cracking under the heat. The outdoor temperature in Kyoto had already risen to 60 degrees Celsius, while Y Province remained around 40 degrees. Although it was significantly hotter than usual, the rising temperatures each year had become commonplace. People turned on air conditioning, enjoyed fans, and indulged in ice cream, making it bearable. However, the continuous dry weather had caused many plants across various regions to wither. The government urged everyone to conserve water. Yet the daily water supply remained unchanged. The vehicle traveled for over 2 hours on the highway before turning onto a winding mountain road. Verdant hills and trees, with a refreshing breeze, the sky high and clear, and the clouds light and fluffy. After over an hour of admiring such beauty, their car finally arrived at the G family base. A towering 5-meter white wall surrounded the entire base, and at the entrance stood a thick 1-meter door made of an unknown material, appearing to be an ordinary iron gate at first glance. However, it was anything but. Even the seemingly simple high walls were 2 meters thick. Only the lower 3 meters were solid, while the upper part was designed for personnel access, allowing one to walk around it. Cameras with almost no blind spots were installed both inside and outside the high walls. The 3 legitimate owners, Ji Ingchen, Ji Huaying, and Ji Wani, had never seen the entire layout of the base. Upon exiting the vehicle at the entrance, they walked inside. Close to the high wall, no trees were planted within a 5-meter radius in order to prevent anyone from climbing over. However, after walking a certain distance inward, houses began to appear, all 3 stories high, with white walls and gray tiles, arranged in an orderly fashion. Rather than a base, it resembled a village. Upon closer inspection, each house stood independently, surrounded by patches of cultivated land, suitable for planting flowers, raising dogs, or growing vegetables and crops. The houses were adorned with vibrant flowers. Overall, the houses seemed to care for one another. If one house encountered an issue, nearby residents could quickly assist. The asphalt road extended inward, with maple trees planted along the sides. They had grown robustly, casting shadows over the two-lane road and allowing only scattered sunlight to filter through. When the decision was made to develop this area, this road was one of its highlights. As someone who closely followed this project, you had much to say. Continuing along the road, they ascended the hillside. From here to the mountain summit was all part of their family's territory. Like the other houses, the Ji family home had white walls and gray tiles, 3 stories tall, but Ji Huaying particularly liked the layout of their house. At the end of the road lay their home. Beneath the maple trees was an observation deck offering views of the lake below. Fishing was also possible from this spot. They could descend to the lake's edge, where a path had been constructed for running along the shore. The entire modest lake was encompassed within the base. This road only led to the side of their house. On the side, there was an indoor parking area capable of accommodating 2 cars side by side. Beyond the parking lot lay the small courtyard attached to the house. They entered through the side door. Upon entering, they were greeted by the foyer, leading into the living room. The room was well lit. With a large television, a soft carpet, and comfortable sofas, the living room was spacious, with a corner featuring a kitchen that blended Western and Chinese styles. There was also a round dining table along with a smaller one. Sitting on the living room sofa, one could gaze out at the lake view. When they entered, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable level, swiftly dissipating the heat from their bodies. The first floor also boasted a tea room with a view, a restroom, and a fully equipped gym. The second floor housed their bedrooms. Ji Wani and Ji Huaying occupied the second floor, while Ji Ingchen exclusively claimed the entire 3rd floor. In his bedroom, the 2-meter bed was exceedingly comfortable, furnished with imported mattresses, and the walk-in closet and bathroom were fully equipped. He also had a 30-square-meter study filled with books and a large terrace. The house faced the lake, offering splendid views from every angle. After the 3 siblings had settled their belongings, they made their way to the left side of the house. Here, a trellis adorned with grapevines had been constructed. Ji Ingchen, who had designed this area, mentioned that these grapes were her favorite variety, Sunshine Rose. Following a small path that wound upwards, they could reach the mountain's peak. This area had only recently been developed. even with a plan in place. The trees on the mountaintop had only been planted a short while ago. There were zones for cherries, apples, oranges, and chestnuts encircling the summit. The mountaintop was filled with flowers and featured a sunroom that as they surveyed the area. The three siblings were quite satisfied. Zuiyu, Yishuo, and Yin Ruo's residences were also nearby. That Jiwani was in good spirits. She felt an odd sense that the three of them were about to embark on a new chapter of retirement. Naturally, moving into a new home called for a celebratory meal. Over 30 individuals had joined the base, all trusted confidants of Ji Yingchen and Ji Huaying, with the intention of hosting a dinner. Jiwani descended to the first floor to prepare the meal. Ji Yingchen and Ji Huaying assisted by washing and chopping vegetables. Jiwani took charge of the cooking. The two young masters, who had never engaged in such tasks before, adapted surprisingly well. By dinner time, for tables of steaming hot dishes were ready, and everyone gathered together. If there wasn't enough space inside, they set up tables outside. After finishing the meal, the three siblings collectively loaded the dishes into the dishwasher, then settled in the living room to watch the news. The true arrival of the apocalypse was only days away. The weather continued to grow drier. Fires had already ignited in many areas, and numerous individuals were being hospitalized due to the heat. The government continually reminded everyone to exercise caution when using fire and to avoid going out during midday. Online, many were pleading for rain. In the following days, Jiwani began to focus her energy on the plants surrounding her home. Chapter 46, Awakening of Abilities. With the sweltering heat, it was evident that these plants could not thrive on their own. Seizing the opportunity while her brothers were distracted, she secretly used her water abilities to irrigate the plants and employed her wood abilities to aid their growth. Consequently, the plants near her home flourished remarkably well. Jiwani was aware that plants could mutate in the apocalypse. However, mutated plants were rarer than human abilities. Each mutated plant possessed an extraordinarily unique function, and of course, they were also highly formidable. For plants to mutate, they first had to endure months of drought and high temperatures, as well as survive the toxic effects of the zombie virus rain in the preceding days. She was not concerned about her plants mutating. If they were obedient, she would nurture them with her wood abilities, and if they were not, she would eliminate them during the early stages of mutation. On October 23 RD, during this time of year, many places in the country had already begun to cool down, yet this year remained scorching hot. Amidst the citizens' complaints, the National Meteorological Bureau issued warnings of cooling temperatures, severe storms, and nationwide torrential rain. Yes, nationwide torrential rain. This deluge had an extensive range, nearly enveloping the entire northern hemisphere, including all of Huagua. Simultaneously, the National Epidemic Prevention Department informed the public through various channels that the torrential rain contained concentrated zombie virus from Antarctica, urging everyone to avoid contact with the rain, secure their doors and windows, isolate themselves from others, and take protective measures. Of course, to prevent unforeseen circumstances and to provide people with a glimmer of hope to persist. The government also announced the method for awakening abilities. That is, at midnight 2 days after the heavy rain, when the downpour transformed into a light drizzle, it would be the moment when the zombie virus was at its weakest. Presenting the best opportunity for awakening abilities, the government also released a series of precautions, but many were captivated by the notion of abilities and could no longer absorb any other information. Amidst the public's anticipation, the torrential rain arrived. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, casting the world into a dim and colorless state. As the virus rain fell, the virus would disperse through the moisture in the air, affecting those with weaker constitutions. This stage would allow for the selection of a significant number of individuals. Brother, let's each return to our rooms and secure the doors and windows. The three individuals meticulously examined the doors and windows of their home, ensuring that everything was securely shut before retreating to their respective rooms. Early the next morning, a streak of lightning cleaved the sky, heralding a new chapter in their world. Thunder rumbled and winds howled. As the sound of crackling intensified, signaling the arrival of torrential rain. In the WeChat group of the G family, casual chatter ensued among the members. You all chat, I shall take another nap, G once said. Lifting the covers and placing her bare feet on the carpet, clad in a silk camisole, she opened the door leading to the terrace. For her, the rain infused with the zombie virus was of utmost importance. She had previously confirmed that her terrace was invisible from both Ji Yingchen's and Ji Huaying's rooms, allowing her to indulge freely. As raindrops struck her skin, she felt no pain. Instead, the dense presence of the zombie virus in the rain invigorated her. Ji once spread her arms wide, her silk nightgown becoming drenched and clinging to her form. Absorbing the potent energy within, she unconsciously revealed her full attributes: crimson eyes, a scarlet mouth, and ruby nails. Listening to the relentless patter of the rain, she suddenly noticed that all the plants around her appeared wilted. It seemed they could not mutate on their own. Contemplating this, Ji-won activated her wood-based abilities. Enveloping all nearby flora, the previously drooping plants gradually began to lift their heads. Near lunchtime, Ji-won returned indoors to dry her clothes and hair, meticulously checking to ensure no trace of the zombie virus was overlooked before stepping out of her room to deliver food to her two brothers. She then returned to continue her rain-soaked reverie. For several consecutive days, aside from the time spent delivering meals, Ji-won remained immersed in the rain. Throughout these 3 days, her abilities saw some enhancement. However, given the abundance of energy within her, the increase was negligible. For others awaiting the reign of powers, these days dragged excruciatingly. Many succumbed to the virus that infiltrated their homes, transforming into zombies. The clock ticked slowly. And with each second that passed, Ji Ingchan wished fervently for time to speed up. At last, after 3 days of anticipation, the rain fell. Their meticulously crafted waterproof base remained unscathed. The plants surrounding their home could now resist the virus independently. After much longing, the moment they had awaited was finally at hand. The government issued reminders across various platforms and even initiated a live broadcast, advising the living not to enter too early or too late. The 3 members of the Ji family gathered in the living room. Clad in their pajamas, the downpour ceased, and a light drizzle began to descend. Ji-won and her 2 brothers stepped into the courtyard. At that very moment, every remaining soul in the world also ventured into the gentle rain. The military's movable roofs retracted, exposing soldiers seated cross-legged within their enclosures to the misty drizzle. Ji-won was not idle. She and her brothers transported an array of prepared containers into the courtyard. They settled onto the outdoor chairs, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Ji-won took her brother's hands, channeling a modicum of her healing abilities into their bodies. Soon after, Ji Ingchan began to feel unwell, unable to control himself as he collapsed into the chair. There was no choice but for him to endure it. Ji-won turned to Ji Huang. Noting that since both had previously awakened their abilities, they were currently unaffected. Before long, Ji Huang too began to feel ill, and both he and Ji Ingchan reclined in their chairs, gradually losing consciousness. Ji-won sat between her brothers, gazing up at the dim sky, awaiting their awakening. The drizzle continued until dawn, yet the unconscious duo remained in slumber. It wasn't until midday, when the sun re-emerged, that their fever subsided, and their pained expressions softened as they drifted into a deeper sleep. With a sigh of relief, Ji-won lay down as well, shutting her eyes. As the sun began its descent, dusk approached. The sparse sounds nearby roused Ji-won from her slumber. "Awake? How do you feel?" Ji Huang inquired. "I feel quite well," she replied, though in truth, she had experienced no change. "Get up and see what abilities you've awakened," Ji Huang urged, his tone laced with anticipation. At that moment, Ji Ingchan also stirred awake, blinking his eyes. "Elder brother, how do you feel?" Ji-won and Ji Huang asked in unison, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ji Ingchan remained silent, eyes closed, as he attuned to the energy within him. A faint crackle of lightning flickered in the palm of his right hand. "I believe I've also acquired spatial abilities, although they are quite limited, and I lack the power of time stasis," he declared, opening his eyes. "As for my feelings, I am brimming with energy, but I am immensely hungry," he added. "Indeed, thunder and spatial abilities. Elder brother, you truly are the most formidable, awakening 2 powers at once," Ji-won praised, unabashedly showering compliments. "What about you too?" Ji Ingchan turned to face them. "I sense that my control abilities have grown stronger, likely having advanced from the novice level to the 1st tier, and I have also reawakened another power," Ji Huang announced, raising his hand to reveal a small orb of water coalescing above it. "This is a water-based ability." Both brothers then turned their gazes toward Ji-won. "I too have awakened 2 abilities," Ji-won stated, meeting their curious stares. Initially, she had pondered which power to reveal. The ice ability was formidable and would reassure her brothers. She was not solely a support. She could also be a fierce attacker. Yet, observing the nearby plants on the verge of mutation, she felt the need for an ability that would endear her to the flora and allow her to cultivate mutated plants. The wood ability seemed quite fitting. Just as she was grappling with her choice, Ji Ingchan's simultaneous awakening of 2 powers provided her with yet another reason to reveal more of her own. Extending her hands, one cradled a white and green energy. the white representing her healing ability for humans and animals, while the green symbolized her nurturing power for plants. In her other hand, an ice blue glow shimmered, a small ice shard floating above her palm. I have newly awakened ice and wood abilities, Ji-won stated plainly, locking eyes with her brothers. But why is it that both of you awakened two abilities in the same place and at the same time? Ji Huaying questioned, visibly perplexed. I am quite hungry. Let us return indoors to eat before we check on the others, Ji Yingchen said. Disregarding Ji Huaying's lament, Ji-won nodded in agreement. Upon entering their home, she paid no heed to her soiled clothes, quickly retrieving some simple food from her spatial storage to satisfy her hunger before hastily showering and changing, now that the zombie reign and the reign of powers had concluded. The transformed animals or humans would no longer remain stationary to absorb the energy. They would follow the scent of the living and seek to attack them. The Ji family's base was relatively small and distanced from populated areas, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in its sparse population, which would not attract large hordes of zombies, and its secluded location meant there were fewer troublemakers. However, the downside was that while the number of human zombies was minimal, the animal zombies, which posed a greater challenge than their human counterparts, were quite numerous. This morning, as the rain ceased, she sensed a multitude of zombie animals encircling the white walls of their base. She could have taken advantage of the moment when everyone was in a state of awakening and unconsciousness to eliminate them all. Yet upon reflection, she realized they were merely novice zombies and would serve better as practice for those newly awakened individuals. After all, they would frequently face such situations in the future. Thus, she simply released her aura to envelop the entire base, deterring the zombies from approaching. When Ji Huaying opened the door, he found Zuoyu, Yin Ruo, and Yi Shuo standing in unison at the entrance. Director Ji, are you all right? Zuoyu inquired, his eyes filled with concern. His worry was understandable, especially since Ji Yingchen was the weakest among them. I am fine. I successfully awakened. What about you? Ji Yingchen replied, raising his hand to reveal a bright flash of electricity coursing through his palm. And we have also awakened. Yin Ruo possesses earth abilities. Yi Shuo has wind abilities. And mine is somewhat peculiar. It seems to be an enhancement of consciousness, with heightened perception of the surrounding environment. So will you explain? It is a mental ability. Ji-won interjected, having sensed his psychic energy fluctuations the moment she stepped outside. Observing the disheveled appearance of the trio, it was evident they had rushed over immediately after awakening. Let us go and see how the others are doing, Ji Yingchen urged. Leading them onward, Ji-won retrieved some food from her spatial storage for them, suggesting they eat before catching up with her, while she and her brothers proceeded to check on the others. As they neared another house, gunfire erupted within the base, prompting Ji-won and her companions to quicken their pace. Upon reaching the source of the gunfire, they discovered bloodstains on the floor, where a muscular man was crouched at the door, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing Ji Huaying, the man's tears burst forth uncontrollably as he rushed over to embrace him. Boss, my mother is gone. I killed her with my own hands. Witnessing his profound sorrow, Ji Huaying found it difficult to push him away. It is the zombie virus that claimed your mother, not you. Gather yourself. We shall ensure she departs peacefully, granting her the rest she deserves. One cannot simply visit each household individually. Ji Huaying and Ji Yingchen promptly sent a message in the group chat, instructing everyone to gather at the small square. Ji Huaying set up a table in the square, laden with an assortment of food she had previously collected. This group, upon awakening, was undoubtedly famished. A gust of wind swept past Ji Huaying, announcing the arrival of the first individual. Without a moment to spare for greetings, the person made a beeline for the table and began to devour the food voraciously. Boss, in the midst of their meal, the individual looked up to greet Ji Yingchen, who was also eating, before continuing to feast. Soon, everyone from the base had convened. 8 family members had transformed into zombies, leaving over 30 individuals, among whom 7 exhibited enhanced physical capabilities. Awakening their abilities had fortified their bodies, while physical enhancement referred to the further augmentation of already superior bodily attributes, exemplified by the speed enhancer who arrived first. Among the 7 enhancers, 3 had enhanced speed, 2 possessed augmented strength, 1 had heightened auditory perception, and another exhibited enhanced vision. Aside from Yi Shuo's wind abilities and Zuoyu's psychic powers, the rest were primarily conventional elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Naturally, some remained ordinary, having awakened no abilities at all. Observing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Ji-won felt it was time to sound the alarm and encourage them to practice their powers. She retracted her abilities, and the animals in the surrounding forest, now zombies, sensed the presence of the living and began to converge towards the base. No matter how high the white walls, they could not deter birds that could fly. As countless animals collided against the white walls, the entire base erupted into alarm. Enemy attack. Everyone, grab your weapons and be mindful of using your abilities, Ji Huaying shouted, positioning herself protectively behind Ji Wani alongside Ji Ancient. Ji Wani retrieved weapons from her spatial storage and distributed them to everyone. The sound of flapping wings echoed from the distance, and looking up, the sky was densely populated with the dark mass of zombies. Everyone, coordinate your efforts. Earth and water types, form a defense. Metal, fire, and wood types, prepare to attack. Ensure your safety. Ji Ancient cautioned. Ji Wani remained calm at the back of the crowd, neither anxious nor overly relaxed. The lack of anxiety stemmed from the adversaries not appearing overwhelmingly powerful. These individuals should be capable of handling the situation. However, she refrained from relaxing due to concern that this group, engaging in combat with their abilities for the first time, might falter. She needed to be ready to rescue them at any moment. As the swarm of zombie birds drew closer, Ji Huaying issued commands, and bullets along with abilities soared through the air. A tremendous noise erupted as the zombie animals, blocked outside the walls, relentlessly battered against them. Under the onslaught of powerful fire, the zombie birds above plummeted like rain. Ji Wani stood among the crowd, gazing up at the densely packed flock of zombie birds, her consciousness already surpassing the flock to lock onto the highest flying level 1 zombie. As she focused on the sky, a reckless zombie bird flew directly towards her. Amid the worried gazes of her two brothers, Ji Wani calmly raised her hand, capturing the small bird before it could open its beak to bite her, freezing it into an ice sculpture. I'm fine, boss. There is something behind the bird swarm. At that moment, Zhuyu, with psychic abilities, finally noticed the issue. Chapter 48. Breaking the siege. The sheer number of zombie birds in the sky was overwhelming. Had it not been for Ji Wani's ability to provide an endless supply of ammunition, this battle would have been catastrophic. After 2 continuous hours of combat, the bird swarm finally diminished. At this point, the level 1 zombie behind the flock finally made a move. The bird, no larger than a palm, moved with remarkable speed, its intent clear, to target the unprotected individual devoid of any ability fluctuations behind the group. The black bird swiftly soared above them, and just as it aimed at the defenseless individual, lightning, bullets, daggers, and streams of water all surged towards it. Various abilities slowed the zombie bird's movements, and as its speed diminished, Ji Wani unleashed a blast of icy blue frost from her hand, completely encasing the bird in ice. The drawback of its small size was that freezing it required minimal energy. However, being a level 1 zombie, it struggled for a moment before the ice encasing its body shattered. As the small bird poked its head out, Ji Ancient's lightning and Ji Huaying's daggers struck it simultaneously. The zombie bird collapsed, motionless. With the absence of the high-level zombies' control, the remaining zombie birds resorted to their most primal instinct to attack flesh. Using a flamethrower and her fire abilities, the black birds rushed into the flames, emitting a series of burnt scents. Once all the zombie birds were dealt with, Ji Huaying crouched down to examine the crystal cores. Let us take care of this later. I fear there may be more before the walls. Ji Wani cautioned. Her words. Everyone suddenly realized the urgency and rushed towards the entrance as they arrived. The gates were rattling from the relentless impact. Looking down from the walls, countless small animals had piled up, reaching over 2 meters high. Had they arrived a moment later, they might have breached the walls. The entire base was surrounded by them. With only over 30 individuals, they had to split up, each guarding a section with heavy weapons. Fearing damage to the walls, they refrained from using explosives. Moreover, their abilities were still at a rudimentary level, and whether fire or water, they could not unleash much power. Ji Wani composed herself. She indeed had the capability to handle these creatures. However, her strength must remain concealed. Since she couldn't eliminate them, she needed to devise a way to lure them away. Ji Wani retrieved 6 drones, along with blood extraction syringes and sealed bags. Brother, let me draw a bag of blood. We can use the fresh blood to divert them, Ji Wani said, raising the blood extraction device towards Ji. Why the response came from Zhuyu. He had already sensed the faint fluctuations in the breath of the trees, but they were so weak that they could vanish at any moment. Ji Wani naturally felt it too. Previously, they had been preoccupied with dealing with the zombies and had neglected these matters. Walking in the middle of the road, Ji Wani summoned her wood-based abilities, enveloped in a soft green glow. Green light particles flew from her, landing upon the maple trees. The maple trees that received the light responded with a gentle swaying of their bare branches, as if acknowledging and expressing gratitude towards her. How marvelous! The vitality of these maple trees has increased significantly. Is this the newly awakened ability of the young lady? Zhuyu exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Huani nodded subtly. These trees are likely to mutate as well. Mutated plants are powerful. With them around, our base will be much safer. Upon returning home, Ji Huaying and Ji Yingchun were genuinely exhausted. After having breakfast, the two of them washed up and retreated to their rooms for sleep. Ji Yi, however, was not at all fatigued. After taking a shower and changing her clothes, she headed to the courtyard. In the courtyard, various fruit trees and flowers welcomed her arrival with lively sways. During the days when the zombie virus rained down, if it hadn't been for Ji Yi braving the rain while releasing her wood-based powers to care for them, they would have perished long ago. Having survived and mutated, they naturally held Ji Yi in high regard. Ji Yi infused them with more of her wood-based abilities, burying several hundred primary crystal cores in the soil. Gently touching the branches that extended towards her, Ji Yi urged, "You all must grow quickly. Only by growing can you assist me." Chapter 49. Why Province Base. Lying back on her bed, scenes began to replay in Ji Yi's mind. At the end of a wide road, capable of accommodating 8 vehicles side by side, stood towering city walls cloaked in camouflage, with soldiers poised at the ready. Weapons in hand, various firearms unleashed their fury. Looking down from the walls, zombies swarmed in dense masses, rushing forth from the distant mountains and roads. Shells fell, bullets whizzed, and various abilities wreaked havoc, reducing zombie after zombie to mere pulp. Yet, more zombies followed. Not only outside the base, but also within. The Y Province base was originally designed to accommodate 250,000 people. Even if the ability rain represented the greatest hope for ordinary individuals to awaken, many still succumbed. Everyone was isolated within individual rooms. This way, even if they turned into zombies, they would remain untouched by the zombie rain, rendering them merely low-level zombies. Being confined posed no threat to others and made it easier for the military to eliminate them. However, the sheer number of zombies spawned by the zombie rain outside was overwhelming. They were fast and powerful. The only consolation was that each of them possessed crystal cores in their brains. As long as the brain was struck, even a slight damage to the crystal core surface would cause the zombie to fall. Moreover, such surface damage did not impede the abilities of the ability users. In Ji Yi's dreams, countless zombies continued to scale the high walls. Soldiers clad in camouflage were ensnared by the zombies, their bodies torn apart before they even had a chance to turn into zombies. Leaving behind nothing but bones, the Apocalypse base, built with the concentrated strength of the nation, along with the S Province base, which had the largest population in the country, perished at the onset of the apocalypse. Upon rising from her bed, Ji Yi immediately grabbed her phone from the bedside. Thanks to the nation's preparations, satellite phones were still operational, and the internet remained intact. Some were even boasting about their awakened abilities. Ji Yi immersed herself in the digital realm. In the online world, everything was convenient. She created an animated representation of the scenes she had dreamt of. What would normally take weeks to model and produce was generated automatically with a mere thought. Ji Yi, utilizing the same method as before, sent the generated animation and her foresight to the government. She then reclined on a rocking chair beneath the grapevine, awaiting the arrival of night. 1E, should we celebrate our safe entry into the apocalypse and our successful awakening of abilities? Ji Huaying inquired after waking up and approaching her. Second brother, there is nothing to celebrate about entering the apocalypse. And besides, some people have just lost loved ones. It would be inappropriate to drag them into a celebration. Ji Yi candidly expressed her thoughts. 1E is right. Moreover, considering the current uncertain situation, it may be a bit premature to celebrate. I just attempted to contact the Y Province base, but they have not responded, Ji Yingchen added. The Y Province base is established by the local border defense forces. With tens of thousands of stationed troops, they should be fine, right? Ji Huaying spoke, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Their situation was unlike that of the Y Province, although there were many stationed troops. As the largest base in the area, it also attracted the majority of the zombie firepower. If the Y Province base were to fall, survival would become even more challenging for these smaller bases. Let us not worry too much. As long as we are living well, if we encounter any matters where we can lend assistance, we will naturally step forward without hesitation. However, compared to the vast number of stationed troops at the Y Province base, along with their advanced weaponry and ample ammunition, The 30 of us would merely be delivering food to the zombies. Jiwani comforted her two brothers in return. In the afternoon, she could not simply remain idle. She retrieved a multitude of seeds from her space and enlisted Ji Huang to help with the planting. Ji Huang was responsible for digging, making holes, and watering, while Jiwani focused on channeling her wood-based abilities. The once barren flower beds gradually became filled with life. Meanwhile, in another location, the prediction from Jiwani had set the Kyoto base into a flurry of activity. Her prophecy played repeatedly in a dominant manner on the large screen in the command center. The personnel at the Kyoto base, who were already grappling with the issue of zombies besieging their stronghold, were petrified upon witnessing such a gruesome animation. Correlating it with the chaos outside. Pale-faced, they rushed to report to the leaders in the office. Concurrently, the leaders' computer screens displayed the same animation, instructing all base commanders to preserve their bases at all costs. If the situation grew dire, the use of low-yield nuclear strikes was permitted. Assistance could also be requested from other bases that still had resources. We have short-range, close-range, medium-range, and long-range missiles, as well as intercontinental missiles. In short, regardless of the methods or the costs, all bases must ensure their survival. Following an immediate emergency meeting, the high-ranking officials made their decisions. A flurry of encrypted documents flew from the Kyoto base to various bases nationwide. The commanders of the Y Province and S Province bases were currently organizing their troops to eliminate the zombies within the bases while fending off external threats. They understood the reasoning, but the proximity of the threats posed a dilemma. Employing nuclear weapons or powerful missiles would annihilate the zombies but also destroy their walls and potentially harm those stationed upon them. As for the smaller missiles and bombs, they were already being launched outward. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiwani found an excuse to return to her room. After locking the door, her body vanished from within. She teleported out of the room without alerting anyone and made her way outside the base. The Y Province base fell on the morning of the 28th at 6 o'clock. With 8 or 9 hours remaining, she had ample time to reach her destination. However, Jiwani had a slight sense of direction impairment, and she was unfamiliar with this area. Initially, she worried about taking a wrong turn, but soon realized her concerns were unfounded. With the commotion at the Y Province base, all the zombies in the vicinity would be drawn there, with the Y Province base acting as a magnet for firepower. The smaller bases would be considerably safer. Listening to the sounds of artillery, Jiwani followed the horde of zombies towards that location, what would typically take over 3 hours by car. She managed to teleport in just over an hour. The once quiet night was now filled with the deafening roar of artillery. The powerful searchlights atop the walls illuminated the towering mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, making the grotesque faces of the zombies all too clear. Yet, no one had the heart to gaze upon the hideous visages of the undead. Exhausted soldiers squeezed the triggers, sprayed bullets from their machine guns, transported ammunition, and continuously reloaded. In a matter of hours, the scene at the base's entrance had transformed dramatically. All vegetation had been obliterated by the flames of war, and zombie heads filled every nook and cranny as they s. Chapter 50. The Legion of Zombies. When G1E arrived, the vicinity of the base and Province Y was teeming with frenzied zombies, all rushing forward in a wild frenzy. She pushed through one after another of the undead, standing atop a height to gaze at the magnificent, towering city walls in the distance. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the walls, the zombies appeared almost deranged, desperately sprinting forward. They trampled upon their companions, only to be trampled in turn, a chaotic mass layered upon itself. Densely packed, both those crushed beneath the throng and those racing on the surface struggled incessantly, their singular aim being the vibrant flesh beyond the high walls. To avoid detection, G1E maintained a considerable distance from the base. This area had yet to be touched by the ravages of war. The mountains remained steadfast, the trees still stood tall. Though a number of zombies lingered below, they paled in comparison to the hellish scene at the base, which could only be described as infernal. G1E leaped onto the dense branches of a large tree, ensuring that the foliage could completely obscure her presence. To evade high-tech detection, she shed all human characteristics, reverting to the guise of a high-level zombie. Relaxed, she perched upon a branch, leaning against the trunk, one foot resting on a branch while the other dangled in the air. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against her knee. And in an instant, the imposing aura of the Zombie King enveloped a radius of several dozen miles. As her presence cast its shadow over the area, the frenzied and excited zombies calmed, ceasing their charge toward the base and merely milling about in confusion. What was happening? What was going on? The soldiers atop the walls, their eyes glazed over with bloodlust, continued to mechanically pull their triggers. Yet their expressions betrayed their bewilderment. Jiwani thought. What does it matter? Just keep shooting. While she could control the zombies to retreat, they would inevitably return, as she could not remain vigilant at this spot forever. Thus, she chose to keep them stationary, allowing them to eliminate as many as possible. As for whether the zombies from other areas would come rushing in upon hearing the commotion, they wouldn't. They sensed her overwhelming aura and steered clear, no matter the volume of the ruckus. In that moment, it was not just the zombies outside the base that were under her control. Even those within were similarly affected. All the soldiers and ability users seized the opportunity, launching a full-scale assault. Explosions rained down upon the horde of zombies, limbs scattering, blood and flesh mingling with the earth, under the intense barrage of firepower. It took but 2 or 3 rounds to clear the zombies before the base. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, and confirming there was no large-scale horde remaining, Jiwani concealed all traces of her zombie characteristics. Reverting to her human form, and silently departed from the scene, she returned to her room, the time now nearing 3 o'clock. Today could be considered a good deed. She had saved so many valiant soldiers. And her spirits were high. Descending to the first floor, she turned on the television, randomly selecting a once popular drama that she had never had the time to watch, entering binge-watching mode. What are you doing? Around 5 in the morning, the early riser, the unrivaled champion of diligence, Ji Yingchen, awoke. Upon seeing his sister clad in pajamas, nestled on the sofa with a cushion, phone in hand, and the television playing. With the coffee table cluttered with snacks, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Binge-watching a series, Jiwani remarked. I must say, it's indeed quite enjoyable. No wonder so many people are fond of it. She reflected on how, during high school, she had scarcely experienced such indulgence, as she had swiftly transitioned into university life. There, she was perpetually burning the midnight oil to complete papers, memorize notes, and study, leaving little room for recreational viewing. Now that she had some leisure time, it was only fitting to savor these experiences, especially since she felt no fatigue. Aren't you going to sleep? Ji Yingchen queried, glancing at the clock and then back at Jiwani. His confusion palpable. I've already rested, she replied nonchalantly, popping a potato chip into her mouth, her demeanor unflustered. Besides, there's still plenty of daylight ahead. I can sleep whenever I like. Perhaps this was the confidence that came from being a leisurely person. Ji Yingchen thought, before disregarding her and heading to the gym. Good morning. At 7 o'clock, Ji Huaying also rose. Clad in athletic wear, he entered the gym, and soon the sounds of sparring echoed from within. Jiwani, meanwhile, found herself growing bored of the television. It seemed that keeping her brothers cooped up in the base was not a wise course of action. The apocalypse had arrived. The zombies would evolve. And other ability users would grow stronger. If they remained in the safety of the base, it would not be long before her brothers were surpassed by other ability users and zombies alike. What are you pondering? The 2 brothers, having finished their workout, emerged to find Jiwani lost in thought. I was contemplating the possibility of you taking me out for some practical training. Jiwani replied candidly. What prompted this sudden desire for training? Ji Yingchen asked, perplexed, though he too had entertained similar thoughts. Brother, the apocalypse has come. The zombies will grow stronger, and there will be levels 2, 3, 4, and even higher tier zombies emerging. Likewise, higher level ability users will appear. Remaining holed up in isolation is not a viable strategy. Advancement for ability users requires zombie cores, thunder, space, control. Ice abilities are all difficult to acquire. If we rely solely on our training, it could take an eternity for us to reach level 1 or 2. Ji Yingchen conceded. We have indeed considered going out for training, but not at this moment. We should at least wait for the nation to stabilize and for those entering the base to acclimate, he added. Ruffling her hair, Jiwani nodded, understanding that the desire to venture out was a start. Before they could embark on such an expedition, she needed to nurture the mutated plants within the base. Certain protective elements would provide her with peace of mind when they did step outside. After all, she did not fully trust her brother's subordinates. Human nature could be fickle. They might be reliable now, but who could say what the future held? The level 1 mutated bird they had previously slain, which had undergone a speed mutation, had already been awarded to the individual who excelled in speed. This meant that soon, the base would gain another level 1 ability user. Currently, the only level 1 abilities present were Ji Huaying's control powers and her own healing abilities, which she had kept hidden to others. She appeared to be a space ability user who had awakened prematurely, an auxiliary force lacking offensive capability. With only 2 level 1 abilities, it was indeed difficult not to worry about the ambitions of others gradually expanding. However, for the moment, it was the best course of action. For several consecutive days, Jiwani had been channeling her abilities into the potentially mutated plants. Finally, through her efforts, the maple tree, once battered by torrential rain, had revived, gradually sprouting red leaves. As for why the newly sprouted leaves were not green, it was simply a matter of the tree having mutated. There was no need to dwell on the color. The maple tree extended its branches toward her, swaying as if to seek affection. "Can you tell me what abilities you possess?" Ji1E inquired, tugging gently at the tree's branches. The maple tree shook its branches, causing one of the newly sprouted leaves to fall. The moment the leaf detached from the branch, it transformed into a sharp projectile, swiftly slicing through the air and severing a small tree behind it. Impressive. Ji1E, along with Ji Huai-ing and Yishua, stood in awe at the display. After flinging the leaf, the maple tree reached out its branches toward Ji1E and then pointed at the fallen leaf. "Do you want me to retrieve it?" Ji1E asked, noting that the distance was quite considerable. She turned to Ji Huai-ing. "Indeed, the distance is considerable, and my control abilities wouldn't suffice," Ji Huai-ing admitted. Glancing at Yishua, resigned, dashed over to pick up the leaf and bring it back. Chapter 51. The Destruction of Sakura Island. Yishua presented the maple leaf to Ji1E. However, before she could take it, the branches of the maple tree intercepted her. Two branches encircled the leaf, rubbing it together repeatedly. The leaf was crushed, releasing a peculiar scent into the air. This aroma was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant to humans, merely strange. Yet upon inhaling it, Ji1E instinctively felt a wave of aversion, wanting to distance herself from it. "What function does the crushed leaf serve?" Yishua inquired, puzzled. "It acts as a deterrent against zombies. Applying this crushed leaf to oneself will keep zombies at bay. Similarly, if smeared on the walls of the base, zombies will also steer clear," Ji1E explained, her brow furrowing. "This is truly a valuable find." Ji Huai-ying's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the few remaining leaves on the otherwise barren branches. "Brother, let us not rush. I need to nurture them further," Ji1E replied with a smile. Observing the maple tree swiftly retracting its branches and concealing its leaves. By the way, is this leaf effective against all zombies, or just low-level ones? Yishua continued to inquire. "It should be effective against all zombies, but those with awakened special abilities may not be affected," Ji1E responded. Although she was uncertain of her own level, it was evident that there were few zombies in this world that surpassed her. The foul odor she detested was bearable. In the following days, Ji1E continued to tend to the trees and flowers. After learning about the capabilities of the mutated maple trees, everyone became significantly more enthusiastic about them. Ji Huai-ing organized a group to bury several primary crystal cores in the soil surrounding each maple tree. Coupled with Ji1E's wood-based abilities, the maple trees along the road sprouted numerous red buds within a mere 2 days. According to online reports, the bases in various provinces and cities of Huagua were gradually stabilizing. Everything was progressing positively. Congratulations and prosperity. On a tranquil and splendid afternoon, Ji1E lay beneath the grapevines. Scrolling through her phone, the grapevines had flourished immensely since their initial planting, nearly covering the entire trellis. They enjoyed basking lazily in the sun, just as everyone was leisurely enjoying their time. An urgent announcement from the Huagua Kyoto base flashed across the screen. Recently, as per routine, Huagua's satellites patrolled its maritime territories and discovered severely mutated marine zombie creatures, as well as land-based ones. After extensive investigations, scientists confirmed that these severely mutated marine zombies originated from the heavily nuclear-radiated Sakura Island, which, besides the zombie virus, might also harbor other viruses that could pose severe harm to humans. Following discussions among the leaders of the Kyoto base and various experts, to prevent these creatures from entering Huagua through the ocean and causing harm to its citizens, the Huagua government and the Huagua Military Committee unanimously decided to deploy forces to annihilate Sakura Island, completely eliminating any future threats from other continental nations. The spokesperson, maintaining a calm yet excited tone, announced this news to the remaining citizens of Huagua. Ji Huai-ing and Ji Ingchen, who were sipping tea, turned their heads in surprise. "Great, at last, an opportunity has presented itself," Ji Huai-ing remarked with a smile. "Indeed, finally an opportunity," Ji Ingchen added. "Before the apocalypse, unless Sakura Island provoked trouble, any action from the Huagua government would be closely monitored by other nations." During the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis, it seemed like there was a chance, but there really wasn't. At that time, countries like M, F, and Y were in chaos but could still manage to divert their attention. Moreover, Sakura Island was surrounded by sea. with a relatively small population, thus not posing a substantial threat. However, the situation was different now. With the onset of the apocalypse, Huagua had not only stockpiled ample food and weapons, but had also preserved significant strength and stability. Other nations were likely still struggling to ensure their survival. Additionally, the previous nuclear leak from Sakura Island had created this predicament, a self-inflicted disaster. Huagua's response was therefore entirely justified. Otherwise, would they allow radioactive entities to wash ashore? Absolutely not. After all preparations were made, on June 3 RD, 12 Express 41 packages departed from a mysterious military base in Huagua, witnessed by the entire nation, and were delivered to Sakura Island, subsequently unleashing the radiance of Huagua. As the mushroom clouds ascended, jubilant cheers erupted in every safe corner of Huagua at that moment. The wishes of all its citizens were fulfilled. Celebration is a must, Ji Huaying exclaimed excitedly. This time, no one stopped him. The Ji family villa began preparing a grand feast once again, and even the typically reserved Ji Ancient urged Ji Wani to retrieve his long-preserved fine wine, revealing his genuine happiness. As night fell, the lights illuminated the Ji family villa's courtyard. Over 30 people gathered around the bonfire, laughing joyously and raising their glasses in celebration. The aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air. Wani, we have discussed this. The situation in the country has stabilized. Now, we need to focus on rescuing survivors in various regions that we can venture out and explore, especially since Y Province was once a popular tourist destination. We never had the chance to visit. Now we can roam around Y Province, Ji Ancient said to Ji Wani after the banquet. Will everyone join us? Won't having over 30 people be too much? Ji Wani frowned. No, just the three of us, along with Zuoyu, Ishua, and Yin Rua 6 in total. We'll leave Rui Xian and Ling Feng to guard the base. Of course, they are free to venture out and form their own teams if they wish. But they won't accompany us, Ji Ancient explained. Ji Wani nodded slightly, grasping his intention. Elder brother, are you not concerned that they might leak information about our base? Ji Wani asked, puzzled. Did he trust these people so readily? It's fine. We cannot continue existing independently in one place. The initial purpose of forming the base was to live without depending on others, but cooperation with others is essential. Moreover, these individuals are seasoned survivors. They know their limits. If anyone harbors ill intentions, it will only be revealed when we leave and allow them to venture out. It's better to expose traitors than to let them remain hidden within our ranks. Ji Ancient always exhibited great patience when addressing Ji Wani. You have never been exposed to such matters. It's normal to feel perplexed. Always remember, you can show kindness to others, but do not easily trust the kindness they offer. At all times, maintain vigilance. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Do not place too much trust in anyone, including Huaying and me. While we will not harm you, sometimes the harm may come from us without our awareness. In this apocalypse, you will witness the myriad faces of humanity. You have been overly sheltered in the past and have not encountered faces more grotesque than zombies. Once you step outside, learn gradually. Although Huaying and I are not exceptionally strong now, we can still protect you, Ji Ancient patiently advised Ji Wani. Ji Wani could only nod obediently. How could she not understand this principle? She appeared to be the delicate, easily bullied girl only in the presence of her two elder brothers. When alone, she was the ruler of this apocalypse. Chapter 52. Foreseeing the harsh winter the following day, Ji Wani retrieved two modified Hummer off-road vehicles from her space. The vehicles boasted a formidable black exterior. The once uncomfortable interior seats had been significantly improved for comfort. The performance of the vehicles had been enhanced based on their original capabilities. While her brothers were busy loading supplies, Ji Wani infused all the plants in the base with her wood-based abilities. She instructed Zuoyu to communicate with the maple trees, ensuring the mutated maple trees safeguarded their home. She possessed mental abilities, even stronger than Zuoyu's. If she communicated with the mutated maple trees, Zuoyu would not detect her presence, but he would notice the anomalies of the still relatively unintelligent mutated trees. To avoid complications, she decided to let Zuoyu handle the communication. How wonderful! Besides Ishua, she now had another ally to influence. While she concluded her tasks, Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying were still organizing matters within the base. Last night, Ji Wani had already taken enough supplies and weapons from her space to replenish the storeroom. Today, it was essential to arrange the allocation of these items. Noticing her brothers were still preoccupied, Ji Wani climbed into the spacious back seat, filling the ample car fridge with iced milk. As she leaned back against the genuine leather seat, fragments of memories flashed through her mind once more. The previously sunny sky suddenly began to shower tiny white snowflakes, leaving the crowd, dressed in short sleeves, utterly bewildered, as if they could not comprehend who was playing such a prank on them. Human confusion and disbelief could not halt the arrival of extreme weather. The snow fell heavier, and within a single night, the entire world transformed into a blanket of white. The temperature plummeted below freezing. The sudden drop in temperature caught humanity off guard. In the inadequately insulated ordinary buildings of the base, many succumbed to the cold. Jiwani awoke from her precognitive dream, grabbed her phone, and skillfully created an animation, organizing her words and sending them to the Kyoto base. After completing her task, she stepped out of the vehicle and pulled Ji Huaying, who was about to get in, back inside. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Ji Huaying looked at her in confusion. Second brother, I just foresaw something that will happen in the future, Jiwani replied truthfully. When she first awakened her precognitive abilities, she had glimpsed the critical trajectories of this world and the significant events influencing its course. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, all the images became blurred, leading her to initially understand that an apocalypse would occur, followed by zombies, mutated plants, and extreme weather. She was unaware of the specifics regarding formidable zombies or the locations of mutated plants. Nor did she know when extreme weather would arrive. Fortunately, although her precognitive abilities were unpredictable, they remained relatively reliable. Are you saying the cold season will arrive soon? Upon hearing Jiwani's words, Ji Huaying began to feel a headache. Will the severe cold restrain the zombies? Ji Huaying continued to inquire. Jiwani shook her head. In the images she saw, the zombies remained agile. How long until it arrives? 13 days. The precise figures sent a jolt through Ji Huaying's heart. Wait, she said, stepping out to find Ji Yingchen. Before long, Ji Yingchen was pulled in by her. It's all right. Our base has long been prepared. The warehouse was stocked with supplies for winter, but the national bases are another matter altogether. Most areas in Province Y enjoy a mild climate. Even in winter, it doesn't get too cold, and the residents tend not to stock up on winter supplies. However, this could very well present us with an opportunity. When I decided to establish the base here, I anticipated this scenario. I have set up a textile factory, storing over 700,000 tons of cotton and goose down. We were uncertain about how to proceed. And besides, there are still supplies in the Yuan East space. So, shall we hand over these cotton and down to the base? Ji Yingchen remarked sensibly. Brother, isn't cotton a strategic resource? Won't the government question your large purchases? Ji Yuan inquired. I can't say for sure. My acquisition of the factory was conducted legally. I focus on purchasing, while the selling is someone else's concern. In reality, everything has gone smoothly. Didn't Yuan previously send information about the apocalypse to the government? They might not be able to trace you online, but the activities of the Ji family are easily scrutinized. Nonetheless, your decision to relay the apocalyptic news to the government was astute. Our family's actions abroad have been shielded by someone, leaving no trace behind, which is why we can depart so discreetly. Have you sent this latest information to the government as well? Ji Yingchen asked. Ji Yuani nodded. Then there is nothing to worry about. The Kyoto base will surely notify the other major bases. To ensure that the citizens outside the base can survive the harsh winter, the Kyoto base will disseminate announcements across all platforms. Once the news is made public, we'll go directly to the head of the Province Y base to hand over the factory and cotton, fostering goodwill for future cooperation. Now, let us get in the car. We must leave immediately and aim to return before the temperature drops, Ji Yingchen said. Stepping outside, Ji Yuani and Ji Huaying followed suit. Ji Yingchen took the passenger seat, while Ji Huaying willingly took the wheel. Leaving Ji Yuani to luxuriate in the spacious back seat, the mountain road remained wide, though some sections revealed vehicles that had collided. Alongside severed limbs, the situation improved on the highway, but as they neared the Province Y base, traffic congestion intensified. Zombies were also present, making the journey nearly impassable. With no other option, they had to exit the highway and take a longer, alternative route. Not long after, they encountered individuals on the ground setting up a blockade. Armed and vigilant, the driver and passenger were losing patience. While driving, Ji Huaying activated her abilities and, just as they were about to reach the blockade, forcefully cleared it away, hurling the debris at the group. This winding path would typically require an additional 2 hours to traverse as it passed through villages and towns. Given the current circumstances, they would undoubtedly take even longer. Upon entering the first village, they had no intention of lingering, but an accident at the village exit left them stuck with other vehicles. Two sturdy military SUVs stood out among the private cars, drawing the attention of nearly everyone. As Ji Yuan reclined in the back seat, engrossed in a game on her tablet, a knock sounded at the window. "May I ask what you need?" Ji Yuan ignored the inquiry. While Ji Huaying rolled down the window. "Excuse me, do you have any food?" It was a woman cradling a swaddled infant. Her tattered clothing barely concealed her alluring figure, her disheveled hair adding to her distressed appearance. While her face bore dirt, it was applied with a certain finesse, enhancing rather than obscuring her beauty, making her seem even more pitiful. "Sorry, we don't have any," Ji Huaying replied, not bothering to give her a second glance. On the path he traversed, he had encountered too many like her, who could only be deemed the lowest of the low. Ji Huaying raised the window, and the woman silently wept, looking even more forlorn as she moved to the vehicle trailing behind them. Zui Yu, who had long been assisting Ji Yingshan with various matters, was astute enough not to engage, while Yi Shuo and Yin Ruo remained equally indifferent. They appeared affluent yet were unwilling to part with even a morsel. Inciting public ire. Chapter 53. The vines of the couscous flower driving such a fine vehicle yet refusing to share even a scrap of food. They truly embodied selfishness. One could only wonder how much blood and sweat they had siphoned off others to acquire such luxury. Perhaps a portion of it even belonged to those sitting in the car with them. From the car ahead, a gaunt man called out, "You speak so eloquently. Here as a selfless person, let everyone go seek his assistance." Yi Shuo, unwilling to let the remark slide, rolled down the window and retorted loudly, "You." The man, red-faced with anger, could only point at Yi Shuo in impotent rage. Yi Shuo closed the window, and the man was immediately encircled by those in need of help. "What is happening up front?" Ji Yingshan furrowed his brow, speaking into the intercom to the vehicle behind. Zui Yu exited the car and walked forward. Ahead, the lanky man found himself cornered, forced to yell insults at those surrounding him, demanding they disperse. Once the crowd cleared, he opened the trunk and handed a few packets of instant noodles to the seemingly fragile woman. The woman accepted the noodles, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Immediately grasping the man's hand, her demeanor almost pleading for repayment through devotion. However, she had a husband, who stood nearby, observing. "This road will likely be impassable tonight. Why don't you come to my house to rest for the night?" The woman invited warmly. "Would your husband agree?" Though the man felt tempted, he still exercised caution. "No problem, I'll persuade him." How she would convince him remained a mystery, but when the woman returned, she bore the marks of having been beaten. Yet her husband acquiesced. The man looked at her with pity in his eyes, and the family entered the 3-story building by the roadside, which belonged to the woman. "Yuan E, what is your take?" Ji Yingshan asked after witnessing the entire scene unfold. "It's a conspiracy. However, it's a case of one party willing to strike while the other is willing to suffer. Whether it's a loss or gain is debatable." Ji Yuan offered her observations. "Whose conspiracy?" Ji Yingshan pressed. "The woman's husband. I find it hard to believe he is unaware of his wife's appearance as she begs on the street. Not only is he aware, but he also permits her to bring people home, indicating they are fishing for something. In truth, this tactic is not sophisticated. Many can see through it. Only that man, in his arrogance, likely believes that by providing a few packets of instant noodles, he has become her savior. His gaze upon her is anything but innocent. The woman is attempting to bait him, and this foolish fish, with impure intentions, eagerly bites the hook. Ultimately, who will benefit remains uncertain." Ji Yuan articulated her analysis. During her time at the base, she had often been troubled by the thoughts of others, leading her to suppress her telepathic abilities. Moreover, being out in the world, she felt no curiosity towards the sordid and malevolent intentions of those around her. Restraining her abilities allowed her to enjoy a measure of peace. "That I do not share the young lady's perspective," Zui remarked as he entered the vehicle, having overheard Ji Yuan's opinion. "Oh, why is that?" Ji Yuan asked, puzzled. "Between the two men, as you suggested, one exploits his wife for profit, while the other is enticed by beauty. However, I believe the one who truly controls the situation is often the one who appears the most innocent. That woman, though she strives to present herself as weak and harmless, has eyes full of calculation. In this competition, whether the woman's husband gains resources or the other man benefits may ultimately hinge on whom the woman decides to aid." Zui shared his insights. Ji Yuan had an epiphany. She had been biased in her initial assessment. With her knowledge and insight, it would be wise to keep her telepathy active in the future to avoid being ensnared. "Yuan, who do you think the woman will help win?" Ji Yingshan continued to inquire. "I believe she will let that man win," Ji Yuan answered decisively. "Why?" Ji Huaying pressed further. "With her abilities, she could wreak havoc on the affluent and powerful at the base. She would likely find it beneath her. Moreover, that man is foolish and easily manipulated. His wife is evidently completely under his control. With a young child, if she can dominate that man, she effectively controls their entire family. Ji Yingchun, Ji Huaying, and Zuiyu exchanged knowing smiles at her insight. Miss, such tactics, which we can easily discern, are not particularly sophisticated. The truly formidable individuals can manipulate hearts without even trying, Zuiyu remarked. All right, stop calling me miss. Just call me by my name, like my brother and the others do, Ji Yuani requested. Zuiyu, what is the situation ahead? Ji Yingchun asked. Two large trucks have overturned, completely blocking the road. But the villagers are working on clearing it. Zuiyu articulated the information he had gleaned. Two large trucks. How would they clear the road? How long would it take? Ji Huaying expressed her confusion. There were 2 individuals with mutated powers in their village. Once these 2 arrived, the obstruction could be removed. Zuiyu had already clarified all the details. When would those 2 with mutated powers return? Or perhaps I should inquire when they would be willing to remove the roadblocks. Ji Huani sensed something amiss. Or perhaps those 2 roadblocks were also orchestrated by them. Only time would reveal the truth. As dusk descended, Ji Huaying had grown bored enough to join Ji Yuani in playing games in the back seat. Ji Yingchun was asleep in the front passenger seat, leaving 2 night owls to keep watch. The atmosphere remained quiet, with the reflections of Ji Yuani's tablet game dancing on the car window. Ji Huaying could no longer withstand the tedium and curled up her long legs to doze off. In the latter half of the night, Ji Yuani was engrossed in a novel when a rustling noise broke the silence. She shook Ji Yingchun and Ji Huaying awake. Boss, over a dozen people are surrounding us. Zuiyu's voice resonated through the phone. The group prepared themselves but did not exit the vehicle. As long as no one provoked them, they had no obligation to interfere. In the darkness, several men of varying heights approached the vehicle of the man in front, violently prying open the trunk and seizing all his supplies. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet to the augmented vision of the empowered individuals, everything was crystal clear. Many of these robbers were the same individuals who had begged during the day. They initially thought that after retaliating against the man, they would depart, but unexpectedly, they approached them wielding clubs. One of them tapped on their car window, but no one responded. Then, the person raised his club and struck the window with force. The specially designed bulletproof glass showed not the slightest crack. Ignorant fool, Ji Huaying muttered as she pushed the door open and stepped out with her long legs. Ji Yuani intended to follow, but was pressed back. No need to worry. He has been driving for so long today. Let him stretch his legs, Ji Yingchun said nonchalantly. Outside, Ji Huaying dispatched one assailant after another, proving there was no cause for concern. All eyes were drawn to Ji Huaying's actions outside, leaving the 3-story building at the roadside unnoticed, where events were equally riveting. Chapter 54. Level 1 fire element. Creating a ruckus in the night was hardly a good thing, as it could attract zombies drawn by the noise. Ji Yuani and Zuiyu were in perfect sync, using their mental powers to keep watch outside. Ji Yuani noticed the commotion shortly before Zuiyu did. Boss, something else is coming. Be careful. As Zuiyu spoke, a fireball soared into the air, illuminating the entire night. Upon seeing the flames, Ji Yuani felt a pang of disappointment that a fire element crystal core was of no use to anyone in their group. Ji Huaying dodged the fireball, but those beside him were all scorched, emitting piercing cries of agony. Whether it was the people in the nearby building or those in the car, they shrank back in fear. Ji Yingchun, Ji Yuani, Zuiyu, Yishuo, and Yin Ruo all exited the vehicle to assist. Ji Yingchun unleashed a burst of lightning towards the zombie obscured by long hair. Wind blades and earth orbs were also directed at the level 1 zombie. Ji Yuani's ice spikes were aimed at the same target. Controlling their powers was far more challenging than simply killing zombies. The energy Ji Yuani emitted fluctuated between levels 2 and 3. Catching the zombie's attention. As the zombie clumsily evaded her ice spikes, it tried to approach her. How is Yuani's ability so strong? Both Ji Yingchun and Ji Huaying wondered simultaneously. Ji Yuani exhaled a breath of frustration. Her patience wearing thin. This is truly infuriating. With a wave of her hand, ice formed into a wall before her, blocking the incoming fireball. Behind the ice wall, 2 streams of ice blue energy veered around it, locking onto the zombie and detonating around it. Once the cold air spread, frost blanketed the ground. The collision of cold air with the ambient temperature produced a swirling mist. The mist dissipated. The level 1 zombie was ensconced tightly in ICE. At that moment, the scene was eerily silent. Yuani? Ji Yingchun looked at her in confusion. Let me think for a moment about how to articulate this. Ji Yuani replied. She clenched her fingers, and the ice encasing the zombie began to crackle and splinter. The zombie within held in agony. As the ice shattered completely, the zombie ceased its struggles. A glance from Ji Huaying prompted Yishua and Yin Ruo to instinctively retrieve the crystal core. The two approached Ji Wani, appearing to demand an explanation. Once back in the vehicle, only the three of them remained. The other three stood guard by the car to deter anyone from approaching. "What is going on with your abilities?" Ji Ancient questioned. "Aside from ice, I also possess what abilities that my wood power is mutated and lacks offensive capability, but it allows me to draw energy from mutated plants. I have infused most of that energy into my defensive ice powers," Ji Wani explained under the intense gaze of her two brothers. "Is that really all?" Ji Ancient felt something was off. "What else could it be?" Ji Wani countered. The two ceased their inquiries, allowing her to rest. Ji Wani sighed inwardly, recognizing that one lie invariably leads to another. "What if we come up with a plan to move those two trucks ourselves?" Ji Wani suddenly suggested after a moment of silence. The commotion had drawn the dawn upon them. "Let us give it a try," Ji Ancient replied after some contemplation. The six of them secured the car doors and approached the blockage at the front. Gazing at the still massive truck that lay on its side, Ji Wani felt a throbbing pain at her temple. It was filled with dirt excavated from the construction site, now strewn across the ground. Given the current state, even if the two level 1 mutants arrived, they would likely struggle to move it. Is this feasible? Seeing the scene, doubt crept into their minds. "Yin Ruo, can you elevate the soil on the ground?" Ji Wani asked after circling the two trucks. "I'll give it a shot," Yin Ruo replied, stepping forward. The area was still earthen, making it relatively easy to gather the soil into a mound. With Yin Ruo's effort, a mound soon formed beneath one of the trucks, tilting it slightly as it rested upon the earth. However, Yin Ruo's powers quickly dwindled, prompting everyone to produce level 1 crystal cores to replenish his energy. Once Yin Ruo had sufficiently recovered, he began gathering the dirt once more. As the mound reached a certain height, Ji Wani condensed ice into an arrow in her hand, launching it at great speed towards the truck. The immense force dislodged the truck from the mound, allowing it to stand upright. "Good." The crowd erupted in cheers. Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying applauded her. Yishua immediately approached to drive off the truck, which was already partially frozen. With half the road now clear, there was enough space for everyone to pass through. Without the truck's weight bearing down, clearing the sand and earth became a trivial task. When Yishua returned after parking the truck, the area was entirely unobstructed. The vehicles in front began to move one after another as Ji Wani and her companions returned to their vehicle. With Ji Huaying at the wheel, Ji Ancient tossed a red crystal core to her. You should keep it. No one in our group can use fire abilities. Once we reach the base, we can exchange it with someone from Y Province's base for something we can utilize." Ji Wani replied, tossing the crystal core back to him. "Since you acquired this crystal, it should be exchanged for wood or ice abilities." Ji Ancient ultimately accepted without further protest. "No need. I don't require a crystal to advance. Mutated plants are sufficient. That don't waste resources on me," Ji Wani continued. Currently, among the three of them, Ji Ancient's powers were the weakest. Although Ji Huaying's control abilities were also rare, he had awakened relatively early, capitalizing on the energy rain that accompanied the apocalypse, and was now level 1. His other ability, water, was comparatively easy to come by, requiring little concern. However, Ji Ancient's lightning and spatial abilities remained at the novice level and were challenging to find. Ji Wani pondered in the back seat. It seemed that their luck was not particularly favorable. They could not rely on a chance encounter with lightning zombies. She needed to devise her own plan. As they proceeded, their two vehicles inexplicably reached the forefront, followed by a multitude of private cars. "These people are using us as a test stone," Ji Huaying spoke nonchalantly, continuing to drive. It was quite pleasant that there were no obstructions ahead, allowing for a smooth journey. Upon reaching a small town, a considerable number of zombies emerged. They showed no intention of avoiding them. They disembarked to clear the streets of the undead, as they required primary crystal cores to replenish their abilities. And they also needed to hone their skills and familiarize themselves with their powers through combat. Naturally, there was no reason to avoid confrontation. Ji Wan took a moment to assess the situation and discovered that they were all low-level zombies. Indifferent, she remained seated in the vehicle. In truth, even if there were low-level zombies, she would not have exited the car. She would merely observe from a distance, ensuring that her companions were safe. Although they found dealing with first-level zombies somewhat challenging, they were still capable of overcoming them. Sensing that the encounter was nearing its conclusion, Ji Wan lowered the car window. The window was only partially lowered when she sensed another presence approaching. Earth-based. First level. Ji-won contemplated exiting the vehicle, but ultimately restrained herself. She needed to trust her brothers. They were not that weak. They required stronger opponents to sharpen their skills. As she anticipated, the 5 of them, despite sustaining varying degrees of injury, took 2 hours to subdue the first-level zombie. Chapter 55. 100,000 points. What's wrong? It's merely low-level zombies. It shouldn't be this difficult. Ji-won feigned ignorance and channeled her healing abilities into them. Miss Won, how is it that the pain dissipated from your body? Yishua inquired. It's my wood-based abilities. Not only can I nurture plants, but I can also heal minor injuries. It was best not to reveal her healing abilities unless necessary. After all, wood-based powers could suffice for treatment. Big brother, would you like to take over driving? I can't manage anymore, Ji Huaying remarked, reaching for the back door of the car. Let me handle it. Ji-won opened the driver's side door. All right, let Yishua and the others lead the way. But drive slowly. Ji Ancient had little faith in his sister, who possessed a driver's license but rarely drove, especially since she had a poor sense of direction that could only follow at a leisurely pace. With Yishua and the others paving the way ahead, Ji-won felt confident that there would be no issues. The journey gradually became more enjoyable, and Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying began to relax. Ji Huaying fell into a deep slumber in the back seat. After driving for over an hour, they finally spotted military vehicles and soldiers clearing the roads. They also saw the expansive, flat, but evidently patched-up 8-lane highway in front of the large base. The highway had been repaired, yet both sides were riddled with craters created by bomb blasts. Good heavens, there were several mountains here when we last came, and now it's all been flattened into plains. How intense must the battle have been? Yishua marveled. At that moment, the once spacious 8 lanes leading into the base were congested with private vehicles dragging families along, rendering movement impossible. They found themselves waiting for over an hour to cover a mere 500 meters. Why aren't we allowed in? Isn't this a public base? Why are they treating us like those smaller bases that exploit the people? I see it now. Is it that your base personnel are playing both sides? You'd better let us in quickly, or I'll report you online and expose your actions. At the forefront, an elderly woman clutched her food supplies, throwing a tantrum. Ordinary individuals entering the public base were required to pay a pound of food, but those with abilities were exempt. Furthermore, any type of quality food was acceptable. This pricing was explicitly stated by the government, and every public base adhered to the same guidelines. They had food. It wasn't that they lacked supplies. They simply refused to pay. The staff at the base entrance had clearly grown accustomed to such individuals. Whether it was the patrolling soldiers or the workers collecting supplies, each was engrossed in their tasks. Ignoring her. Next, the staff member exclaimed loudly as they stamped the previous individual's entry permit. Hello, we wish to enter the base. 6 people and 2 vehicles. Finally, it was Ji-won's turn, and being first in line, she naturally took the lead. Hello, please enter your identification number. The staff member handed her a numeric keypad. Ji-won entered her identification number, and her information immediately appeared on the staff member's computer screen. Ji-won, female, 25 years old, PhD in medicine from Hansi University, M country, 100,000 points. The staff member stared incredulously at the screen. Captain, come here quickly, the staff member called to a nearby patrolling captain. The captain approached swiftly. After reviewing the information on the screen, the captain's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Miss G, your account shows 100,000 points, indicating your significant contributions to the government. The Y Province base welcomes you. You and your family may enter the base at any time without the need to pay any supplies, but your information will need to be registered. The captain enthusiastically stated. All right, Ji-won stepped aside to allow Ji Ingchun and the others to approach. The captain assisted them in entering their information, while the staff member stood beside Ji-won to record her entry permit details. Miss G, may I inquire if you possess any abilities? The staff member inquired politely. Ji-won nodded in response. Yes, I have ice and wood abilities. Could you demonstrate? The staff member's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ji-won raised her hands, conjuring a white ice spike in her right hand and a green orb of light in her left. Wonderful, wonderful. The Y Province base warmly welcomes you. By the way, could you please pass your phone over? The staff member continued. Ji-won retrieved her phone from her bag, unlocked it, and handed it over. The staff member placed the entry permit against the phone's screen, which automatically downloaded a small application named Gonghua. The application displayed her identification photo and detailed information. Once everything was completed, Ji-won's involvement was largely finished. and she moved to stand beside the sentinel to explore this new application. Ji-won couldn't help but admire the sophistication of the government's creation, especially with the national flag as the app's icon. Upon opening the application, she found no advertisements, just a QR code and a barcode displaying her name, likely containing her information. It was quite convenient. Scanning the code for entry was straightforward, eliminating the need to search through the application. Of course, there was also an option to skip the countdown timer and a 5-second delay. To pause the countdown on the access code page, one simply had to tap the code. There was no need to wait for the countdown to finish to enter the application. One could bypass it directly. The interior of the application was simple, with the largest section dedicated to national news, conveying the most important information. Below that were sections detailing various bases, which could be accessed for further information. The chat section was divided into a large group chat for the national family and smaller group chats for each provincial family, alongside a personal chat interface that included a comprehensive messaging function. Regardless of the application's interface, the top featured a red section with bold black numbers that continuously increased, indicating the real-time number of registered users and the current population. Young lady, didn't you pay any supplies? While Ji-won was engrossed in her phone, a woman's voice rang out beside her. Ji-won shook her head without responding. It was evident to everyone that they hadn't contributed any supplies. There was no point in lying about it. Why not? Did that captain take a liking to you? As a young girl, you should maintain your dignity if you hope to marry. The woman's tone was exceedingly off-putting. Ji-won raised her head to look at the woman beside her, recognizing her as the one who had just been throwing a fit on the ground. You didn't pay any supplies. And seeing how well off you appear, you must have plenty of resources. The woman insisted. Let me tell you, as a young lady, you must be kind and compassionate if you wish to find a husband. Since you don't need them, why not donate your supplies? The woman pulled Ji-won closer, her expression filled with a sense of self-righteousness. Ji-won remained silent for a moment, not angered. She draped her arm around the woman's shoulder in a friendly manner and, with a look of feigned enlightenment, whispered in her ear, Auntie, I believe you make a valid point. However, my brother has said that I don't need to marry, but I think I can offer you some advice. For a widow like you, minding your own business might just help you find a husband. Ji-won couldn't contain her amusement, and a soldier stationed nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 56. Entering the base little brat, the woman fumed. However, her unsavory remarks were cut short as ice sealed her mouth. Auntie, I don't have any supplies to give you, but I've already explained why I'm not obligated to provide any. You can give it a try, but if it doesn't work out, that's not my concern. Ji-won removed her arm from around the woman's shoulders, maintaining a smile throughout, but her expression turned icy with her final words. To the woman, the once sunny and harmless-looking girl now appeared as a demon from hell. The fear replaced the woman's previously foul expression. 1. What's wrong? Ji Ingchen and Ji Huaying approached. Ji-won's face once again adorned with a smile, her expression and gaze reverting to her usual innocuous demeanor. It's nothing, just discussing some life principles with this auntie. Auntie, the ice on your mouth has melted in just an hour. In this sweltering heat, consider it my humble act of kindness to cool you down a bit. Also, a little reminder, swearing can ruin your mouth, so perhaps refrain from it in the future. Ji-won advised politely, then turned to her two brothers to everyone ready, still waiting on Zuoyu, Yishua, and Yin Ruo to get the car. Once Zuoyu is done, we can head straight in. Ji Huaying replied. Both Ji Huaying and Ji Ingchen cast their gazes toward the auntie, whose mouth was sealed by ice. The two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with an intimidating sharpness that bore down on the auntie, who could only evade their gaze and retreat from the scene. As the auntie departed, the staff present exhaled in relief. Finally gone. All right, let's head inside. Soon after, Zuoyu rejoined them, and the four entered the base. Near the entrance, most of the area was a parking lot, with a military camp to the left. The wide central avenue ahead was lined with shops, all part of the base, featuring official stores. The most prominent shop, selling food, occupied the most visible and largest space, alongside a large supermarket that bore no difference from those before the apocalypse. As for the prices, they were certainly not the same. Another attraction for Ji-won was the weapon shop, which offered self-defense daggers, swords, wooden clubs specifically designed for combat, zombie protection gear, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and even rocket launchers. Can ordinary people really buy these? Ji-won pondered in confusion. Of course, zombies are quite challenging to deal with now. Weapons are crucial for both ability users and ordinary folk. They simply cannot be restricted any longer. Naturally, relevant laws have also changed. Using firearms against zombies or criminals is permissible, but pointing a gun at an ordinary person could lead to dire consequences for not just them, but their families as well, the elderly man at the weapon shop warmly explained to Ji-won. Young lady, would you like to purchase a self-defense weapon? This one suits you well and is quite affordable at just 100 points, he said, placing a compact handgun on the counter with a flourish. Ji-won had plenty of weapons in her space, so there was no need to buy more. She repeatedly waved her hands, thanking the enthusiastic elder on either side of the road. Outdoor vendors sold their wares on mats. There were luxury handbags, unopened cosmetics, various high-end jewelry, watches, and even calligraphy and antique paintings, along with jade ornaments. The bustling crowd created a lively atmosphere. The group merely strolled casually, their purpose clear: to find the only hotel within the base. As mentioned by the leader at the entrance, the hotel was conveniently located next to the administrative building. At the end of this road stood the imposing and dignified administrative edifice. The first floor had been converted into a task hall, featuring a CAF, a lounge area, and a central screen displaying the available tasks for the day, alongside the performance scores and rankings of various task teams. Even the hotel check-in was conducted here. This hotel catered to visiting officials and dignitaries from other bases, while ordinary individuals were not permitted to stay. Their visit was primarily for discussions with the Y province base. Ji Ingshun and Zui Yu approached the front desk for negotiations, while Ji-won and Ji Huaying surveyed their surroundings. Ji-won was drawn to the crystal core trading area and headed over with Ji Huaying. Hello, could you explain how the crystal core trading works? Ji-won inquired at the front desk. You can purchase with points or exchange with crystal cores of the same level. Of course, you can also sell us your crystal cores for points, cores, or supplies. The receptionist, adorned with a professional smile, elaborated. And what types of crystal cores do you have available? Ji-won continued her inquiry. The receptionist handed her a tablet for further details. Currently, our trading center has a limited quantity and variety of crystal cores, but you can follow our base's official store website for updates on new stock, she explained. Ji-won glanced through the offerings, noting the scarcity of types, predominantly speed and strength variants, with very few elemental cores available. However, there were still some useful options. She traded a fire core for a water core for Ji Huaying, feeling somewhat helpless. As the most powerful zombie king in this world, it was rather ironic to find herself low on crystal cores. She resolved to find time to venture out and gather some to enhance her comrades' combat abilities. Upon returning to the hall, Ji Ingchen and Zui Yu had already been invited to a meeting in an upper office. Ji-won and the others settled into a booth, awaiting their return. After about an hour, Ji Ingchen appeared, accompanied by a man in military attire, both engaged in jovial conversation. Director Sun, this is my brother and sister, along with my teammates. Huaying, Wan, this is Mr. Sun Yinwu, the director of the Y province base. Ji Ingchen introduced them. Ji Huaying and Ji Wan greeted him politely. Indeed, the director's family is truly exceptional, Sun Yinwu remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Please, spare me the flattery. My humble base was merely established to find a quiet place to spend my days. That I never anticipated that the apocalypse would breathe new life into my little sanctuary, he replied, his words laced with humility, as two old foxes exchanged pleasantries. Ji-won, Ji Huaying, and a captain in military attire followed closely behind, observing the peculiar scene unfolding before them. After receiving the room key from the staff, Ji Ingchen and Sun Yinwu continued their discussions in another area, leaving the others in the hall. Hello, I'm Ji Huaying, a control-type ability user with dual water abilities. She introduced herself, breaking the ice. Hello, I'm Wei Sui, a speed and shadow dual ability user. The captain replied. I'm Ji-won, with dual wood and ice abilities, Ji-won added, her curiosity piqued by his abilities. Shadow abilities, what are they like? She asked, genuinely intrigued. Apologies, I may have overstepped. Ji-won quickly retracted her inquiry, realizing that abilities were a matter of personal safety. The more mysterious, the better. It was not something to be freely shared. No worries. Actually, I have a question for Miss Ji as well, Wei Sui remarked, his military attire lending him an imposing presence, yet his demeanor softened the image, exuding warmth as he spoke. Just as Ji-won was about to respond, an abrupt, high-pitched cry interrupted her. Ji-won. The voice was filled with excitement as everyone turned to see a spirited girl rushing towards her. With pink hair bouncing as she ran, her heavily made-up face obscured her true features. Clad in a black crop top that exposed her midriff and tight, distressed jeans, she wore flip-flops, presenting an image of a carefree spirit. Goodness, what era are we in for someone to dress like that? Ishua couldn't help but comment, "Oh, you know this person?" Ji Huaying inquired. Puzzled by the girl's appearance that I don't know her at all, Ji Wan replied firmly, certain none of her acquaintances resembled this style. Wonderful. Finally, someone can take me home. I refuse to stay in this dreadful place any longer, the girl exclaimed, her thoughts echoing at this moment. The girl reached Ji Wan and was followed closely by a man in sunglasses. Arms crossed and chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Tian, are they also under your family's command? He asked dismissively. Are these two unhinged? Yin Ruo quipped Ji Wan. What are you doing here? Are you on vacation too? The energetic girl, closing in on Ji Wan, suddenly suppressed her excitement, feigning familiarity as she reached out to link arms with Ji Wan. However, Ji Yingchen swiftly pulled his sister away, regarding the girl with evident disdain. Who are you? What do you want? You're Ji Yingchen. Your leg is healed. You look quite handsome now. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind continuing our engagement, she declared, her words striking like thunder, leaving the Ji siblings momentarily stunned. You are Ji Yinzhu? Ji Wanyi's words were almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Throughout her life, the only person she truly despised was this woman. From a young age, this person was insufferable. Not only coveting her possessions, but also attempting to treat her like a servant. When her goals were thwarted, she resorted to framing Ji Wanyi for theft, while those grievances could be endured. What truly irked her was the woman's incessant disdain and criticism for her brother, even harboring intentions to harm Ji Yingchen. The Ji and Ji families shared a strong bond dating back to their grandfathers, who were comrades in arms on the battlefield. After retiring, Ji's grandfather ventured into business, while Ji's grandfather ascended to the rank of Major General. The Ji family held a significant status in the capital. Both patriarchs shared a common plight. Their children were disappointments. Ji's grandfather had only one daughter, Ji Ru, while Ji's grandfather had but one son. They grew up together, initially destined to become in-laws, yet neither party found the other appealing. They each established their own families, leading lives fraught with trivial disputes. One suffered an untimely death, while the other indulged in debauchery, achieving nothing of consequence. Thus, the marriage alliance was passed down to the next generation. Ji Yingchen, though frail in health as a child, was mature and composed, often regarded as the exemplary child, earning the favor of both patriarchs. Ji's grandfather held hopes for the third generation of the Ji family, naming them Ji Yinzhu, wishing for descendants as resilient as pines and bamboos. Unfortunately, Ji Yingchen resembled his grandfather, while Ji Yinzhu took after her father, carefree and unaccomplished. Following the incident involving Ji Yingchen, Ji Yinzhu regarded him as a cripple. Just days after her mother's death, she stormed over to curse Ji Yingchen and demanded the annulment of their engagement. Although Ji's grandfather managed to quell the uproar, the Ji family's reputation had already been tarnished. The engagement was ultimately dissolved. In the year Ji Yinzhu turned 16, Ji's grandfather passed away. The very next day, she complained about the unattractiveness of her name and insisted on changing it to Ji Ruyu. Her parents, indulging her whims, complied. Upon reaching adulthood, influenced by certain online novels, she further altered her name to Ji Tian. After Ji's grandfather's death, the two families ceased communication, and the Ji family's status plummeted. Yet it remained sufficient for Ji Tian to enjoy a comfortable life. At the onset of the apocalypse, the nation called back its citizens, urging everyone to remain indoors. Ji Tian, however, was unyielding. She proclaimed, with everyone returning home, the tourist attractions will be empty, making it the perfect time for fun. Thus, she ventured to Y province for a holiday, accompanied by bodyguards and her celebrity boyfriend. It's me. But I've long since changed my name to Ji Tian. Of course, you should address me as Miss Ji, she declared with an air of arrogance. Very well, we shall not disturb Miss Ji any further. Let us return to our rooms, Ji Wanyi remarked with a half-smile. We are not yet familiar with this place, so we would appreciate Mr. Wei's guidance. It would be impolite to leave someone stranded below. Of course, Miss Ji. Please follow me, Mr. Wei responded. Ji Wanyi and her companions departed the hall. The two uninvited guests trailed behind. Lacking any sense of discretion, they were promptly intercepted by the staff. I'm with them, Ji Yingchen, Ji Wanyi. You must let her pass. Ji Tian shouted towards the group about to board the elevator. We have never been together, and we are not familiar. Please escort her away. Ji Wanyi instructed the staff. A fool indeed. Her decision not to confront Ji Tian about past grievances stemmed from a sense of decorum, considering Ji's grandfather's legacy. However, being asked for assistance was out of the question. The staff acted swiftly. Just as they entered the elevator, Ji Tian was forcibly removed from the hall. By the way, what question was Mr. Wei about to ask? After exiting the elevator and standing in the corridor, Ji Wanyi inquired, "Let us not rush. You've traveled a long way. Tomorrow, we will visit the Ji family's factory. Tonight, you should rest well that I shall not intrude further," Wei Sui remarked, nodding to the group before turning to leave. By now, Ji Wanyi had gained some clarity. Among her various abilities, her mind-reading skill was the weakest, effective only on ordinary individuals and ineffective against those with powers. Once everyone settled into their respective rooms, they congregated in Ji Yingchun's chamber. "Wanyi, that Miss Ji seems to harbor a great deal of resentment towards you. Do you think she might cause trouble?" Zuyu asked with concern. Given her temperament, it would be strange if she did not stir trouble. However, she lacks abilities, and the Ji family has no influence here. With her level of intelligence, her tactics will amount to nothing more than incessant pestering and moral coercion. Simply ignoring her will suffice. The thought of her was irksome, yet it was manageable now. When she once considered the possibility of this person becoming her sister-in-law, it was a source of distress. "Commander Sun informed me that the Kyoto base will be sending planes to transport supplies. Inquiring whether we would like to send anyone back along the way," Ji Yingchun casually mentioned. "Brother, there is no need to undertake such a thankless task. Given her nature, she will accept your kindness only to turn around and malign us to her family upon returning to Kyoto." Ji Wanyi interjected. She was all too aware of Ji Tian's character. Ji Yingchun nodded. His intention was not to assist Ji Tian, but merely to rid himself of the nuisance she represented. Chapter 58. Mother and son zombies. Before dawn broke, Ji Wanyi's door was rapped upon. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, but Miss Ji, we must set off." Wei Sui stood at the threshold. Now clad in special operations attire, exuding an imposing aura, understood. Ji Wanyi, having been awake, felt no disturbance from the call. The others were equally resilient, gathering promptly downstairs. It was only 5 in the morning. Preparing winter supplies was urgent, and given the critical nature of the situation, assembling personnel required time. Otherwise, they would have departed the previous night. The streets were already bustling with several hundred gathered soldiers. To Ji Wanyi's surprise, Ji Tian was still lingering below, appearing to have spent the night on the streets. Upon spotting Ji Wanyi and her family, Ji Tian perked up, eager to approach, only to be blocked by Yi Shuo and Yin Ruo, leaving her no time to speak. "Are you driving yourselves, or would you like to ride with us?" Wei Sui inquired. "We will drive ourselves," Ji Yingchun declined. While military vehicles excelled in safety and defensive capacity, they lacked comfort. The Ji family boarded their own vehicle at the base entrance, maintaining the same arrangement as before. Ji Huaying took the wheel once again. A convoy of several off-road vehicles led the way, followed by dozens of trucks, departing the base in a grand procession. Factories were not permitted within the urban area. The factory Ji Yingchun acquired was located in another city within Y province. It was not far, typically a 3 or 4 hour drive under normal circumstances. However, who could say what lay ahead? This time, they only needed to lead the way. The familiars Wuyu and others would navigate ahead. Traveling alongside military vehicles would alleviate many troubles, yet it could also introduce complications in the apocalypse. Once outside the base, they encountered numerous individuals seeking assistance. The soldiers could only explain that the vehicles were on a mission and could not accommodate passengers. Some refused to heed the warnings, desperately attempting to clamber aboard. Initially, the soldiers maintained a gentle demeanor, but it soon grew stern, and they became unwilling to engage further. As they exited the areas cleared by the soldiers, the roads began to deteriorate. Even before the apocalypse, the Huadwa government had urged everyone to remain indoors, suggesting there should be few vehicles on the streets. Yet, in the aftermath, the survivors struggled to gather supplies while also transporting goods to the base. Previously parked private vehicles were now back on the road, only to meet destruction along the way. To save time, they opted to clear a path with armored vehicles, demolishing the obstructive cars without stopping to clear the way. This method was indeed time-efficient, yet the road would not always be smooth. After rounding a bend, they encountered a mountain tunnel. Ji Wanyi's heightened senses detected something amiss. There were entities within the tunnel specifically. The lightning element and psychic energy she had been contemplating, no one else seemed to notice, and Ji Wanyi remained silent. The atmosphere felt overly quiet. Both Ji Huaying, who was driving, and Wei Su-yi, who was leading the way, simultaneously sensed the anomaly. All units, remain vigilant. Move swiftly through the tunnel, Wei Su-yi commanded. The tunnel was similarly congested with vehicles, littered with corpses, all appearing to have collapsed before turning into zombies. Their faces twisted in terror from their final moments. Up ahead, the exit was blocked solidly by debris and earth. With people and vehicles trapped inside, they dared not use explosives. Let the rear vehicles exit first. We will leave personnel behind to clear the way. Move quickly, Wei Su-yi ordered. Boss, I have a bad feeling about this. It's dangerous. The voice of Zuoyu echoed through the intercom, resonating across all channels. He was unable to detect the source, as the opposing mental prowess surpassed his own. Nevertheless, psychic ability practitioners possess a keen sensitivity to impending danger. Wait, don't get out of the vehicle just yet. Wei Su-yi hastily interjected. No sooner had he spoken than a baby's wail suddenly pierced the dark tunnel, reverberating ominously. The sound, akin to a sinister incantation, magnified the deep-seated fears within the hearts of those present. A first-level psychic, Ji Huaying murmured softly. This was a power exclusive to first-level psychic practitioners, not only limited to perceiving their surroundings but also capable of influencing the emotional shifts of others. Suddenly, a bright light streaked across the dark tunnel as lightning struck towards the two vehicles belonging to the Ji family. Ji Huaying conjured ice spikes to deflect the bolts, preventing them from harming the vehicles and their occupants. Among the crowd, Ji Ying-chun wielded lightning abilities, while Zuoyu possessed psychic powers, making them particularly enticing targets for the zombies, who shared these two abilities. Ji Huaying opened the door and stepped out. Addressing Wei Su-yi, Captain Wei, we'll take these two course. Please clear the way for us. After closing the door, she turned, pressing her palms together before her chest. As she separated her hands, a green light enveloped the white ice spikes between them. With a swift motion, Ji Huaying seized the ice spike and hurled it skyward. It hovered aloft, casting a brilliant white light that illuminated areas beyond the reach of the vehicle's headlights, transforming the tunnel into a scene reminiscent of daylight. Atop the tunnel, the figure that had been hanging upside down came into sharper focus within the collective gaze of the onlookers. It was a voluptuous woman, her eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue, a scar traversing her entire face, and her black hair cascading down. She gazed at Ji Ying-chun below and suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound that sent shivers down spines. On her pronounced abdomen, a gash appeared as if made by a blade, and at that moment, the sound of a baby crying emanated from within her. The eyes of the emerging infant were even redder than the mother zombies, occasionally peeking out to observe the individuals below, particularly fixating on Zuoyu, a psychic nearing the second level, having absorbed part of the mother zombie's energy. Standing together were Ji Huaying and Ji Huaying, the strongest members of their small team, while the weakest among them, Zuoyu, remained shielded behind the capable second-level Yenro. Huaying, should we split up? Ji Huaying pondered, still having time for such thoughts. No need. They are a mother and child, inseparable, Ji Huaying replied, as ice needles coalesced before her, launching toward the airborne mother and child zombies. Ji Huaying's flying knives followed closely behind, as the attacks approached. The mother zombie executed an aerial maneuver, evading all incoming assaults. In the next instant, lightning descended, and psychic blades began to churn within their minds, leaving Ji Ying-chun, Ji Huaying, and Yi Shua pale and shaken. With a flicker of green light, Ji Huaying directed 3 beams toward the trio, instantly reviving their color. The icy blue radiance emanated from her hands as countless ice needles surged forth. Upon striking the mother zombie, Ji Huaying unleashed her psychic energy, akin to the ocean's waves surging into the sky. In stark contrast, the psychic energy of the lesser zombie was like a mere drop in the ocean. With a gentle tremor, the lesser zombie's psyche shattered completely. Ji Huaying pressed on, determined to eliminate the two before anyone could detect the anomaly surrounding the lesser zombie. Chapter 59. The Light-Based Brother. Second brother, target the areas illuminated by the light. Ji Huaying called out to Ji Ying-chun and Ji Huaying. As they heard her, both prepared to unleash their powers, sensing the disturbance from the lesser zombie. The remnants of maternal instinct within the mother zombie ignited her fury, causing her to disregard Ji Ying-chun and fixate fiercely on Ji Huaying. Ji Huaying merely smiled, a challenge gleaming in her expression. Come on, I dare you not to. The mother zombie moved with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Huaying, be careful, her 2 brothers shouted in alarm as the mother zombie lunged toward her. Just as the zombie was about to grasp Ji Huaying by the throat, an ice wall solidified, restraining her. Now's our chance. Attack. The mother zombie was firmly pinned down by Ji Wanyi, and the lightning from Ji Ying-chun and the flying knives from Ji Huaying surged forth. The knives aimed for the mother zombie's neck, while the lightning targeted the lesser zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, black blood splattered, staining the already formed ice wall. The mother zombie's head was severed, her body collapsing to the ground, while the lesser zombie lay charred and lifeless. Wanyi? Are you all right? Ji Huaying and Ji Ying-chun rushed to her side. I'm fine. Really? Ji Wanyi replied with a smile, her demeanor untroubled. Next time, don't pull such stunts, Ji Ying-chun admonished. His expression one of disapproval. Ji Wanyi nodded obediently. Remaining silent, Ji Huaying knelt to excavate the cores, cleaning them with water to reveal a purple and a transparent first-level core. The purple one was handed directly to Ji Ying-chun, while the transparent one was given to Zhuo Yu de At that moment. The exit for Wei Su-yi and the others also opened. I never expected Miss Ji to be so formidable, Wei Su-yi praised. Not really. I merely drew the zombie's attention. The cores were taken by my brothers, Ji Wanyi said, touching her nose modestly. Wanyi, what about that light? Zhuo Yu pointed to the ice spikes still glowing above. Ji Wanyi snapped her fingers, the green energy enveloping the ice spike dissipating, transforming it into falling snowflakes. What kind of skill is that? Ji Huaying inquired, puzzled. It's a combination technique utilizing both my abilities. Ji Wanyi explained. When did you figure that out? Ji Huaying asked, still confused. While you were sleeping, of course. Do you really think I spend my nights watching dramas, playing games, and reading novels without sleeping? Ji Wanyi retorted. Indeed, she had been doing just that. Ji Huaying was at a loss for words, feeling something was amiss. All right, the path is clear. Let us hurry and get in the vehicle, Ji Ying-chun urged. Once again, Ji Huaying took the wheel, this time with Ji Wanyi in the passenger seat while Ji Ying-chun settled into the back to absorb the course. After driving for another hour, they encountered a bridge connecting two mountains, which had inexplicably collapsed at its center. With no other option, they were forced to take a detour along a narrow road, passing through numerous rural towns and estates, complicating their journey further. Yet, the military personnel on duty remained focused on their mission, lacking the time to attend to those who were temporarily free from life-threatening danger. Traveling the narrow path was significantly slower, and stopping to rest was out of the question. They could only rotate drivers. The road was teeming with zombies, and numerous vehicles were obstructed, with many civilians seeking aid from the military convoy. What should have been a 3 or 4 hour journey stretched into 6 hours without reaching their destination. Along the way, Ji Wanyi was treated to sights she had never seen before, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, but Ji Huaying, who had been driving the entire time, was less enthused. Am I your personal chauffeur? Can someone please relieve me? Ji Huaying complained. I'll take over. This vehicle can withstand a few bumps. Ji Wanyi volunteered, opening the door to step out. She recognized that her second brother had indeed been driving for quite some time. Could you stop indulging the eldest? Let him drive, Ji Huaying insisted. Remaining seated. Will he even be able to? Ji Wanyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Before the apocalypse, Ji Ying-chun couldn't even move his legs or obtain a driver's license, so it was unlikely. Oh, right. You drive, Ji Huaying realized, quickly exiting the vehicle. Brother, I'll teach you to drive another day. After all, in this new world, we don't need a license. You're smart enough to learn it in no time, Ji Wanyi remarked, already quite adept at driving. Following closely behind Zhuo Yu and the others, if a collision occurred, it would be with allies in their own vehicle. After another hour of driving, the lead vehicle suddenly halted, prompting Ji Wanyi to slam on the brakes. She then heard the screeching of brakes and curses from behind. The two unprepared brothers lurched forward. Fortunately, Ji Wanyi was at the wheel, and both had fastened their seatbelts for safety. Otherwise, they might have been injured. What on earth is going on? Ji Huaying exclaimed, nearly choking on his seatbelt. I don't know. The vehicle ahead stopped abruptly, so I had to stop suddenly as well. Captain, what's happening up there? A voice from the rear called out over the intercom. Ji Huaying and Ji Ying-chun had already exited to investigate. Though Ji Wanyi remained in the vehicle, her psychic energy extended forward. In front of the foremost armored vehicle stood a young girl, barely of age and entirely unclothed, blocking the road and pleading for help to the soldiers in military attire. Wei Su-yi disembarked, offering his coat to the girl for modesty while shielding her behind him, casting wary glances at the opposing group. On the other side, a band of burly men in off-road vehicles brandished weapons, their arrogance faltering upon encountering armed military personnel, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. These individuals were clearly remnants of a lawless life before the apocalypse. Which base are you from? The lead bald man asked, trying to maintain his composure. Which base has soldiers anymore? Wei Sui retorted. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all armed forces across the provinces fell under the control of official bases. Ha ha ha. So you're from an official base. What a twist of fate. It seems we're all family here, yet we don't recognize each other. The bald man chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, yet only succeeded in amplifying the awkwardness. We hail from the Radiant base. This little rascal has harmed our leader, and we must take him back. We kindly request your cooperation. Brothers, after all, we are all part of the same base. Facilitating this matter today will undoubtedly smoothen our future collaborations. The bald man's confidence grew stronger. They are lying. I am not from the Radiant base at all. My home is in the village just ahead. They barged into my house, stole our supplies, and killed my family. The words she could not finish were understood by all present. Please, calm down. You are safe now. Wei Sui dared not approach her and could only offer comfort from a distance. Wan Yi, hand me one of your garments, Jing Chen instructed as he approached the vehicle. Wan Yi understood and retrieved a piece of unworn sportswear. Jing Chen stored it away and then naturally handed it to Wei Sui at the front. Wei Sui was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped his intent. She passed the clothing to the girl, instructing the soldier to escort her to the back. Then, turning to face the group of lawbreakers, she asserted, though the apocalypse has arrived, the law still prevails. If cooperation is to be considered, it is you who must deliberate on it. Please step aside. Should you obstruct our duties, we reserve the right to eliminate you on the spot. Wei Sui's demeanor was resolute, clearly unfazed by their threats. Chapter 60. Arrival at the factory. The girl was assigned to their vehicle, as Wan Yi was the sole female in the entire team, making this arrangement more convenient. Subsequently, Wan Yi vacated the driver's seat and joined the girl in the back. Ji Huaying and Jing Chun remained at the front. Hello, sister, the girl greeted shyly. Unsure of where to place her hands and feet, Wan Yi was equally uncertain about how to console her. As the vehicle began to move, Wan Yi offered her a piece of chocolate, which the girl accepted politely. How old are you? Wan Yi inquired. 16. The girl replied softly. Wan Yi nodded, then found herself at a loss for words. She placed her tablet in front of them, inviting the girl to watch together. Wan Yi was thoroughly engrossed, but the girl wore a puzzled expression. This drama has been popular for quite some time. Haven't you watched it, sister? The girl couldn't help but ask. Well, I didn't have the time before. But it's never too late to catch up, Wan Yi responded. This is a 5-year-old TV series. What were you doing back then? The girl continued. I was in university. But you look so young, as if you just graduated. Shouldn't university students have more time to watch shows? She observed that college students on her phone appeared quite leisurely. In theory, university does allow for leisure time, but I was studying medicine, Wan Yi explained. Got it. They say those who advise others to study medicine are destined for misfortune. The girl nodded knowingly. Their conversation flowed harmoniously, and as the girl relaxed, she eventually dozed off in the back, allowing Wan Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, she disliked socializing. Before long, the sun was setting, and they traversed from night to day, then back into the night again. Meals were consumed in the vehicle, and they could only step out to address their urgent needs when they stopped for fuel and supplies. Just as exhaustion settled over the group, they finally arrived, being a defunct textile factory. Even in the face of the apocalypse, most individuals were focused on gathering weapons and food, rendering this place virtually deserted. Dozens of vehicles entered the factory, and left you activated the lights. The long-abandoned textile factory illuminated the night once more. Upon opening the warehouse, they discovered the goods remained intact. After a brief respite, the soldiers began loading the cargo to Mr. G. On behalf of all members of the Y Province base, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. Wei Sui expressed solemnly, bowing to Jing Chen upon seeing the abundance of supplies. There is no need for such formality, Wei. This is merely my duty as a citizen of Huagua. Besides, I have my own interests at heart. Maintaining my small estate in this apocalypse will be quite challenging, and I will inevitably require the Y Province base's assistance, Jing Chen replied. In truth, they were not concerned about zombies or extreme weather. As supernatural beings, they could survive anywhere. Their only worry lay in the potential conflicts among powerful figures that might draw them in. They did not intend to grow too close to the official bases, as proximity would eliminate secrets and make them susceptible to manipulation. Yet, they also recognized the necessity of interaction, for the official bases could provide the most up-to-date information and serve as a potential fallback. While some from the official base stood guard outside, the majority were busy moving supplies. The G family of 6 enjoyed a more leisurely pace. They found a row of chairs fixed to the wall beside the factory and sat, observing the soldiers as they worked. Before long, the warehouse had barely been emptied when more individuals arrived, clearly prepared for confrontation. A few hundred people, armed and surrounding the textile factory, approached. The soldiers, still engaged in transporting goods, promptly set down their cargo and formed a defensive line. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Wei Su-yi shouted outward. "Are you from the official base? We have no intention of making things difficult for you, but this is the territory of our Radiant base, and the items within the factory belong to us. Please vacate the premises immediately." A ragtag group brandished their weapons, shielding a young man clad in a pink suit. The young man, with an air of arrogance, spoke. "The Kyoto base claims that the official bases control the provinces, but it never stated that major bases should delineate territories. Are you suggesting rebellion with such words?" Wei Su-yi retorted sharply. "Oh, how tiresome. Regardless, you cannot take anything away." The young man in the pink suit tugged at his tie impatiently. "Did I warn you once more? Leave our operational area at once. Those who dare obstruct our duties will face dire consequences." Wei Su-yi reiterated firmly. Wani peeked out from the back, intrigued by the commotion. "This should be our family supplies. Do our opinions carry no weight?" She softly discussed with her brother. "I end this apocalypse. Does ownership still hold significance? Even if something has an owner, can it not become ownerless?" Ji Huang responded thoughtfully. "This is the essence of the apocalypse. Indeed, while our country has prepared, order still exists amidst the chaos. Those who have adapted excessively to the apocalypse and stand isolated will surely suffer when they confront the official base," Ji Huang added. However, the source of the audacity displayed by these individuals remained a mystery. The official base not only possessed superior numbers but also boasted numerous awakened abilities among their ranks, along with nearly all the weapons and ammunition from across the nation, making them formidable. What emboldened these challengers? What secret trump cards did they possess? Their curiosity was soon satisfied as the two sides remained at a standoff. The next moment, Wei Su-yi's shadow detached from her body, stealthily advancing towards the man in the pink suit. What a bold claim about dire consequences. "Come, let me see who is destined to die." The suited man continued his taunts, unaware that Wei Su-yi's shadow had already reached his feet. Under the illumination, the shadow suddenly morphed into a dark humanoid figure, a dagger poised at the young man's throat. "Wait, my father is the leader of the Radiant base, and my uncle is the armed forces minister of the Kyoto base. If you harm me, they will not spare the Y province base. You will all be buried alongside me," he blustered, attempting to seek refuge and connections. "You may consider me cowardly for crying out, yet I will not relent in seeking support. The armed forces minister of the Kyoto base. Excellent. Thank you for providing that testimony. The inspection team will be sure to convey your regards to your uncle." Wei Su-yi announced. "Lay down your weapons immediately. Any act of resistance will result in immediate execution." She issued a final ultimatum. The ragtag group exchanged glances, hesitant to relinquish their weapons. A long knife suddenly flew from the darkness, striking Wei Su-yi's shadow, causing it to dissipate and return to her feet. "Haha, my son is rather unruly. Please disregard his reckless threats." A middle-aged man, supported by seemingly more elite individuals, approached with a cane. "As for the supplies here, we do not intend to hoard them for ourselves. This factory belongs to the G family, and I have some acquaintance with the current head of the G family. Since my nephew is not present, it is my duty as his uncle to safeguard his possessions." The old man's wrinkled face bore an expression of righteous indignation. However, the three members of the G family, observing the spectacle, wore puzzled expressions. They had never encountered this man before. Yet, given that he had named them, it would be impolite not to respond. Chapter 61. Eradicate the roots. Haha, the base leader is overly cautious. Had it not been for the information provided by the G family, how would we have known this place harbored such a treasure trove of winter supplies? If we had not come, how would you have followed suit? Wei Su-yi retorted sarcastically. "As for my family's belongings, we shall decide to whom they are given. And regarding you, sir, we do not recognize you. Kindly take your leave." Jiang Qin stepped forward with his siblings, exuding an aura of authority that made them stand out amidst the crowd. The official base truly exerted great effort in their pursuit of these supplies. They even resorted to impersonating the head of the G family. Who does not know that the head of the G family is physically impaired? The individual you seek has perfectly functioning legs. "Young man, it would be prudent for you to divulge your true identity. Otherwise, be wary of my intentions to shatter your legs." The man glared at the three members of the G family, his eyes wide with fury, his anger palpable. Even in this apocalyptic world, the internet remains accessible. Videos of my brother attending various soirees and interviews can still be found. Do you intend to feign ignorance? Moreover, in this dire time, you are permitted to awaken your abilities, yet my brother is not allowed the chance to experience a miraculous recovery. One could no longer restrain herself and interjected. Do you think merely claiming it is sufficient? What evidence do you possess? If you cannot substantiate your assertions, then none shall be permitted to take away the resources here. The old man was clearly determined to seize the supplies from the official base. While they might overlook the theft of other resources, pilfering from the G family stock while invoking their name was simply intolerable. Why must we prove anything to you? Just based on your connection with Zhang, who is not even human. My apologies, but while you may be familiar with Zhang, my siblings and I are not acquainted with him, so do not drag us into this. One's face was a mask of disdain. Even hearing that person's name made her feel nauseous. It was truly vexing to have anyone associate her and her siblings with him. You may impersonate others, but to insult my friend is something I will never forgive. Attack. With a single command, the old man signaled for the ability users by his side to prepare for confrontation. The sounds of guns being cocked filled the air. Very well, let us engage. G1 conjured ice into arrows, launching them directly at the middle-aged man. Father, eliminate them, but remember to spare the woman, the youth in the pink suit shouted excitedly. Yet, in the next instant, lightning and flying daggers came hurtling towards his head. Two ability users shielded the middle-aged man, intercepting an ice arrow but collapsing simultaneously to the ground. So powerful, the two ability users exclaimed in shock. No. However, the middle-aged man, protected by them, shouted towards another direction. Under his gaze, the youth in the pink suit was struck simultaneously by lightning and a dagger, his eyes wide as he fell to the ground. Kill them all. Annihilate them. The middle-aged man descended into madness. Yet, G1 had already unleashed a needle of ice. The ability users had no choice but to escort the base leader away. Miss G, do not pursue a desperate enemy. As G1 prepared to chase after them. Wei Suyi cautioned her. Understood. G1 halted, replying with a smile. Though the expression on her face carried a hint of menace, G1 turned and entered the factory. 1. Where are you going? Ji Huang inquired. To the restroom, G1 succinctly replied, not looking back as she headed toward the women's facilities. Following the route of the fleeing crowd towards a nearby hill, countless zombies congregated in the darkness. With few humanoid zombies in sight, animal zombies would have to suffice. Among them were even several first-level zombies. G1 perched on a branch, watching the approaching convoy with a chilling smile. While it may be wise to avoid pursuing desperate foes, one must also eradicate the threat entirely, not to mention that the man had witnessed his son perish at the hands of Ji Yingchen and Ji Huaying. Even if today's enmity were to be resolved, it would be ample cause for retaliation. Striking back at the official base would be challenging, but avenging the Ji family's small base was not insurmountable. Furthermore, if any unfavorable rumors were to circulate, the Ji family base would find itself mired in endless trouble. Therefore, all these individuals must perish today. Observing the convoy now encircled, G1 willed all the zombies to surge forward and surround the vehicles. The convoy hastily constructed a defense, shielding the base leader in the center. The sudden onslaught of zombies caught the crowd unprepared. Even those who attempted to counterattack quickly found themselves bitten after only a few shots. We must break through. Hurry. Others frantically shut their car doors, desperately trying to escape. G1 stood on a nearby tree, knowing she had little time to waste. A transparent energy radiated from her, rippling through the air as if it were waves on water. Leaves fell from the trees, enveloping G1 in a flowing pattern. She extended her hand, fingers splayed, pressing downwards. In an instant, all the leaves flipped over, transforming from delicate to seemingly unyielding, with a gentle push of her hands. Countless leaves shot forth. Just 2 leaves shattered car windows, embedding themselves into flesh with deadly precision. The driver and passenger in the front seat were instantly killed, while those in the back, though injured, remained alive. As the driver succumbed, the out-of-control vehicle skidded a short distance before colliding and overturning on the road. G1's figure flickered, and she reappeared beside the car. She crouched beside the overturned vehicle, waving at the base leader of the bright base trapped beneath. Her face wore a deceptively sweet smile, devoid of any murderous intent, yet her presence was unnervingly unsettling. G1 raised her finger, pointing at the fuel tank. With a swift motion, she carved an opening into it, allowing gasoline to pour out. We do not concern ourselves with your provocations against the official base. However, you must never provoke the G family. I have lingered in this restroom long enough. It is time for me to return, G1 declared, Rising to leave, a fireball was hurled towards the fuel tank. Boom! Flames engulfed the vehicles, one after another. As dozens of cars erupted in explosions, she had come out for this very purpose, leaving no survivors. After the explosion subsided, Ji-won scanned the area, ensuring there were no living souls before she vanished in an instant. At that moment, over 20 minutes had passed since Ji-won entered the restroom. She emerged, phone in hand. "Won, why were you in there for so long? Are you unwell?" Ji Huaying asked. "Not at all. I was watching an anime episode." Ji-won replied, waving her phone at him. "What should we do next? Should we return with them?" Ji-won inquired. Being a homebody, she preferred staying indoors. During her studies, she had no choice but to accompany Ji Ingchun. In this apocalyptic era, she could remain sheltered, tending to her flowers and vegetables. However, her two brothers needed to venture out to grow stronger, and she could only follow along. "Won, do you wish to go back?" Ji Ingchun asked. "I am fine either way, as long as I am with family," she replied. "All right, then let us explore a bit more before heading back," Ji Ingchun suggested. This outing had enlightened him. In this apocalypse, one must venture forth to grow stronger. Only outside could they encounter formidable opponents and zombies possessing crystal cores. The military could not transport all the resources in one trip. They would need to return after unloading. Ji Ingchun and his group did not intend to waste time here. After spending a night in the factory, they planned to leave at dawn. Before departing, Ji Ingchun sought out Wei Sui, instructing him to convert their contributions at the Y province base into points, evenly distributing them into each person's account. "So, the 100,000 points in my account are a result of this," Ji-won exclaimed in realization. "Of course. After all, the Ji family has contributed all valuable assets." Ji Ingchun replied, somewhat exasperated. "However, Won, yours should not be entirely from that. After all, you had previously warned the military that being bitten by zombies would not result in transformation, which led to the early awakening of several individuals. That should have earned you some points as well," he continued. After finalizing matters with Wei Sui, they boarded their vehicle. Before leaving, Ji-won also approached Wei Sui. "You mentioned having a question for me earlier?" "You may ask now." Ji-won looked at him with curiosity. "No need to ask. I already have my answer," Wei Sui replied with a smile. Ji-won was taken aback. "But I merely wished to know why you were so certain that Lin Qingyun might not turn into a zombie after being bitten. Was it merely because you witnessed others survive? However, upon seeing your formidable abilities, I realized that the individual who survived being bitten and gained extraordinary powers was none other than you. Lin Qingyun and I were once schoolmates, which is how I learned some of the more clandestine matters from him. He specifically asked me to look after you and your family upon learning of your arrival in Y province. However, given your family's capabilities, it was clearly unnecessary. Perhaps I should be the one looking after you instead." Having clarified the situation, they chatted for a while before Ji-won got in the car to leave. "Ji-won, what do you think of Wei Sui?" Ji Huaying suddenly asked in the vehicle. "He seems quite good. He possesses high emotional intelligence and an admirable demeanor. Most importantly, he has the strength of a warrior. Yet he is more attentive, gentle, and patient than most soldiers. And he is also upright," Ji-won replied honestly. "Are you interested in that lad?" Ji Huaying inquired, suddenly alert. "Brother, what are you talking about? In this apocalypse, who has the heart for romance? My admiration is purely platonic," Ji-won retorted. Ji-won, with great rarity, rolled her eyes. In truth, it wouldn't be a problem if she had developed feelings. After all, she was of age and had yet to experience romance. Trying it out was perfectly acceptable, but she mustn't keep it from us, Ji Ingchun added. I understand. Ji-won could only nod obediently. If she were an ordinary person or a typical ability user, perhaps she would seriously contemplate seeking someone to experience the trials of affection. However, regarding marriage, given her mother's past, she would never dare to tread lightly in that realm. Yet, she was now the zombie king. Not to mention her intimate relationships, even interactions with her family required caution. The notion of seeking a romantic partner was utterly out of the question. This topic was thus laid to rest. Ji-won resumed enjoying the spacious backseat alone. She kicked off her shoes and settled in, indulging in her favorite shows while snacking. By noon, they arrived at a quaint town, due to its proximity to a tourist area. The houses in this town were all uniquely constructed, with almost every household offering a guest house. After a tiring day and night with the military, they needed to pause and replenish their energy. Normally, one would expect an abundance of zombies near tourist spots. However, prior to the apocalypse, the locals remained indoors, leaving this place nearly devoid of visitors. Only a handful of locals had turned into zombies. Wandering about, they found a seemingly spacious yet empty courtyard and entered. Utilizing the kitchen, they prepared a meal. After dining, they took a moment to rest, during which Ji Yingshan and Ji Huaying pulled out a map to strategize their next steps. Wani, do you have any place in mind that you wish to visit? Ji Yingshan inquired uncertainly. I don't. Ji Wani replied decisively. She truly felt she could go anywhere. All right, then let us first explore this route and then head home. Ultimately, the route was determined, primarily selecting the safest paths. Although Ji Wani's spatial ability contained everything, they would undoubtedly suffer if they remained in the vehicle once the cold season arrived. Returning home in a timely manner was essential. After resting for an hour, they set off again. Please take me with you. I can do anything. A curly-haired woman suddenly emerged from a nearby house just as they were about to board their vehicle. She grasped Ji Huaying's hand, pleading fervently that I'm sorry, we cannot take you with us. Ji Huaying said coldly, frowning as she pushed the woman away, that I will die if I stay here. I beg you, the woman exclaimed. Dropping to her knees. If you cannot survive here, following us will only hasten your demise. Ji Huaying dodged her, getting into the vehicle. Just a reminder, if you wish to survive, you must rely on yourself. Depending on others is futile. Before departing, Ji Huaying lowered the window and left the woman with those words. Continuing forward and bypassing a lake, they entered the forest. The ecological state of Province Y remained excellent, teeming with animals. Thus, the number of zombie animals was also considerable. Ji Wani suppressed the aura of the zombie king. Now, upon hearing the sound of the car, these animals encircled them. It was an excellent opportunity for them to test their abilities. Ji Wani continued playing on her phone in the vehicle. After approximately half an hour, her two brothers finally returned to the car. Eldest brother's ability has become quite formidable after the upgrade. Ji Huaying remarked. Of course, lightning abilities are arguably the most powerful among all abilities, Ji Wani replied casually. Moving ahead, they encountered several small groups of vehicles. The opposing party regarded them with wary expressions. Ahead lay a sea of hydrangeas. Hydrangeas typically bloom in July and August, with a flowering period of only 2 to 4 weeks. Now, nearing November, they were still in full bloom, which was clearly unusual. There must be mutated plants here. Ji Wani sensed. Oh, you want to take a look? Ji Yingshan asked. Of course, encountering something like this is fate. It would be illogical to let such an opportunity slip away. They stopped alongside the road, not far from the hydrangeas sea. Naturally, they refrained from acting recklessly. They pitched a tent on a lush lawn that thrived by the roadside. Meanwhile, several small teams observed them from a distance. How delightful! If it weren't for the apocalypse, how blissful this would be. Ji Wani lay on the picnic mat her brother had just spread out, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, inhaling the scent of grass, and expressing her thoughts. If it weren't for the apocalypse, who knows when our family would gather like this? Ji Yingshan concurred. Indeed, we are all workaholics. If not for the apocalypse, we would each be too busy with our own affairs to have moments like this. The apocalypse was the apocalypse, but as long as her loved ones were safe, it could be quite enjoyable. Just as they were happily setting up their tent, the other groups huddled together, seemingly discussing something before sending 2 individuals toward them. Chapter 63, Mutated Hydrangeas. Hello, are you also here for the mutated hydrangeas? One of them inquired directly, avoiding any delay. Sort of, Ji Yingshan responded as he engaged in negotiations. Although they hadn't initially come for the mutated hydrangeas, they had paused for them. Perhaps we could collaborate. The fragrance of the mutated hydrangeas has a hypnotic effect. Anyone entering its range will fall into a dreamlike state, subsequently becoming bait for the hydrangeas to capture zombies. The opposing party displayed some sincerity by sharing the information they possessed. Do those hydrangeas merely control people? They don't directly harm anyone. Ji Huaying asked curiously. From what we've heard from those remaining at the base, the mutated plants there are rather vicious. However, as long as one doesn't seek death, they can coexist peacefully. Moreover, with zombies around, we needn't intervene. Both human and animal zombies are swiftly dealt with by the maple tree's leaf darts the moment they approach the base. Yes, they cannot harm people. They can only control them. The issue arises in that as soon as one catches a whiff of the floral scent, they are instantly subdued. Ability users can temporarily escape its control, but for ordinary people, there is no chance of breaking free. By the way, seeing how effortlessly you all move about, you must also be ability users, correct? Our team has 2 ability users. I am a wood type user, and the other is fire type. One of us is in harmony with plants, while the other counters them. Would you like to join us? This would significantly increase our odds. The newcomer looked at them expectantly after making the proposal. They were fishing for information, yet Ji Ancient pretended not to hear and continued with questions. If it's so dangerous, wouldn't it be wise to keep your distance? Why do you insist on provoking it? Ji Ancient feigned confusion. But you all have stopped here as well. Did you not notice anything? The opposing party was clearly reluctant to divulge further details. We stopped because my sister thought that patch of flowers looked beautiful and wanted to take some photos. Ji Ancient pointed to Ji Wani, who was indeed snapping pictures on the picnic mat. The two were momentarily speechless, completely taken aback by such a whimsically selfish reason. All right, we can tell you about the unique qualities of the hydrangeas. But you must join our team. Joining is out of the question, but we can form an alliance. Ji Ancient interjected. An alliance? That depends on strength. Do you possess it? The man, who had been standing with crossed arms, spoke with arrogance. My surname is Ji, and I am the leader of this team, specializing in lightning abilities. This is my brother, a water user. We also have a soil user and a wind user. While my sister and another member lack abilities. 4 ability users. Does that suffice for a collaboration? Ji Ancient introduced them one by one, deliberately omitting Ji Wani and Zhuiyu's abilities. Ji Wani was their strongest trump card, while Zhuiyu could observe their every move. Of course, that is sufficient. Indeed, it's no surprise that a team so leisurely in the apocalypse possesses such capabilities. With your addition, we will have 8 ability users. The primary reason we aim to deal with the mutated hydrangeas is that their leaves contain a peculiar energy. Those injured can consume them for healing, while those uninjured may detoxify and even enhance their abilities. The leaves are a potent antidote. The opposing party finally disclosed the information they knew. After receiving Ji Ancient's affirmative response, the two returned to report back to their team. Wani, what do you think? Ji Ancient asked Ji Wani after the two departed. They are lying. While the hydrangea's functions may not be entirely fabricated, the true abilities lie within the petals. The leaves are highly toxic. Even novice ability users would perish upon contact. Ji Wani articulated her observations, but you didn't even approach. How do you know? Ji Huaying inquired, intrigued. I am a wood-type user, and even stronger than they are. Such fundamental details can be sensed without proximity. Strength breeds confidence, and her superiority rendered her words even more persuasive. Moreover, what she said was indeed true. Captain Ji, let's convene and discuss our action plan. One of the messengers returned, this time with an invitation. All right, let us go. Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying proceeded together, while Ji Wani and the others continued with their own tasks. By the time they finished preparing dinner, Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying had returned. How was it? Ji Wani inquired, with a piece of meat still held delicately between her chopsticks, gazing curiously at the two. Starving. Let us eat first, Ji Huaying replied, declining to elaborate. After dinner, the 6 of them sat together. Gazing at the starry sky, they discussed how hydrangeas release a profusion of floral fragrance at dawn. However, the hour preceding this moment is when the scent of hydrangeas is at its weakest. And they needed to seize this opportunity. In other words, we need to be ready to act by 5 o'clock, Ji Ancient stated, revealing the conclusion they had deliberated upon for some time. They are extolling our elder brother's abilities while arranging for us to lead the charge. I can't shake the feeling that we are being used as cannon fodder, Ji Huaying lamented. The weak are labeled cannon fodder, while the strong are deemed vanguards. Whether we are cannon fodder or vanguards depends on our own capabilities. If they are plotting against us, then let us ensure they gain nothing, Ji Ancient said with a faint smile. Are they truly so confident in allowing you to be at the forefront? Ji Wani voiced her doubts. Of course not. Our elder brother has left 2 powerless individuals as hostages, Ji Huaying replied, her tone unwavering. To Ji Wani and Zhuiyu, who were to be held as hostages, nodded calmly, indicating their understanding. They would maintain their formation. There was no need for elaborate explanations. Everyone understood their roles. As dusk deepened, they engaged in casual conversation before retiring to their tents for sleep. Ji Wani, being the sole female, occupied a tent alone, while Ji Ancient, plagued by severe cleanliness issues, also chose solitude. The remaining members paired off and settled in for the night. Wani, wake up, Ji Ancient said. Throughout the night, Ji Wani had been exploring her abilities. She possessed many powers, some of which she had yet to fully comprehend. She was investigating whether she had an assassination ability akin to Wei Sui's. The result was negative. However, she felt no disappointment. Her powers were already formidable enough. Having unzipped the tent and stepped outside, she found the world still shrouded in darkness. Nonetheless, for an ability user, visibility posed no issue. Several teams converged along the path. Mr. G, we all been waiting for you," called out the leader of another team, a woman clad in red leather, as they arrived to find the other two squads already assembled. "If you were in such a hurry, you needn't have waited for us. You could have gone ahead," Ji Huaying couldn't help but retort. "Since we agreed to cooperate, we must do so together. We are people of our word." The woman replied, her expression turning icy in an instant. Upon reaching the hill opposite the mutated hydrangeas, the 8 ability users lined up in formation. Their group of 4 was clearly designated to lead the charge, followed closely by the woman in red and her companions. "Let us commence our operation. I entrust my sister and my teammates to Captain Hong," Ji Ancient stated as they prepared to depart. "Rest assured, Captain Ji, as long as you are safe, your sister and your teammates will be unharmed." The woman named Hong replied with a knowing smile. Ji Ancient chose to ignore her and led his team toward the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 64. The hasty retreat. "Miss Ji, you were quite striking," the woman remarked after Ji Ancient and his group had moved away. "Thank you," Ji Wani replied with a polite smile. She had no interest in her motives. She was confident they would not succeed at that moment. A skirmish erupted ahead. Ji Huang initiated the attack with water. The flowing water began gently, nurturing the blossoms while simultaneously dispersing the hallucinogenic pollen in the air. As they approached, the wind element activated, ensuring that no matter how much pollen the hydrangeas released, it would not reach them. "Wait, we should join in. Quickly." The urgency in the voices of those initially contemplating how to manage Ji Wani and Zuoyu. The captives escalated as they sensed Ji Ancient's group was nearing success. Eager to partake, they charged forward. At this juncture, the mutated hydrangeas reacted to the intrusion. Toxic leaves began to thrash about, releasing clouds of pollen to protect itself. Meanwhile, the earth element stirred the soil, causing the hydrangeas to sway precariously, rapidly losing their offensive capability. The hydrangeas were no match for them, quickly finding themselves restrained. The other 4 ability users soon joined the fray. Fireballs launched into the air, targeting not the immobilized hydrangeas, but Ji Ancient, who stood at the forefront. Ji Ancient had anticipated this. He unleashed lightning from his hands, shattering the fireballs and redirecting the energy to intercept the speedster leading the charge. Wind blades carrying pollen approached, gradually clouding the vision of the 4 ability users, but they managed to hold their ground. "Ji, do not forget, your sister is still in our grasp," one of the assailants warned. Brandishing a knife against Ji Wani and Zuoyu's throats to make their point clearer to Ji Ancient, they even pushed the captives closer. "Huh, do you truly understand who holds the upper hand here?" Ji-Wan concentrated a fragment of wood-based abilities in her hand, placing it on the spot from which a leaf of the mutated hydrangea had been plucked. The mutated hydrangea responded comfortably, unfurling its petals. "The antidote," Ji-Wan reiterated emphatically. The mutated hydrangea swayed its blossoms, shedding a few petals, which Ji-Wan promptly fed to her teammates, who were barely clinging to life. She utilized her healing powers merely to sustain their existence. The potency of the poison was all too evident as for the others. They were already beyond saving. After consuming the antidote, Ji Ancient and the others gradually regained their color. Ji-Wan sat before the mutated hydrangea, consuming the surplus petals herself. As a peculiar energy surged into her body, she experienced an uncommon sensation of relief. "Indeed, it is a remarkable substance," Ji-Wan mused. She retrieved an empty ammunition box from her spatial storage. Filling it with soil, the mutated hydrangea, without any further coaxing, moved into the box on its own. "You do possess some discernment," Ji-Wan thought. Satisfied in this vast sea of hydrangeas, only one was mutated. However, the existence of this singular flower allowed the others to bloom perpetually. They too possessed some of the mutated hydrangea's properties. The petals were beneficial, while the leaves were toxic, albeit less potent than those of the mutated variant. Chapter 65. Conversations under the rising sun. After Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying consumed the petals, they soon awakened one after another. Although the poison had been neutralized, they felt as if they had been thoroughly beaten, their bodies racked with pain. Upon seeing the mutated hydrangea, now stripped of petals, they instinctively recoiled. Ji Huaying gazed at the mutated hydrangea planted in the box, his expression dark, as if he were ready to wield a dagger against it at any moment. "Haha, it's all right, everyone. This fellow is willing to leave with us," Ji-Wan said immediately. She infused her powers into the hydrangea again, prompting it to produce a few more petals. After Ji Ancient and the others consumed another petal, their discomfort finally dissipated. Simultaneously, they felt a slight increase in their abilities. confirming that this truly was a valuable asset and that it responded well to Ji Wan's commands. Ji Huaying's murderous intent subsided. Yishua, gather all the petals from the hydrangeas using wind. Once we take the mutated one away, the others will gradually wither. Although their effects do not compare to the mutated variant, we must not waste them. But be cautious, do not touch the leaves, as their toxicity is formidable, Ji Wan advised. Yishua nodded, summoning a breeze to pluck the petals from the other hydrangeas, depositing them into the box Ji Wan had produced. Ji Huaying carefully collected the scattered leaves from the ground. He could make use of the hydrangea's earlier technique, the dispersal of petals. Moreover, the poison was indeed essential for survival. Once they had gathered all the useful items, they returned to their camp, where Ji Wan placed the mutated hydrangea in the back seat of the vehicle, needing only to provide it with a bit of her abilities each day. As dawn approached, they prepared to leave this place. Leaning back in the car seat, Ji Wan reflected upon the events of the day. Though she possessed strength, her abilities had allowed her two brothers to sustain injuries right under her nose. In this post-apocalyptic world, true safety was a myth. She had protected them this time, but what about the next? What should she do? Outside the car window, the sun rose from the east, its circular form beginning to emerge. Brilliant rays of dawn broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the earth and painting the mountains in vivid hues. Wan-yi, look outside. Ji Huaying, who was driving, called out that Ji Wan turned her head to gaze outside. They were traversing through the mountains, affording a perfect view of the sun being cradled by two towering peaks, gradually becoming whole in the eyes of the onlookers. Ji Huaying halted the car, intending for them to witness the sunrise. The morning air in the mountains was somewhat chilly, infused with freshness and moisture. Are you frightened? Ji Ancient inquired, leaning against the car. Ji Wan paused for a moment, then realized what he was asking and nodded earnestly. Do not worry, you have done exceptionally well. Look how beautiful today's sunrise is. Yet, in this apocalypse, who can guarantee how many more sunrises we will witness? In such a perilous environment, retreating may offer temporary safety, but to achieve lasting peace, we must forge our own path. Compared to those who face the world alone, we are fortunate to have each other. Are we not? With you by our side, we have the confidence and support to face the challenges ahead. We understand that you prefer to avoid complications, wishing only for a peaceful existence, that we promise to create a sanctuary where no one dares to intrude. Ji Ancient said, gazing at the distant sun with ambition. In the past, when his health was poor, he merely wished to expand his business empire. Little by little, he had even penned his last words, ensuring that if he were to depart unexpectedly, his younger siblings would be free from worry. Yet, with the apocalypse's arrival, not only had his health improved, but he had also gained formidable powers that he sought not grand authority, but a continuous strengthening. Strong enough to protect his secretive sister, Tio, ensure that their family could survive peacefully amidst the apocalypse. I certainly understand that, but I do not wish to see you hurt, Ji Wan replied. Haha, how could one grow stronger without enduring pain? In the past, when I sought strength, I was often beaten down by the instructor. But what of it? I still managed to defeat him. Injuries serve as the best punishment and reminder. Having experienced one learns to be cautious next time. Ji Huaying, seasoned by numerous life and death encounters, spoke with authority. Understood. I will be your support, tending to your wounds while you venture forth. My brothers, Ji Wan smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Her two brothers were destined to be eagles soaring against the heavens, not mere pets that cower and cling. Since they aspired to ascend to the highest skies, she would naturally cooperate. What was there to fear? At worst, her identity would be exposed. She was already the uncrowned queen of this apocalypse. If her identity were revealed, it would be others who should worry. It seems we have never taken a group photo since we grew up. Today is a perfect opportunity. Yishua, come and take a picture of us, Ji Huaying called to Yishua, who was a short distance away capturing scenic shots. Oh, sure. Yishua turned, pointing the camera at them. Leaning against the railing by the winding mountain road, Ji Wan stood in the center, with Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying resting their hands on her shoulders. Ji Wan, feeling exasperated, offered a gentle smile to the camera. With Yishua's cue of perfect, that moment was beautifully captured, set against the backdrop of the rising sun and mountains. In the future, the decisive and formidable trio of the apocalypse would look back on this moment, all smiling tenderly. Once the sun had fully risen, they drove away from that location. Their next destination was an ancient village, once a popular tourist spot before the apocalypse. It featured long cobblestone paths, stone mills, ancient wells, and houses with rough, stone walls. One could almost envision the villagers bustling about each day. The village was home to many elderly individuals, most of whom succumbed to the viral rain in the first 3 days of the apocalypse. The younger generation, seeking survival, had confined their zombified parents at home, taking their families to seek refuge in a base. As Ji-won and her group entered the village, they found it quieter than they had anticipated. Bloodstains marked the ground, suggesting someone had cleaned up. This place appears to have been occupied, Ji Ancient remarked. In the next moment, a stone struck the ground near them. Who are you? What are you doing here? A voice called from a tower built atop a high wall. We are merely passing through, with no ill intentions. We seek only a place to rest, Ji-won replied. Not welcome. We shall take our leave. She added, respecting others' territory, they had no intention of provoking anyone. Let us set up camp, they decided, finding a flat piece of elevated land to pitch their tent. Midway through their setup, someone emerged from within. Hey, our boss said we can let you in, but you have to pay, said a youth with bleached hair, standing before them, his eyes continually scanning Ji-won. Chapter 66. Conflict in the village. Pay? That's straightforward. How much does your boss charge? Upon hearing the mention of money, Ji Ancient perked up. Of course, it depends on what you have that our boss might find valuable. Currently, the only things of interest are your seemingly expensive vehicle and her. The youth pointed at Ji-won. Ji-won glanced at him, then returned to her phone, entirely unfazed. It seems this deal cannot be struck. Go back and tell your boss that what he desires from us is beyond our means, and we shall not comply. Ji Ancient's gaze turned icy. I happen to have other items. Let us see if your boss dares to accept. Ji Huang took over the conversation. He drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot at the feet of the blond man. Go back and tell your boss that business is not conducted this way. He had better not entertain any thoughts about our team, or else the next bullet's destination may be uncertain. The blond man scrambled away. Should we stay here or leave? Ji-won asked, fiddling with the petals of the hydrangea. We should stay, Ji Ancient replied before returning to set up the tent. Leaving now would only make us appear cowardly. Ji Huang added. Ji-won nodded. It mattered little to her. Once their tent was erected, Ji-won lay down inside, only to be met with the sound of rapid footsteps outside. Before she could react, Ji Ancient summoned a barrier of lightning around their tent, trapping those brandishing clubs outside its perimeter. Haha, I was wondering who had such a loud mouth. It turns out you are also endowed with abilities. I have no other hobbies but to make friends. I invite you, young brothers, to join me for a gathering. Upon seeing the lightning crackling at his feet, the gloomy leader immediately donned a bright smile. You'd best have a good reason. Ji Ancient stepped out of the tent, his expression not particularly pleasant. Young brothers, where are you headed? What do you think of our village? Is it not picturesque and serene? Would you care to stay? I could use a second-in-command. Ji-won, remaining in the tent, nearly burst into laughter. No need. Don't concern yourselves with our whereabouts. We won't enter the village, so please refrain from bothering us. Ji Ancient pinched the bridge of his nose. Brother, let me tell you, do not underestimate our village. Though it may not be affluent, we are people of integrity. The primary disparity between our village and others lies in the presence of an ability user. If you join us, we could easily conquer other villages and seize more fertile land. Rather than being at the mercy of other bases, why not stay and build our own dominion? The man continued to paint a grand vision to Ji Ancient. Unfortunately, he found his lofty dreams unimpressive. Shut up and leave quickly. Ji Ancient had not encountered such a noisy person in quite some time. He maintained the lightning barrier as they retreated into the tent. The man, undeterred, continued to shout outside. Ji Ancient expanded the barrier, which improved the situation slightly. They spent a peaceful night, and by early morning, the noisy group had finally left. With a sigh of relief, Ji Ancient had a light breakfast before they set off again. However, as they turned a corner after passing through a grove, they stumbled upon two factions engaged in a fierce battle on the road. They appeared to have started fighting in the grassy area by the roadside, but the chaos had spilled onto the road. One of the groups, notably the one that had solicited Ji Ancient's allegiance the previous day, was faring particularly poorly. Ji Ancient rubbed his temples, having exhausted his abilities the night before. He had not slept well. Now, seeing these people only added to his headache. He was not afraid of the ruthless, but he dreaded those who clung stubbornly to their grievances and made a racket. Sure enough, a tall man in his 30s came scrambling over upon spotting Ji Ancient, accompanied by his desperate wails. Boss, you must stand up for us. Please move aside. Ji Huang honked the horn, and Ji Ancient lowered the window. Addressing all those blocking their path, he chose to ignore the man's pleas. Who are you? The leader of the opposing faction stepped forward to inquire. Just passers-by, not interested in your disputes. We are in a hurry. So please step aside, Ji Ancient replied in a calm tone. You think we'll just move because you asked? That would be quite embarrassing for me. The man crossed his arms defiantly. What do you propose then? Ji Ancient asked with a sardonic smile, stepping out of the car. If reason fails, then let us resort to fists. Oh, your clothes are quite tailored, made to fit perfectly. I see you were affluent even before the apocalypse. Today, feeling generous, let us engage in a little act of robbing the rich to help the poor. You have a fine vehicle, and you, pretty boy, aren't too shabby yourself. You could fetch a good price at the base. Those wealthy ladies have a penchant for your type, calling it ACO vibe. Both Ji Wan and Ji Huang were left speechless by his brazen words. He's finished. He's doomed, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the next moment, Ji Ancient sent the boastful man flying with a kick. Witnessing their leader being struck, the other lackeys rushed in. Since recovering his health, Ji Ancient had dedicated himself to enhancing his combat skills. His fighting technique was now on par with Ji Huang. Dealing with these ordinary foes was as effortless as could be. The others in the vehicle had no intention of intervening, unanimously believing it better for Ji Ancient to vent his frustrations. Kid, you pack quite a punch, but alas, in this apocalypse, brute strength counts for little. Earthquake, the leader of the opposing faction, having recovered from the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth and unleashed his ability. Stomping one foot down, the ground trembled, and Ji Ancient turned to evade, but the shifting earth soon reached beneath their vehicle. With a loud crash, their car sank into a pit. Ji Wan and Ji Huang in the car remained unperturbed. Still enjoying the spectacle, Ji Ancient dodged the attack, gathering lightning in his hands. With a thunderous sound, he struck the man with a bolt of electricity. Being fellow ability users, Ji Ancient did not intend to seriously harm him. The man would not lose his life, but he certainly looked charred and unappealing. As the situation neared its conclusion, Yen Ruo and the others exited the back of the vehicle to assist. Yen Ruo restored the ground beneath the vehicle, lifting it back up and clearing away the bodies sprawled on the road. Ji Ancient opened the car door and climbed back in. Ji Huang started the engine. The others fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Brother, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Ji Wan offered a bottle of water to Ji Ancient in a comforting manner. I'm not one to take their words to heart. After giving them a good thrashing, I do feel much better, Ji Ancient replied calmly as he accepted the water from his sister. Where to next? Ji Wan asked, shifting the topic. This is the final stop of our journey. Once we finish here, we'll be heading back. Itsat Mountain, and we're hoping to find some mutated tea trees. Ji Ancient was an aficionado of tea, although he had collected many fine teas before the apocalypse. The prospect of encountering mutated tea trees was an entirely different thrill. Chapter 67. The Peach Orchard Illusion. Before arriving at the tea garden, they first entered a densely forested area. Be cautious. This used to be a zoo, Ji Ancient informed the others as he noted the electronic map's indication. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the winding concrete road became engulfed by the trees. This had once been a popular travel route, frequented by countless tourists heading to various attractions nearby. Thus it was built wide and smooth. Rows of trees stood tall, their lush canopies resembling an umbrella. While dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the ground, it was reminiscent of a charming path from an anime, serene and romantic. However, as they traversed a certain stretch, their vehicles suddenly jolted. What's going on? Ji-Wan rose from the back seat. Ahead, the road was strewn with an abundance of stones, both large and small, along with the remains of other small animals. Where did all these stones come from? Ji Huang questioned. Perplexed, they refrained from opening the windows hastily, instead observing the outside through the glass. Nothing stirred in the trees, not even a single bird. This was clearly illogical. Just as they pondered this, a stone suddenly struck the car window. Looking through the sunroof, they spotted a monkey hurling stones down from above. The realization dawned on them, making everything now seem reasonable. But was there only one? In the next moment, a monkey's screech shattered the tranquil forest. Following that sound, branches began to shake violently nearby. Let's go. Ji Huang urgently pressed the accelerator. They were uncertain of the monkey's strength, but judging by the noise, there were certainly many of them. If they were mindless zombie monkeys, it would be manageable. They could simply kill them for their course. But if they were mutated monkeys, retaining their mischievous nature and gaining intelligence after awakening their abilities, they did not wish to encounter them at all. The two off-road vehicles sped down the road, while behind them, a rain of stones began to fall. Just ahead, at a bend, a white car was halted. Its roof crushed by a boulder the height of a person, clearly dropped from a height, distorting the entire vehicle. As they rounded the corner, a massive gorilla, towering as high as 2 people, stood waiting by a tree, poised to launch a large rock at them. Wani closed the vehicle. As the inevitable approached, Jiangchen shouted at G-Wani. G-Wani stowed the car into the spatial realm, and due to inertia, the 3 individuals and the mutated hydrangea were flung out in different directions. A massive boulder crashed to the ground, producing a tremendous sound. The concrete surface was immediately gouged into a deep pit. All 3 were prepared. After executing a somersault in midair, G-Wani landed gracefully. Her 2 brothers rolled a few times upon hitting the ground, sustaining minor scrapes, yet remained unharmed. The mutated hydrangea tumbled into the roadside pit, its leaves not fully grown, and many petals fell off as well. Sensing a menacing presence nearby, it promptly released its fragrance to protect itself. The rear vehicle was at a slight distance, and the gorilla was only accompanied by a single large stone. After the boulder fell, they had time to evade. Stationed by the roadside, the 3 exchanged glances, silently questioning whether assistance was needed. As they waited in the vehicle, Ji Huaying spoke, propping himself up with one hand. The stones on the ground began to levitate around him, controlled by his powers. Is it amusing to hurl stones at others? Here, have some back. Countless small stones circled around Ji Huaying, who aimed them at the monkeys perched in the trees. Launching the stones back with force, the monkeys on the branches screeched in disarray. Meanwhile, Ji Ingchen engaged in a tussle with the gorilla. Lightning crackled continuously, singeing the gorilla's dark fur, which emitted smoke and a burnt odor. Ji Wani refrained from joining the chaotic fray. After taking a turn, she helped the fallen mutated hydrangea back up, gathered its fallen petals, and offered some wood-based abilities as a form of comfort. Once she had organized the vehicle back into the spatial realm and arranged the flowers, she returned to the car to wait for her 2 brothers. Before long, the black gorilla could no longer withstand Ji Ingchen's lightning and fled with the troop of monkeys. Can't they just let us pass peacefully? Must they provoke us? Ji Huaying remarked, entering the vehicle. Let us go. The engine roared to life, and they pressed onward. As they emerged from the woods, the fragrance of flowers and petals enveloped them. Under this floral aroma, nearly everyone felt a momentary daze. Second brother, stop, Ji Wani reminded. Both vehicles halted on the road. The 6 of them disembarked. Peach blossoms adorned the branches, stretching endlessly to the mountain's horizon. Inhaling this floral scent, it felt as though they were enveloped in tranquility, akin to having renounced all worldly desires. Being individuals with abilities, they were not swayed by this sensation. An illusion, Ji Wani murmured. Is this an illusion? How beautiful. Influenced by the floral aroma, nearly everyone adopted a laid-back, accepting demeanor, even though they recognized it as an illusion and had no desire to break free from it. We must leave. This fragrance is peculiar. In its presence, I find myself reluctant to act. Jiangchen felt a warning bell ringing in his mind. However, there is no need to rush. I sense no danger here. Much like a legendary entrapment. I rather enjoy this light-hearted feeling of letting go of everything. Moreover, this illusionary maze suits our base perfectly, Ji Wani stated as she stepped into the peach blossom grove. Despite it being the typically cold month of November, the scene was reminiscent of spring. The seasons appeared utterly disordered. The peach grove was vast, and Ji Wani hesitated to separate from her companions. Continuing forward, they arrived beneath a peach tree standing an estimated 10 meters tall. Tigers, crocodiles, lions, pythons, black bears, pandas, and other mainstays of the zoo lay peacefully on the grass beneath the peach tree. They exhibited no desire to hunt. Lounging in a leisurely and harmonious manner, can we take this mutated peach tree with us? Ji Huaying mused, observing the emaciated animals. There is no doubt, once the environment is restored, their first instinct will be to hunt and feed. Without these animals, we cannot take it with us, Ji Wani replied quietly. How can we move such a large and thick peach tree? Their spatial realms cannot accommodate living beings. Brothers, be ready for battle, Ji Wani asserted, her wood-based abilities coalescing around her. Almost instantaneously upon the release of her wood-based powers, the floral aroma in the air seemed to stagnate. The peach tree twisted slightly, a blossom detaching from its branches and fluttering towards Ji Wani. She raised her hand to catch the small flower, infusing her wood-based abilities into the tree. The tree's branches trembled, and more blossoms flew around her. I had intended to take you with me, but given your enormous stature, it seems we are destined to remain apart, Ji Wani lamented. Is what you Use your mental powers to communicate with it and inquire if it can grant us one of its seeds. Understood, is what you replied, immediately engaging his powers to converse with the peach tree. It was unclear what Zhuyu conveyed, but the tree's branches quivered more violently. Amidst the pink glow, a peach gradually took shape. Upon witnessing this, Jiwani intensified her infusion of abilities. After a considerable wait, the transparent peach on the tree slowly solidified. Once fully formed, the rich fragrance of the peach permeated the entire grove, shattering the illusion and awakening all the animals. Only then did Ji Yingchen and the others realize that the peach grove was not as expansive as they initially perceived. It was merely this single hilltop. However, their attention was quickly diverted back to the animals. Famished to the extreme, the creatures did not immediately commence hunting to satiate their hunger. Instead, they fixated on the fruit hanging from the tree. Chapter 68. The Ancient Peach Tree. Upon catching the scent of the peach, Jiwani's pupils momentarily reverted to a crimson hue, though she quickly masked it. She had thought that in this apocalyptic world, nothing would stir her covetous heart. Yet, unexpectedly, even at the onset of the apocalypse, a peach capable of captivating her had emerged. Stay alert, they're after the peaches. Jiwani cautioned her companions. Ji Yingchen and Ji Huaying rushed to the base of the tree, shielding the peach behind them. They too had caught a whiff of that aroma. Although they were unaware of its specifics, their instincts warned them it was undoubtedly something exceptional. Seizing the opportunity when both the humans and animals were distracted, Jiwani nimbly ascended to the branches of the peach tree. She unleashed her true wood-based powers, causing the peaches on the tree to ripen rapidly, while the tree itself ascended in rank. Upon noticing Jiwani atop the tree, the animals immediately prepared to attack. A tiger's paw struck the ground, rendering the earth beneath it seemingly soft. Second level, earth-based. Jiwani observed from her perch, her expression filled with confusion. How can a second-level earth-based ability be ensnared? Or were they merely waiting for the peaches? Wait, asking the peach tree could provide clarity. Do you know why they are here? Jiwani inquired mentally with the peach tree. Of course, they came for my peaches. The voice of the peach tree resonated like that of a wise yet kindly old man. Have you finally decided to converse with me? The peach tree queried in Jiwani's mind. I apologize. I cannot allow my family and companions to discover any more abnormalities. Although her manifestations of peculiarity were already substantial, it was preferable to reveal as little as possible. Haha. I can see that you are different from them. Unlike those soulless beings, the mental-based little fellow won't detect you. The peach tree's voice was ancient yet playful, reminiscent of a mischievous elder. What is the situation with these animals? Why are they so powerful? Jiwani pressed on. They intruded on the second day after the rain. At that time, I had just absorbed some tainted rainwater, feeling unwell for a spell before gradually adjusting, and my condition improved. From the night of the third day, the rainwater that had pained the tree transformed into treasure. By then, my body had already changed, and the rainwater I absorbed became energy reserves, which I bore fruit from. These animals also underwent mutations. They were driven here by soulless humans and animals. The tiger, on the verge of death, was granted a fruit by me. Not only did it survive, but it also became exceedingly powerful. Guarding this place ever since that I despised their violent ways, which is why I released my fragrance to control them. That weren't you seeking my seed? Forming a seed requires mobilizing all my strength. Naturally, I cannot control them while I am gathering my energy. I cannot communicate with them, so I can only watch them fight. The peach tree suddenly divulged a great deal. So, is this fruit specifically formed for me? Jiwani continued to inquire. Isn't it the seed you desire? You bestowed upon me such rich primal energy. As a gesture of gratitude for advancing 2 levels, I can certainly offer you a seed in return. Indeed, the peach tree has now reached the 3rd level. My fruit is a treasure for any being. Theoretically, whoever seizes it possesses it. But who could outmatch you? Isn't it yours? Your companions seem to be struggling. Want you assist them? The peach tree suddenly posed a question. They seek strength, and I cannot always lend a hand. As long as they are not in mortal danger, I will refrain from intervening. You don't appear to be newly awakened. How long have you existed? I have been here for ages, lost count of how many springs and winters have passed. When I first gained memory, people referred to me as the deity of fate. They would tie red cloth inscribed with names to my branches, beseeching me for their everlasting protection, peace, and joy. From their youthful exuberance and spirited vigor to the waning years marked by graying hair, they once pledged their vows in my presence during their tender years. Yet only a scant few have truly achieved enduring beauty. In the years that followed, I lost count of how many wars I witnessed, the most recent being the most brutal, with foreign tongues speaking incomprehensible words. fierce and menacing. At that time, I was nearly consumed by flames, barely managing to survive. Subsequently, this place was transformed into a scenic area, where many of my kin were planted. G1E and the peach tree have already engaged in light-hearted conversation. As she listens to the tree recount its past while observing the tumult below. As the peaches ripen, the battles intensify. Though the animal population is abundant, most are of a primitive nature. The only formidable opponent is the second-tier Earth-type tiger. Tigers, with their already formidable bite strength and powerful paws, now, in their second tier, one tiger manages to entangle both Ji Yingqin and Ji Huaying, even seeming to gain the upper hand. Are the fruits ripe? Ji Wanyi couldn't resist reaching out towards the fruit. Not yet. There's still a bit more time. The peach tree interjects, upon seeing Ji Wanyi stretch towards the fruit. The tiger below immediately grew agitated. It forcefully shook off Ji Yingqin and Ji Huaying, leaping towards Ji Wanyi perched upon the tree. Wanyi, be careful. Hearing her brother's warnings, Ji Wanyi remained calm. She gazed down at the tiger, its massive and fearsome head rapidly enlarging in her sight, only to be met by the peach tree's branches striking the tiger. Ripe? Here you go. The flesh can be shared with your companions. But only you can nurture the seeds. The fruit is ripe. The peach tree extended its fruit-bearing branches towards her, signaling her to pluck the fruit. Fear not. I shall take good care of your children. Ji Wanyi declared, unceremoniously plucking the fruit. In response, the tiger let out an enraged roar. Ji Wanyi rose from the tree, ice shards swirling around her. Even before she made a move, the tiger, sensing her aura, took a step back. This is still my nurtured creature, so mind your actions and avoid causing harm. The peach tree cautioned Ji Wanyi. I won't harm it. Wouldn't it be better to leave it for my companions to practice on? Ji Wanyi replied as she jumped down from the tree. Brother, I've got it. Shall we leave? Or do you wish to spar with this tiger a bit longer? Wanyi, this tiger is of the second-tier Earth type. Ji Yingqin remarked, implying that Yin Ruo might be of use. Brother, this tiger is nurtured by the peach tree. We cannot kill it. Let us go. After consuming the peaches, you should all be stronger than it. Ji Wanyi tugged at Ji Yingqin, and the group withdrew from the area. The floral fragrance once again wafted through the air, and the previously frenzied animals immediately quieted down. Animals need to eat. If you keep controlling them like this, their desire to feed will wane, and they will eventually starve. As they were leaving, Ji Wanyi reminded the peach tree. Understood, once you are far enough away, I will release them to feed. You should be able to sense the location of your seeds. If you can no longer stay here, feel free to seek me out. After conveying this to the peach tree, Ji Wanyi closed the car door, and the vehicle started, carrying them away from this place. Chapter 69. The Haunted House. Brother, is the tea garden we are heading to far from here? In the car, Ji Wanyi inquired. Not far, it's nearby. Why do you ask? Ji Yingqin replied. Let us first find a safe place to divide the peaches. Enhancing our strength will make our future journey considerably safer. Ji Wanyi continued. That sounds good. I see on the map that there's a villa area ahead. Let us check if we can find a suitable place for everyone to rest. The villa area in the scenic spot is mostly owned by wealthy individuals from other provinces who purchased them while visiting. They've become unwitting victims, as the infrastructure here is lacking. And it's far from the main urban area, with not even a small clinic nearby. They only come occasionally to stay. Some have bought them to rent out, but the occupancy rate is still low. However, when their vehicle arrived at the entrance of the villa area, they found it blocked, with zombies wandering about. There are people inside. Should we change locations? A place with people may be even less safe than one with zombies. Let us continue forward. Since the villa area is closed, they decided not to intrude and pressed on into the commercial street. The shops along the street were tightly shut, yet there were no zombies in sight. Moreover, Ji Wanyi could sense that most of the buildings were occupied. The only vacant structure was a beautifully constructed 5-story villa situated in the middle of the street. Old man, is this house yours? A gray-haired elder in his 60s or 70s peeked out from a tea house by the wall of the house, observing them. It was, but it isn't tea anymore. The old man initially nodded habitually before shaking his head vigorously. So it used to be yours, but not anymore? Ji Wanyi probed further. The old man sighed helplessly and nodded. You outsiders should leave quickly. This place is not meant for you. It's still not too late to go. The old man urged them. There are no zombies here. What danger could there be? Ji Wanyi feigned ignorance. You young people, clearly inexperienced with the world's dangers, and your family trusts you to roam about. The nature of humanity is far more terrifying than any zombie. You should leave quickly. I'm not deceiving you. Especially you, with such delicate skin, it's best not to expose yourself. The old man waved them off. All right, thank you, Sir. Jiwani politely waved back. Since they had received a warning, there was no need to take refuge in the house behind him. Personal comfort is important, but it is also not difficult to avoid dragging innocent people into peril. They circumvented the house and continued forward, finally stopping before a two-story cottage with white exterior walls. This house was the most suitable among those that Lu Yu had scouted, devoid of any living occupants. Positioned right by the road, it was convenient for a quick escape, and there was enough space between this house and the neighboring ones, alleviating concerns about anything creeping in from the sides. The house was neither too big nor too small, accommodating all of them without being unwieldy. The door was unlocked, allowing them direct entry. The cream and wood decor was beautiful and inviting. On the shelf, the couple's wedding photo adorned the space. The woman, striking and gentle, smiled sweetly in the picture. The man, bespectacled and refined, gazed at her with eyes full of affection. What should have been a warm and clean living room, however, bore signs of disarray. Various footprints marred the white carpet, with ash scattered nearly everywhere across the coffee table, sofa, and carpet. Empty and half-empty beer bottles cluttered the coffee table, and the floor even bore traces of vomit. It seemed that before their arrival, the house had already been invaded by a rather unfriendly group. Wrinkling her brow at the faint stench of decay pervading the room, Jiwani noted that the others had already begun searching the other rooms. When the door to the master bedroom on the second floor opened, an even more pungent odor wafted through the house. Ji Huaying, who had opened the door, was immediately overwhelmed by the stench. Once he regained his composure and took in the scene within the room, it struck him like a blow. Unable to contain his nausea, he swiftly shut the door and rushed to the second-floor restroom to retch. Second brother? Jiwani looked at him in confusion. I'm fine. Wani, don't open that door, Ji Huaying cautioned. Jiwani had sensed it long before. There were no living very well. I appreciate your assistance. If you encounter any matters that you cannot resolve on your own, do be sure to awaken us, Ji Ancient advised. They no longer maintained their politeness. This arrangement was indeed the most prudent. Aside from Jiwani, it would be inappropriate for any of them to guard one another. The five of them consumed the fruit flesh, each seeking a clean corner to absorb the essence contained within. Jiwani turned and exited the house, locking the door behind her. She unleashed her mental energy, enveloping the entire dwelling. Settling into a hanging chair beneath the eaves, she savored the peach bite by bite. She required only a certain function from the peach, not the energy itself. Hence, without the need to absorb power, she need not spend so much time on it. The fruit flesh slipped down her throat into her stomach, and strands of essence surged into her body. Jiwani grasped the ropes of the hanging chair and comfortably closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, golden light flowing through her brown irises. Her body harmonized more closely with her soul under the nourishment of this energy. If one had to describe it, it would be a wondrous state of unity between spirit and form. Hey, boss, how did our car end up here? A voice sounded from the other side. Jiwani turned to see a man in a black shirt pointing at the two off-road vehicles belonging to the Ji family, speaking to another man wearing glasses. Who knows? It must have been some petty thief who brought it here. Let's first check if anything in the car is missing, then we can deal with those little thieves. The man replied, All right, let the underlings take a look and see what treasures might be inside such fine vehicles. The lanky, sharp-featured man spoke as he approached their car, eager to pull open the door. Boss, the door won't open. Should we just break it down? He exclaimed after several unsuccessful attempts. Break what? If you damage my fine vehicle, who will fix it? The man with glasses retorted, We can go find those little thieves for the keys. The bespectacled man immediately led his group toward the house. As they looked up, they spotted Jiwani sitting in the hanging chair. Oh dear, boss, there's a prime specimen. Just look at her delicate skin. She surely hasn't endured much hardship. They must have a wealth of supplies. The sharp-featured man immediately urged. Jiwani remained seated in the hanging chair, observing them as they scrutinized her. Little beauty, what are you doing all alone here? Don't you know to greet the owner of this house? The bespectacled leader asked with a smile dancing in his eyes. His demeanor was refined, yet his beady little eyes gave a distinctly sinister impression. Why should I explain my presence to you? You are not the owner of this house, so why should I greet you? Jiwani queried in bewilderment. Ha, all the houses and people in this area belong to our boss. If you desire that house behind you, it is not difficult. Simply become one of our boss's people. Upon hearing Jiwani's words, one of his companions jumped in, his expression lewd and utterly distasteful. Jiwani, not wishing to behold his repugnant visage, raised a hand to shield her eyes. With a swift motion of her other hand, ice flew from her side, sending the man hurtling away. Such an ugly expression should not be displayed before me. You are also an ability user. The boss's playful gaze shifted to seriousness. Knowing this, you should promptly leave and not approach this place, Jiwani stated, her patience wearing thin, with so many people oppressed around them. She had no inclination to act as their savior. Jiwani resumed her meditation on her abilities, but the bespectacled man did not depart. Instead, his gaze turned increasingly cold as he gathered his mental energy into a needle aimed at Jiwani's head. Upon contact with Jiwani's mental sea, the needle shattered instantly. Jiwani opened her eyes. She refrained from countering his mental attack, fearing that Zui would awaken and notice the disturbance in his mental sea. She did not wish to explain it. Yet, that did not mean she would let these individuals off the hook. Remaining motionless in her chair, she allowed the ice to spread from beneath her feet. The individuals below found their feet frozen in the glaring sunlight, rendered incapable of escape. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. No one understood better than he how immense and formidable her mental power was when it touched his own mental sea. How could such overwhelming energy be possessed by a mere mortal? He staggered, attempting to flee, but his feet remained immobile. In a struggle, he collapsed to the ground, coming into contact with the ice beneath him. I had no intention of attacking you, but since you are so ungrateful, Jiwani remarked, appearing beside him and pinning him to the ground. She bent down and retrieved a small card from his chest pocket, his business card. Mr. Tsu, a renowned teacher from Y Province, excels in academia and instruction, yet fails in character, she noted. Those two individuals in the house are your colleagues, I presume. What did they do to warrant such torment from you? The identification badges of the two in the room matched his workplace, and given that he had assumed control of this area with such a personality, it was not difficult to infer who might have met their demise at his hands. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was no longer surprising for villains to act brazenly. Deducing the culprit was not a challenging task. They deserved it. He began with gritted teeth, then swiftly shifted to a subservient tone. Pleading, I did not offend you. Please spare me. I will do anything you ask. They deserve to die, but do you not deserve death as well? Since you revel in tormenting others, why not experience the sensation of being tormented yourself before you perish? But worry not. I have no interest in dissecting the living. Corpses are not to my taste either. You may simply experience the sensation of freezing to death. With a flicker, Jiwani returned to her hanging chair. She was not so perverse as to relish in the suffering of others, nor did she take pleasure in their cries of despair. Thus, she sealed their mouths in ice, rendering their sounds inaudible. Though she spoke of torment, Jiwani lacked the patience for it. The ice enveloped the group below in no time. As for when they would take their last breath, she was indifferent, seated in her chair. She resumed her leisure with her phone. After some time, she retrieved a box from her space, collecting some nutrient-rich soil she had gathered previously, and planted the peach pit. May fortune smile upon you. By the time Ji Yingchun and the others had fully absorbed their powers, it was already noon the following day. Upon awakening, they felt invigorated, akin to when they first awakened their abilities, yet painfully hungry. Ji Huang opened the door to search for Ji Weini. As the door swung open, a rush of cold air greeted them despite the bright sunshine outside. The five of them involuntarily shivered. Wani, what are you doing? Ji Huang asked, puzzled. Crossing her arms, she stepped outside, and once the cold mist dissipated somewhat, they beheld the dozen or so human-shaped ice sculptures in the yard. Those who intruded yesterday? Ji Huang inquired, her tone certain yet questioning. Are they still alive? Ji Yingchun asked. That I do not know. Ji Wani replied decisively. They are dead, and it likely happened last night, Zui affirmed, having advanced in his mental abilities. If they are dead, then good riddance. They were hardly virtuous. Ji Huang waved her hand, dismissing the matter. Her primary concern was to shield her sister from any psychological burden. In their eyes, she was the gentlest and most composed among them. Ji Yingchun and Ji Huang felt sympathy, yet there was no alternative. They all needed to grow, including their sister. In this apocalyptic world, such trials were inevitable. Understanding their thoughts, Jiwani offered an awkward smile. She bore no psychological burden. For instance, those who had seen Jiwani fire a gun in Ao province did not perceive the situation as they did. Wani, are you planning to absorb the energy from the fruit here? Ji Yingchun inquired. No, I'll absorb it in the car. It will save time, she replied. Moreover, she harbored a disinclination towards this dwelling. Chapter 71. The tea garden. After entering the vehicle, Ji Wan sat cross-legged in the back seat. Channeling her extraordinary abilities, the widespread drop in temperature had yet to commence that in November. The outdoor temperature still hovered around 30 to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. It was somewhat unbearable. Turning on the air conditioning would suffice. In the first vehicle, a hint of cool air occasionally emanated from Ji-won, allowing Ji Yingchen and Ji Huaying to forego the air conditioning altogether. If they closed the windows, they even found it rather chilly. With an excess of chaotic energy within her, the elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and the ice she frequently wielded, were distinctly separated, the two abilities of time and space intertwined, enabling her to create a portion of her space where time stood still. She attempted to regulate the depth of the fusion between the two abilities. Indeed, the deeper the integration, the larger the area of suspended time within her space. Furthermore, her spatial abilities were not merely limited to storage as she had initially presumed. At her current level, she could condense spatial blades and even construct spatial portals across distances. Previously, due to the multitude of abilities she possessed, she had not delved deeply into their study, leaving many of them inadequately understood. It seemed she would need to reduce her time spent on her phone and dedicate more time to exploring her powers. But what of her mind-reading and precognition abilities? One was feeble enough to only perceive ordinary thoughts, while the other was erratic and unpredictable, which was perplexing. Theoretically, both ability users and zombies were said to possess one or more cores within their minds. Yet she had none. Despite her extensive array of abilities, she did not possess a single core. All this power coursed freely through her veins. This was also the reason why, during her time in AO's show, that deranged woman transformed into a formidable zombie shortly after coming into contact with her blood. Ji-won endeavored to summon her abilities to coalesce a core within her mind, initially using her ice element as an experiment. She shielded her brain with mental energy, gradually forming a small ice-blue core in her mind. The more energy the core contained, the larger it grew. She reached levels 5, 6, and 7, and even 10, expending little energy in the process. However, when she infused her abilities at full capacity, the core could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Her energy then flowed back into her body, circulating once more. Thus, was her energy capable of breaking the constraints of the core? Something felt amiss. Both her mind reading and precognition were so feeble, yet she was certain that there were no cores present in her mind. What, then, was the nature of these two abilities? She resolved to continue her research. 1E. Just as Ji-won was about to delve further into her studies, she suddenly heard her two brothers calling her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw their vehicle parked by the roadside, the interior filled with frost. It must have been the result of her recent experiment with the ice element, at the moment of breaking through the core's constraints. Her abilities had leaked out. I am sorry. Ji-won quickly apologized, gathering the frost that filled the vehicle. The mutated hydrangea in the corner shivered anxiously. Ji-won infused the mutated hydrangea with energy to soothe it. Simultaneously, she checked the vitality of the peach seed to ensure it remained intact. Confirming that all was well, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems 1E has made quite a harvest. Ji Yingchen remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have reached level 4, Ji-won replied, her heart steady and her complexion unflustered. Yes, we have also reached level 3. Have we arrived? Ji-won then realized that their vehicle had come to a halt in the parking lot beneath the tea garden. It's been a while. We didn't want to disturb you, Ji Huaying replied. However, your energy absorption time is considerably shorter than ours, Ji Huaying continued. This is likely due to my initially higher level and the harmonizing effect of the wood element. Having arrived, Ji-won noted that her wood abilities had not detected any energy fluctuations from mutated plants. Shall we proceed to investigate further? Ji-won opened the door and stepped out, attuning herself to the surroundings of the tea mountain. The matter of regulating her abilities could wait. It was best to pause for now and address it later. Yes, earlier, Zuyu had already communicated with the locals here. We will offer them some food as compensation. If we find any desirable tea trees, we can take them with us. The 6 of them ascended along the narrow path. What should have been a lush green tea mountain now appeared desolate. Adhering only to the seasonal cycle, even in winter, tea trees would not shed all their leaves. Yet, the tea trees on this mountain stood bare, devoid of a single leaf. These tea trees have nourished the generations of people here. After that fateful rain before the apocalypse, they all perished. Now, you still dare to venture here. It is evident you have a love for tea, yet we can no longer produce tea of the same quality as before the apocalypse. The dead tea trees may still yield us some grain, and we are grateful for that. Upon witnessing the state of the tea garden, The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. They wandered throughout most of the tea garden, but found no living tea trees. Ji-won had examined the situation and confirmed that these trees were as dead as could be. Despite her determination, her attempts to infuse her wood abilities into the tea trees were met with failure. All the energy dissipated without being absorbed. Wait, there is one spot that responds, albeit faintly, almost negligible. It seems there is a response, Ji-won said, leading the way to the highest hillside. Here, several tea trees appeared to be quite aged. At the base of these trees, a small seedling struggled to absorb Ji-won's wood energy. This little sapling, like the other deceased trees, bore no leaves. Is this the only one still alive? Can we take it with us? Ji-won turned to the tea farmer for permission. The farmer nodded. Take it. This one is in such a state that it may not survive. Keeping it would be futile. The farmer expressed his regret. The group quickly gathered around, carefully digging up the soil. Ji-won prepared a box and soil. The tea tree was too feeble, and the energy rainwater she had collected in her space would be of use. After transferring the small tea tree into a pot fashioned from a weapon box, Ji-won watered it with some energy rainwater and infused it with additional wood energy. Only then did they descend the tea mountain. Securing the tea tree in the trunk of the vehicle, Ji Ancient offered the tea farmer a bag of rice and a piece of cured meat as compensation, and they prepared to return. This is too much. The tea farmer waved his hands in alarm. These goods would have sufficed to exchange for a sapling even before the apocalypse. Please accept it, old man. Times are tough for everyone in this apocalypse. This is merely a token of gratitude for accompanying us to the tea mountain. Resources may be scarce, but it's a small gesture we all need to survive. Ji Ancient patiently reassured him. The apocalypse had only just begun, and throughout their journey, they had witnessed too many ugly faces. It was rare to encounter someone honest and sincere. While they may not have been able to offer substantial help, they felt compelled to respond to the farmer's genuine heart and their own conscience. The tea farmer accepted the provisions and, in return, packed a large bag of his homemade tea leaves in a black plastic bag for them. After bidding farewell to the tea farmer, they prepared to head back. The vehicle took a different route than the one they had come by. Chapter 72. The prison. They traversed through the forest, passing by various villages. The once bustling and thriving areas gradually fell into desolation. The terrain became increasingly remote, with houses dwindling in number. Finally, after navigating a particularly bumpy mountain road, they rejoined the asphalt highway. Is this the prison? Ji-won inquired, gazing at the towering walls topped with barbed wire. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Ji Ancient replied after consulting the map. As they circled around to the front of the prison, they spotted a few shops adorned with hanging advertisements, all of which were now shuttered. Yet, at the entrance of the prison, not even a single patrolling soldier could be seen. Why is it so quiet? Has this prison been abandoned? Ji-won asked, intrigued that Ji Ancient and Ji Huaying remained silent. Yet both appeared increasingly vigilant. In chaotic times, such places were often the most perilous. The inmates were unlikely to be virtuous individuals. If they were to escape, who could predict the consequences? True to their suspicions, they had not even exited the prison grounds before being intercepted by someone.